Good morning. My name is Scott Chakovich. I'm with the California LTAP. We partner with the Caltrans Division of Local Assistance to bring you virtual trainings and webinars. And so it is my privilege to welcome you today to day one of our two-day webinar on mini and modular roundabouts. Before we get started, I've got just a couple of reminders that will help today's training go a little bit smoother. One thing is if you could update your screen name, it would be helpful when you're asking questions and we're answering questions. You can do that by hovering over your screen name and right-clicking and renaming. First, last, and organization would be awesome. That way we'll know again who's out there and who's asking questions. We'll be using both the chat and Q&A features of Zoom. Chat is perfect for comments, interactions, notes, things like that. We're going to be dropping links and files in there. Q&A is what our preference is for capturing your questions. Today's speakers are going to be allowing or providing opportunities for questions throughout the presentations. So if you type those into the Q&A box, it's going to make it a lot easier on us to be able to keep track of them and make sure that your question gets answered. Also, you may have noticed that we are recording today's event for public viewing. It'll be published to our YouTube channel by the end of the week. So if you would try to keep your mics and off so our speakers come through clearly. And finally, today's agenda does include about a 10-minute break, which we'll do around 10:20. Our plan is to get you out of here by lunch. And with that, I'd like to introduce you to our moderator, John Liu. John is Caltrans Deputy District Director for the District 6 Division of Maintenance and Operations. John, am I close?
Pretty close. Actually, I retired from Caltrans. So again, my name is John Liu. I am the former Deputy District Director for Maintenance and Operations. I retired last December, but I remain active kind of in the roundabout space because I'm still part of the Caltrans ISOP Technical Assistance Panel. ISOP is the Intersection Safety and Operational Assessment Process. I will very briefly talk about that tomorrow. Today we have a great lineup of speakers talking about mini and modular roundabouts, affordable roundabouts. These are things that we want local agencies to implement because they just have such great safety and operational outcomes. So I'll be with you all morning. I hope you could stay till the end. And just want to reiterate, we will have time for questions. So please put your questions in the Q&A chat box. At this time, I'd like to introduce the next speaker. This will be Kelly Marr. She is the local HSIP manager at our headquarters Division of Local Assistance. So Kelly, take it away.
Thank you, John. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. Like John mentioned, my name is Kelly Marr, and I am a Caltrans Local Highway Safety Improvement Program Manager with Caltrans. I am happy you are joining us today for the Caltrans and Federal Highway Administration Mini and Modular Roundabout webinar. So today I'm going to share our our partnership landscape, some key facts about roundabouts, and then why roundabouts are a proven safety countermeasure. And finally, how this webinar ties into our local HSIP Cycle 13 call for projects. So I'd like to take this moment to acknowledge our partners who made this webinar possible. First, our colleagues from FHWA's California Division Office, along with our support from the Washington, D.C. headquarters office. And then I'd also like to recognize the Caltrans headquarters staff and district staff statewide, as well as our partners at Washington DOT, and then our local agencies. I wanted to recognize representatives from the cities of Modesto and San Diego, and then of course the California LTAP for hosting us on this platform today. And last but not least, to each of you for attending. Thank you for taking this opportunity to learn from our subject matter experts. So some key facts about roundabouts. We have over 11,000 roundabouts in the United States with roughly 800 in California. The benefits of roundabouts, they lower speeds to 15 to 25 miles per hour to calm traffic, and they also reduce traffic delays. So typically in the range of 60 to 70%. And over time, the cost of roundabouts were significantly less than traffic signals because, one, they did not require traffic signals, electricity, or ongoing signal maintenance. FHWA recognizes roundabouts as a proven safety countermeasure because they substantially reduce the severity of crashes by approximately 80%. The circular shape of them ensures vehicles navigate the intersection more safely, and then the slightly curved, channelized approaches slow the drivers as they enter into the intersection. And then the counterclockwise motion reduces conflict points, which lowers the chance of high severity crashes. So looking ahead at our HSIP call for projects, our analyzer will continue to include roundabouts as a safety countermeasure. My colleague Richard will walk us through a benefit cost ratio calculation tomorrow morning. And then our plan is to announce the local HSIP Cycle 13 call for projects within a few weeks, and then follow up with the webinar a couple weeks after that, and then with applications being due in September. And the timing of the schedule is all dependent on our management's review of everything and the process of releasing all the application documents. So the intent of this scheduled webinar now is so that roundabouts are fresh in your mind as you plan and prepare for applications. So thank you again for your participation and support for safety throughout California. We look forward to seeing more roundabout applications in the upcoming HSIP call for projects. And now I'd like to hand it back to John. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Kelly. So our next speaker will be Daniel Burke. He's also with the Headquarters Division of Local Assistance with Program Reviews and Outreach. And he will be talking about the safe system approach. And this is something that has been implemented not only by FHWA, but also by state of California, because we're trying to reach zero serious injuries and fatalities by 2050 on all public roadways in California. Go ahead, Daniel. Take it away.
Thank you so much, John, and thank you, Kelly, as well. So my name is Daniel Burke. I'm with the Caltrans Division of Local Assistance. I am the Safe System Approach Liaison. My email address there, if you would like to contact me, the best way is to email, is down there at the bottom of the screen. Maybe one of our co-hosts can drop it into the chat. I'd greatly appreciate that. Thank you. And before I really get into the safe system approach, just want to remind everybody what the vision and objective of the webinar is today. So we would like for our local public agencies, any tribal members that are in attendance, and of course our consultants, to consider roundabouts, which is a top-tier safe system approach countermeasure, as a first design alternative. As Kelly had discussed, safety and the roundabouts, they play well together. Safety is Caltrans's and also the Federal Highway Administration's #1 priority. So we hope that's our local public agencies, tribes, and consultants' top priority as well. We want you to consider that as the first design alternative. However, if it isn't a fit, I guess reluctantly you could defer back to traffic signals and stop signs. Let's talk a little bit about Vision Zero and how that formulated into the safe system approach. Vision Zero is a goal that declares even one death, just one, on our transportation system is unacceptable. This concept was first adopted in Sweden in 1997, spread through Northern Europe to Denmark, and then also to the United States and our neighbors in Canada. And one of the objectives of Vision Zero is, what's the dollar value of a human life? We really can't place a dollar value on human life, and therefore investing into the system to ensure that there are no fatal crashes is imperative. So how does the safe system approach play into Vision Zero? The safe system approach enhances roadway safety by acknowledging human errors are inevitable. All of us make errors, even me, your narrator at this point. Sometimes I'll look away and change the radio station for a half second. I'm a little distracted. And I have to admit and be responsible and accountable that I'm making that error. How many of us have crossed the street when checked our cell phone? We need to make sure that we're able to check and are aware of oncoming traffic. We have to acknowledge and be accountable and responsible that these human errors are inevitable. And the safe system approach helps to mitigate or reduce those errors. And the safe system approach is the methodology that we use to achieve the goal of Vision Zero. I'll share this graphic with everybody. Maybe some of you have seen this before. And what this graphic shows is why safe system approach is important to us and the objectives of safe system approach. If a pedestrian is hit by a vehicle traveling 20 miles an hour, 9 out of 10 pedestrians survive. That's a pretty successful clip right there, but I don't want to be that one pedestrian. If we increase the speeds up to 30 miles an hour, half of the pedestrians will survive. I'm not sure that's an odd I want to take. But once we have vehicles traveling up to 40 miles per hour, 1 out of 10 pedestrians survives. Imagine taking 10 marbles, 9 red, 1 white, put them into a jar, mix them up, have someone blindly put their hand in. What are the odds that they're going to pull out that white marble? We don't want anybody to be that white marble, and this is why we implement the safe system approach. So I've already talked about some of the factors of safe system approach, and you saw from the graphic that we're really into the safe system approach to reduce the fatal crashes and serious injury crashes. But what other factors are important? I mean, we talked about safety just now. It reduces the fatal and serious injury crashes for motorized vehicles, bicyclists, pedestrians, the disabled. It's also sustainable. It creates safe and efficient road systems for all transportation modes. And by sustainable, what we mean is it can be replicated, meaning used in various scenarios, whether it's new roadway design, rehabilitating an intersection. And it's also low cost, meaning it's feasible and we can continue to use it and sustain it across the transportation system, no matter if you're Caltrans or a very urbanized local agency or a rural agency or tribe. The safe system approach also encourages personal responsibility. We want individuals to be aware of actions and surroundings, whether you're a vulnerable road user, perhaps as a bicyclist or a pedestrian, or as a driver with low visibility at night. We want to make sure everybody is aware of their actions and surroundings and can have the safe system approach implemented on their behalf to reduce those fatal and serious injury crashes. Another aspect we don't always think of, but it does have a huge impact, is on the communities. It improves public health. How many of us would be outside walking more frequently if our road systems were safer, closer to public transit, closer to destinations such as shopping, grocery stores, shops, and businesses? I know I would. It also reduces the economic costs of crashes. Caltrans and our local partners, we look at data collection. Those have to be documented through crashes. We also have the cost of our emergency responders coming onto a scene, documenting, taking care of. We have traffic delays. So our vision and goal is to use the safe system approach to reduce those costs and save money for more important uses for everybody. So I talked a little bit about some of the factors and benefits of safe system approach, but what does the wheel look like? Well, up here we have the pie or wheel, which has 6 of the key principles which are surrounding the pie. These are the universal guidance or tenets that we should consider when evaluating road safety. We'll go into a little more detail in this in the next couple of slides. In the middle of the wheel, we have, well, the pie pieces. We have what used to be 5, but we've added one more, and now there are 6 elements. These are the considerations that must be designed and implemented when enhancing safety. We've added safer land use, and we'll cover this briefly. And we're eventually going to be seeing this newly designed pie chart in many of the websites discussing safety and the safe systems approach, of course, as we roll this out. So we have our safe system principles. The first is death or serious injury is unacceptable. As we mentioned, this plays directly into Vision Zero, meaning we're going to try our best and be mindful that whatever we're going to be designing or rehabilitating with new design is going to mitigate and reduce death and serious injury crashes. It's unacceptable and will not help us reach our goal of Vision Zero. Again, we need to admit humans make mistakes. I, for one, am not. I'm guilty of that too. I do make mistakes, and we need to do a better job of making sure that we minimize the chance of mistakes. You'll notice that we use the term crash instead of accident. We're looking to reduce those mistakes, which we can call accidents. So we use the term crashes to represent what we do have control over and mitigate those as best as possible. We have humans are vulnerable as our third principle. And if you remember that excellent advertisement that Office of Traffic Safety and National Highway Traffic System Administration had a while back where an individual was holding a car door while crossing the street. Well, humans don't carry car doors with them while crossing the street or are vulnerable or on bicycles. So we understand that humans are vulnerable, and we use the safe system approach to do our best to reduce those vulnerabilities through design. Responsibility is shared. So not only do we have vulnerable road users who need to be aware of the environment around them and moving vehicles, we also have the motorists themselves, as well as all of us. I'm not an engineer, I'm an administrator. We also have planners. We all have a responsibility to ensure that our system is safe, that we're able to teach, to train, to share our best practices with other individuals so that their system can be safe, and we have a responsibility to reduce those fatal and serious injury crashes. Our fifth principle is safety is proactive, but here at Caltrans we say safety is proactive and reactive. Many of us do data collection, and what we'll first look at is where those crashes have occurred, and we'll start looking and implementing safe system approach countermeasures to reduce the risk of a fatal or serious injury crash. That's being reactive because we know where those crashes have occurred. But if we look at the system as a whole and we see, hey, on this other side of our transportation system, we see a very similar intersection where we had these serious crashes, but none of this occurred right here. Let's address that next. We're being proactive by understanding that that intersection is at the same risk or a similar risk as the one that we just treated. So we have to be reactive, addressing those areas of risk we know where the crashes have occurred, and proactive, where we again see and evaluate a risk may occur due to the similarities of an intersection, a curve. We also want to make sure that redundancy is crucial, the last of our elements. We want to make sure that we're able to implement and replicate our safe system approach to other similar intersections and curves on the transportation system. I'm going to take a brief break here to answer any questions. My co-hosts, are there any questions or comments in the chat that we should be addressing right now?
Nothing so far, Daniel. Does anybody have any questions for Daniel, the safe systems approach? You have explained it completely.
Oh, that's my goal. Thank you, Scott. Let's talk about some of the elements here. This is an AI generated image. I'm not that artistic. I cannot replicate Starry Night. I failed on safe artistic approach here. All right, bad jokes aside. So our first element is safe road users. And if you'd like, please drop it into the chat. What do we see in this picture that makes this a safe road for all transportation modes, whether it's motorized or non-motorized? Go ahead, feel free to drop it into the chat. We all had that cup of coffee, right? We're awake. Some of the co-hosts want to read off a couple.
Yeah, there's quite a few coming in. Landscape lighting, separated walking and bike paths, separate facilities, slower speeds.
Excellent responses. Yes, separating the motorized from the pedestrian with barriers, separate pathways. Excellent. Excellent responses. The lighting is great there too. I really like that too about this AI generated image. It's also open and it encourages walking and biking and non-motorized transportation. Another question I had is, what could be improved in this picture? How do we think outside the box here and maybe see some signs for improvement? Please leave your comments in the chat.
Shade trees.
Shade trees, okay, that's good. Give another moment or two here.
Alex says add a train.
A train. Hey, I didn't even think about that. That's great thinking outside the box, Alex. Yes, add multimodal forms of transportation. Excellent.
Cycle track lighting, promote public transportation, lighting for bike facility.
Yes, absolutely. And one other thing I want to discuss as well is there doesn't appear what's on the other side of the street we can't tell. We could also use some signage for one-way direction on the road. But what's across the street there? And how do pedestrians and bicyclists get across the street? Maybe there's a hiking trail, a beach, some mountains for dirt biking. We can't tell. And we'd like to see that implemented here. And it looks like it's a very long way out. And with this much traffic, motorized traffic using the roadway, it could be kind of dangerous. So those are some thoughts and considerations we want to apply using the safe systems approach for safe road users. But good answers, everybody. Great answers. Our second element is safe vehicles. These are features that minimize the occurrence and severity of collisions, seat belts, airbags, sensors. While Caltrans doesn't have a whole lot of emphasis or say on the safe vehicles, these are important for roundabouts. It also reduces the emphasis for safe vehicles. And it's not that they're not important, it just reduces the emphasis. If a vehicle is traveling slower, so instead of 40 miles an hour and approaching a roundabout at 20 miles an hour, that's going to reduce the criticalness of a vehicle to be that much safer if we can slow the approach down there and reduce the number of conflicts. So we're going to move on to the next element. This is our newest element that we've added is safer land use. Safer land use integrates land use planning, engineering, community design. It basically brings a collection and breaks down those silos and has subject matter experts in all those areas work with each other and collaborate collectively. It reduces conflicts at intersections. It's also very infill friendly. There's shorter travel distances, whether it's across the street, as in this picture. We have the roundabout here with some sidewalks being shown, again, a nice AI generated image. And the distances there are much shorter in a roundabout compared to a four-way stop sign for a sidewalk, or for not a sidewalk rather, but for to cross the street or a signalized intersection. It also has good connectivity to transit and rideshare. So again, we're bringing everybody together. And it also has equity factors in there as well to encourage the use of transit and rideshare. And again, this aligns with roundabouts where we can implement them. You can also see that there's nice walk and bike paths, and it leads right into perhaps a university, it appears to be a shopping center, or maybe some apartment buildings across the street. So it interfaces with all sorts of land use together, and that's the newest element. Our fourth element is safer speeds. So there's three factors that we consider: reducing impact forces. We already talked about safer vehicles, and we also want to ensure that we can utilize safer speeds and slow an approach to minimize the impact. So speed times weight for that force. We also want to look at provide time for drivers to slow down, again, slowing that approach, making sure there's proper warnings. that they'll need to slow down and take a proper speed. And we also want to improve visibility. If we can eliminate some of those vulnerabilities of road users, non-motorized and motorized, by increasing the visibility, that's going to assist as well and reduce those fatal and serious injury crashes. And again, drop this into the chat, please. When you consider some of the roundabouts you've seen while driving about town, what are the characteristics of a roundabout that satisfy these three factors? I've already mentioned a couple to give you a couple of hints.
We might need some hints. Slower speeds, approach
Lower
curvature,
speed. Curvature, good.
clear signs, clarity about which lane to be in, for which maneuvers.
Absolutely. We do see arrows. We do see signage saying, hey, you're going to be approaching a roundabout.
Better deflections on approach and leaving the roundabout.
Absolutely. Deflections. And also we see the size of the medians increase as well to know people, hey, you need to be more careful as you start approaching a median and start slowing down as the curb's getting larger and closer to your vehicle. So good information there. Thank you, Scott. Our next element is safe roads. So these are designed to minimize human mistakes, which we've talked about quite a bit today already. Reducing crash severity. So again, reducing that force and the speeds and eliminating potential hazards or conflicts. Here we have, I believe this might be an actual street. Here we have an actual street. And what features on the street might make it a poor fit for a safe road? There's a lot of confusing information just looking at the street. Go ahead and drop your recommendations in the chat or your answers, please. As a motorized vehicle, is there anything confusing when you approach the street?
Too many lane,
Yeah, turning lane.
wide crossing, tight roads because of cars parked on the sides. Bike lane crosses the intersection. No pedestrian signage. Are any of these?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. The crosswalks don't appear to be even, especially if you're crossing from the right to the left. The traffic signals are confusing as heck. How do we know when to turn, who the red light's for? Uh, there's no there's no signage for the pedestrian access to get across the street from basically the front towards the rear of the slide or the picture that's up here. Nobody knows it's cut off and you can't cross. There's no sidewalk over there. So I hope there's no doubts in everybody's mind. Traffic signals are not a part of a safe system approach. There has been no study proving that that signalized intersections are a safe systems approach or a part of the safe system. The last element is post-crash care. So our responders must quickly locate, provide care, extract, transport, analyze, and document a crash. That helps with our data collection. It's important for roundabouts, but it's not our primary focus. Yes, it is important for our vehicles to navigate through a roundabout. We'll talk a little bit more about the advantages of a mini and modular, especially for emergency vehicles to navigate those so that it does not disrupt the personnel or equipment on those vehicles and they can approach and get to their destination, whether it be a driveway, a residence, fire hydrant, etc., quickly. But it's not at the top priority or perspective of the safe system approach, I'm sorry, of a roundabout rather, for the element of post-crash care. But again, we should be considering those factors when designing our roundabouts. Senate Bill 932 of 2022 actually put into law that a general plan should incorporate the principles. And yes, the intent of the bill means elements as well, not just the 6 principles, but the 6 elements now of the Federal Highway Administration's safe system approach. Well, Caltrans is not going to go knock on everybody's door saying, hey, do you have the safe system approach as part of your general plan? We're not going to do that. We don't have the personnel or resources to do that, but we will provide assistance, technical assistance, and training such as this one, and continue to promote the advantages of the safe system approach. And again, with the vision of this presentation and this webinar today and tomorrow, we want to ensure that you're considering roundabouts and safe system approaches as your first design alternative. So asking ourselves, is this an appropriate system for local public agencies and tribes? Well, yes, of course it is. It's part of the law, and we encourage it for our tribes and our consultants to utilize as well when perhaps designing or rehabilitating roadways to make them safer. In summary, the safe system approach is a methodology to implement Vision Zero. Again, our vision and goal is 0 fatalities, 0 serious injuries would be great as well. There's 6 guiding principles and now 6 elements to assist in our safety decision making. Again, we should be mindful of these principles and elements when designing our roadways and implementing a safe system approach. As I just mentioned, this webinar, we want our local public agencies, our tribes, our consultants to consider a roundabout and especially a safe system approach as your first design alternative. Thank you for our time today. I'm going to answer any questions, and we're also going to post a short survey to help out our next presenters focus on some of the details that we might try and help and answer while conducting those presentations. Thank you again.
So we do have a couple of questions, Daniel, and you're ready to start the survey?
I am, thank you.
So you should see a survey up on your window. If you don't, let me know. I don't know what we'll do if you don't. There's just a couple of questions, and if you could answer those quickly, that would be super helpful. Chris asks, a few roundabouts he's driven have center decorations that were a little too high, so vehicles' line of sight was impacted. Is this common, and how do you counter that while maintaining aesthetics?
Excellent question. And I have the same exact concerns as well when I drive. And I've seen some very beautiful roundabouts. And part of the problem is you can't see over the top. You can't see through them, obviously. While it is nice to have that decoration and to have it blend in with the environment, one of the nice and critical objectives of roundabouts is it eliminates the conflicts, meaning you don't have to necessarily see straight across from where you're driving. Your approach is slow enough so that you can see the conflict as you're carefully making the turn around the roundabout. And I know that some of our other speakers today, Jerry Champa, John Liu, Phil Rust, Hillary Iserbrand's work, they're going to talk a little bit about some of those factors as well. And some of those can be achieved by using a mini and modular roundabout where we don't have perhaps as high of a decoration to block the view. John or Jerry or Phil, did you have any other comments to add into that response?
Yeah, this is John Liu. I'll just make a few comments. So sight distance is definitely a consideration as you are designing a roundabout. And there are actually some different schools of thought. So sometimes you actually want to limit the sight distance through a roundabout, particularly at a higher speed location where you may get the impression that you could actually drive straight through. You may not want to see headlights that are approaching you. But you need to have enough sight distance for particular, if it's a smaller roundabout, that you know that someone is about to enter, and you want that person to make sure that they could see conflicting vehicles, conflicting pedestrians. So this is not something that's a one-size-fits-all response. Every roundabout has to be looked at individually as far as what is the appropriate sight distance.
Excellent response.
So Adrian asks, if drivers are going faster than expected after a roundabout is built, what fixes have you seen work best to bring speeds down?
I apologize, Scott. Can you read that first half again?
Yeah, if drivers are going faster than expected after a roundabout is built, what fixes have you seen work best to bring speeds down?
That's a great question. I'm not an engineer, so perhaps John or Jerry or Phil would like to talk about that. Generally speaking, we see the approaches start to slow vehicles around, but yes, sometimes we do see vehicles still traveling too quickly.
Let me tackle that, but I'll also invite any additional comments from Jerry, Phil, or any of the other presenters. So first thing I want to mention is it is not unique that when a roundabout is opened up that you may want to do some tweaks. Roundabouts are generally very forgiving in how they're designed, but a lot of times you could do some improvements. Something you perhaps you missed in the design, or traffic is doing things that were a little bit unexpected. So if the issue is high speeds at a particular approach, you want to make sure that you have adequate warning devices that notifies the traffic to slow down, whether that is things like signing. It could be flashing beacons. You could be adding curvature in the roadway, chicanes. Maybe you want to tweak a chicane or approach to have some physical features that slows down traffic. You could make modifications to the curbing, add channelizers. So there's different things that you could do. You could also add a radar feedback sign if people don't realize how fast they are. They may not realize they're coming to a roundabout. So making sure that you have adequate signing for the roundabout. So there are different things that you could definitely look at for a roundabout that has some existing issues. Like to welcome any other presenters if you had any other suggestions, or if they want to put them in the chat also.
Yeah,
Yeah.
John, thanks. I'll jump in real quick just to mention kind of a statement that we always try to keep in mind is that you can't fix poor geometry with signing and striping. So if geometry is your problem, you need to address that by changing the geometry. And a quick build type prefab curbs can come into play here. One of the most common things we see is that the roundabout has too many lanes. If it's designed for a 20-year capacity, and in opening day it's got way too much spare capacity, people are going to be cutting that across and going too fast. So one possibility is to use the quick build or prefab curbs to block out one of the lanes in opening year. So just a possibility that we commonly see.
I'll jump in here as well. Hi, everyone. So I think that, Phil hit it, take the time during design to get a design that is going to slow drivers down. And I also like to think about, so start there instead of, fixing it later. There's always opportunity for improvements in monitoring and evaluating, for sure. The other aspect is think about a stop controlled intersection. Think about a signalized intersection where we do have, posted speeds, even above 35 miles an hour. How do we get the driver's attention in advance of those intersections that we're more familiar with? Whether it's an isolated signalized intersection or it is even in a corridor, what cues do we provide drivers to know that that light might turn red, or that perhaps there's a stop condition ahead? And so think about the things that we do at maybe the intersections that most drivers are more familiar with. And then how can we not only design, it's signing, marking, it's designing, it's lighting. And we tend to call that package the conspicuity package of the intersection itself. So what cues are we giving the drivers to know that they need to slow down? I would argue that in advance of signalized intersections and stop controlled intersections, oftentimes we're lucky if we get a signal ahead or a stop ahead sign that might be 500 feet in advance. And at a roundabout, we actually have additional cues, splitter islands, again, signing, lighting. And and other visual cues that really help drivers slow down. But back to the fundamentals, it's that design. We got to get those roundabouts. We historically have, in the US and internationally, we are looking for speeds between 10 to 25 miles an hour. And that changes depending on whether you have a single lane or you've got a multi-lane roundabout. But no matter the posted speed, we want drivers to be driving, and this is through geometric and through geometry, get them to go between 10 and 25 miles an hour. And again, it depends on context. It depends on the posted speeds, the approach speeds, the number of lanes that you have. But ultimately, no matter the approach speed, drivers should need to go between 10 and 25 miles per hour.
Thanks, everyone.
Hey,
Alex,
Scott, this is Jerry. I just want to make a plug for what is going to be covered in a little bit. Can you see the screen that I put up, Innovative Intersection Design Aids?
yeah, you just need to go to presentation mode.
Okay. Yeah, I want to just follow up. There's not much I can add to what John, Phil, and Hillary have already said. But what I do want to mention is that I'm going to be covering this kind of almost a brand new design aid the state of Texas, the DOT, just published, and it is specifically for the question. It gives suggestions, recommendations on various treatments, both geometric and non-geometry, meaning traffic control devices and other features that are used to slow drivers down. So I will hold off in providing a little bit more detail in the next module. Thank you.
So it looks like our last question is from Alex. Alex is kind of wondering why we're not emulating European style roundabouts, and shares the perspective that by comparison, American roundabouts are bad. They're multi-lane, no accommodations for bikes and peds. Any rebuttal or suggestion, or are we missing the boat on this one?
Scott, I'll jump in on this one, and then please others jump in. So the couple of things here is clearly the ped and bike design, features in a roundabout are definitely different than our counterparts internationally, and that is just part of historically how we've integrated peds and bikes into our roadway network. And so we can definitely learn from some of the strategies that they utilize abroad in terms of the separation of peds, the separation of bicycles in the intersection environment. However, in the US, we tend to have all the modes together in the intersection environment. So how can we have some good takeaways from our international peers and integrate that to the best of our ability into our environment, knowing that it's not probably a one-to-one transferability. So I think that there's always those lessons learned that we wanna take on. I believe that one of the recent studies that we have been working on at Federal Highway Administration, we've also involved AASHTO, is the turbo roundabout. So the turbo roundabout does address some of the multi-lane issues that we have in terms of reducing the conflict points, introducing potential buffers and or raised channelization on the approaches and in the circulatory roadway to maybe address some of the conflicts that might be going on and really drive down those speeds on the approaches and in the circulatory roadway. California was our first state DOT that had still the only state DOT that has a turbo roundabout. Now, although that one is very rural in context, and some might say, larger than what we're talking about today, there are some good lessons learned there that we again have adopted here in the US. And now we see local agencies, counties, cities looking at elements of turbo roundabouts that are getting integrated into the designs, which has allowed us to have a smaller footprint. Back to the ped bike piece on this, raised crosswalks. That's a great way to drive down the speeds. Sometimes we're seeing those in combination with a rectangular rapid flashing beacon or a pedestrian hybrid beacon to enhance that, again, conspicuity of the pedestrians, drive those speeds down, and have good compliance in terms of yielding for our pedestrians. So those are just a few elements, and I'm sure others are going to cover this maybe more broadly, but we are watching, we continue to watch. Europe is way ahead of us in terms of still implementation, and we're still learning. And so I think that's the great thing, is what's transferable here to the United States, so we can make sure that everyone has safe experience at whether it's a roundabout or it's a signalized intersection or any of our other our planned conflict points, which are intersections and interchange ramp terminals.
Hillary, if I can, just to sort of push back a little, it seems to me that we're implementing roundabouts, and this is Alex, sorry, the person who asked the question.
Okay, I was like looking. I was just
sorry. So the issue is that we're replacing or we're implementing new roundabouts, and it seems that if we're going to put something new in place, why not put the best thing in? Why are we stuck in this mindset of, oh, we're Americans, we do things differently. We do multi-lane roundabouts. We don't put space for bikes. We don't put space for peds. We don't have to do that. It's a blank slate. We can start from anywhere we want. And yet we're stuck in this, like, we're Americans, we do it our way. We're not going to do what Europeans do. They figured it out. They don't have pedestrian deaths. They don't have bike deaths in their roundabouts, but we're not going to do what they do. And I think that's this mindset that we, as traffic engineers, as designers, as practitioners, we have to get over. And I find it fascinating. Like, every picture I've seen so far of a roundabout is pretty awful. I mean, it's like multi-lane roundabouts on small streets. There's no room for bikes. There's no room for ped. And that's we're in a learning environment. Here's how we do this. Look at these really awful pictures of really stupid roundabouts. Like, it just seems counter to the whole point of us meeting today. Like, what is the point if we're not pushing the envelope, if we're not doing something better? It's awful.
So, Alex, and thank you for that. And we continue to have this dialogue. And I think that's the best thing we can do, is continue to have conversations and show examples and speak to actual implementations. There are multi-lane roundabouts in Europe and in all over the world. And they again, smaller. Phil hit on going smaller. And that's part of our conversation today, is not over designing, not adding lanes when we don't need to, right? So we're still learning and we're adapting in the United States in terms of, sometimes we need a multi-lane roundabout. And guess what? We can have a safe multi-lane roundabout for all users in the United States. And we do, as does Europe. They have multi-lane roundabouts. They're all over the place. Now, their preference is to stick with single lane. And we are seeing that discussion here in the United States is always start with that single lane. In fact, California, in your highway, your HDM, your highway design manual, it talks about the design year and talking about if you don't need more than one lane, and you guys are going to have to help me at Caltrans, if it's 10 to 15 years out and you don't need more than one lane, then you don't build that second lane. And so there are design guidance, and there are ways that we are integrating this. And I just want to be clear, there are very few pedestrian and bicycle fatalities in the United States at roundabouts that we have documented. And although each of those are individually very tragic, we actually know the locations where all of those have occurred, and we are learning from them. And so I mentioned the other ways that we are looking at making sure that pedestrians and bicyclists are safe. Pedestrians in particular, I mentioned the raised crosswalks, the rectangular rapid flashing beacons, the pedestrian hybrid beacons. As far as bikes have the bicyclists have the opportunity to use the ped infrastructure or take the lane. Again, 10 to 25 miles per hour is the speed that we are designing for a well-designed roundabout. So Alex, I think we need to continue to talk about and show examples of what we are doing well in this arena, in terms of whether it's a compact roundabout, it's a mini roundabout, or it is a multi-lane roundabout. We are continuing to progress and really have a safe environment with reduced conflict points, reduced speeds for all users in our roundabouts. So, but thanks again. Keep keep asking the questions, keep bringing it up. Let's keep the conversation going.
Thanks, Hillary. Great conversation, guys. We're going to move forward. John, why don't you take us into the next section?
Okay, great. At this time, I'll introducing a couple speakers who you've already heard from during some of the Q&A. We have Jerry Champa. He's with our headquarters, Caltrans Division of Safety Programs, Office of Safe System Approach Integration. And then we also have Phil Rust. He's a transportation manager with the city of San Diego. And we heard earlier a lot about the safe system approach. And when you're hearing about the different elements of the safe system approach and the principles, hopefully you've been thinking that, hey, the roundabout really satisfies a lot of those things. And to improve the safety of our transportation system for the motorists as well as the bicycles and pedestrians, there's really a lot more applications for roundabouts that we believe that really could make some changes to the safety outcomes. So at this time, Jerry, I'll give you the floor to start your presentation.
Thank you, John. And I want to ask if my screen is now visible, or is it obstructed at all?
It looks good.
Okay, and now I just have to go back to the top. Hey, thank you, and I'm really glad to be here.
You lost us, Jerry. There you go.
Okay. Oh, I still haven't. Sorry, just a minute, please. There we go. All right, thank you. Yeah, I'm looking forward to a lot of questions. We do have time set up in the agenda, both today and tomorrow at the end of day one and tomorrow morning. I will suggest that for really in-depth questions, we should probably talk with individuals about setting up a meeting, depending on what district you're in, who your district local assistance engineer is. That way we can make sure we can follow up and get the answers fully to fully address the questions that come in. Sorry about that. So what I'd like to do is kind of pick up where Daniel left off and get into a little bit of nuts and bolts, a little bit more detail into numbers. And I'm going to cover a lot of different things about roundabouts and a little bit more basic. I apologize to those who have a lot of experience with roundabouts. But we do know that we want to make sure everybody's on a foundation here before we have some of the other speakers talk. So I'm going to try and cover some things briefly and get into also some applications for roundabouts. So let me begin by really what we need to talk about. Roundabouts are one of the best solutions according to data analysis, safety performance analysis, a lot of research in the US and abroad. And again, we have to keep in mind, this is relative. It's relative to what we do, what we have been doing in the past, and not taking advantage of better solutions. In this case, a very well-proven safety countermeasure and what is also referred to as a safe system intersection solution, roundabouts. So, but what is it that we're trying to solve? What is it? What is the need? And of course, there is operational mobility needs as well as safety. Today, we're going to talk about safety, and we're going to talk about the things that all of you are grappling with. And I'm talking about cities and counties, tribes on your networks. And these problems, I'm going to start by talking about the data for the state of California with respect to intersections in particular. And some of you, maybe all of you, have either been involved with, know about the Strategic Highway Safety Plan. That's an ongoing effort every 5 years, and we're in the midst of updating it and developing new action proposals, strategic action proposals. What I want to talk about here briefly is just to mention that there has been, again, an increase in fatal and serious injury crashes over a long trend. And this is part of the increase. What we're seeing at intersections is, in spite of what happened with just about every other challenge area between 2022 and 2023, there was about an 8% decline in California across the board, 8% reduction. However, intersections, there was a slight increase. So we know that the intersections still need attention. The other data that supports better or solutions and more investment is that over the last several years, or at least 10 years, there has been an increase in fatals and serious injuries at intersections of about 23%. And again, this is state of California. Nationally, something similar has been going on. In the last 5 years, there's been a 19% increase in the fatal and serious injury crashes involving intersections. But what's really important to pay attention to here is that the increases at signalized intersections, they are increasing at a greater rate. Okay, in this last 5 years, this is federal data. There was an increase about 33% more of the FSI crashes happening at signalized intersections as opposed to others. So this is actually what I meant to cover first. This is just the general within the state, all challenge areas, just so you can see by comparison. So from that 2014 to 22, fatal crashes increased 46%. Okay, and again, what we're seeing is a drop off in 2023. You can see that on the right side. And in spite of that, there has been an increase in intersections. That's that 8% decline. And how did the number of fatal intersection crashes change? Again, I've already mentioned this, that they had gone up. Sorry about the reverse slides. Again, Strategic Highway Safety Plan. I wanted to mention there are 6 high priority areas, and intersections have been and still are one of those high priority areas. Right now, the share is about 25%. This number is actually low. This is just looking at grade intersections. It does not include freeway interchange, the intersections at the interchanges, nor does it major driveways. This is just public road intersections. The share in the previous Strategic Highway Safety Plan was over 40% when you add all those different types of intersections into the mix. So it really is a large share of what's going on in the state. And again, one more thing of the 6 high priority areas, the increase, the percentage increase in fatal and serious injuries at intersections is outpacing the increase at the other 5 high priority areas. Okay, as you can see, the other priority areas: pedestrians, bicyclists, impaired driving, speed management or aggressive driving, and lane departures. And you see the 28% there is the greatest increase over, I think, the last 10 years. Okay, so we definitely have a trend that is alarming, disturbing. It's not just state, it is national. And it's hitting really the urban areas, cities and counties, more so than rural areas. This is where the majority of intersections are, the majority of the volume, and therefore the majority of the crashes. And so that's, I'm not going to say it's entirely, because there is still a lot of the rural high-speed intersections where we have serious crash problems. And again, I just want to show that federal statistic. Again, you can see here that fatalities involving signalized intersections have increased 26% over this last 4 or 5 year period. And the text up above, by the way, I want to bring attention to this. Signalized intersections represent about 1/3 of all intersection fatalities, including a large proportion that involve red light running. That's one of the problem areas that we really don't have a fix for, other than alternatives. So we'll talk a little bit more about that. Red light running is one of those things that's really, it's difficult to prevent crashes like that. So let me go and talk about now roundabouts and talk about how they are a safe system. And I think this is really the key. What can produce a severe intersection crash? And this is really almost what causes, kind of what are the causes of fatal and serious injury intersection crashes. And there are 3 factors or conditions. And in one point, conflict points themselves. Okay, that is, every intersection is different. Some have more conflict points than others. Vehicle speed definitely is what causes, or really the main contributing factor to severity, and collision angle, actually. And this is why broadside, T-bone crashes, and head-on left turn crashes are among the worst that can happen. So this should be kind of old news to everybody. You probably have seen this numerous times at a typical crossing type intersection, whether it's stop or signal controlled. There's 32 conflict points, excluding the ped versus vehicle at crosswalks. And of those 32, 16 are crossing conflicts. And again, there's 8 additional crossing conflicts, and those are at the pedestrian crosswalk, vehicle versus pedestrian. And again, drivers coming from sometimes all 3 different directions into that crosswalk. And so this is, again, one of the first things since intersections and some of the newer intersections, or modern, I like to use the term, are better at reducing conflict points. And we'll talk more about that with roundabouts later. Again, the other important factor, speed. And what we know is that as speed increases, kinetic energy increases even more so. So on this little graphic here, you can see that at 90 degree, in this case, what we're seeing is just the energy as it increases with the speed in proportion. This is, again, Daniel's already shown this. This is not news to anyone here. Again, the updated version of this is not much different on the Federal Highway Administration site. So this has already been covered. But again, it just goes to show you that at roundabouts where there is a target speed, usually 15 to 25, a maximum, that is the safest for locating crosswalks. Again, as far as crash angle goes, again, the graphic is showing you, again, at 90 degrees, that's where the kinetic energy is the greatest upon impact. And then it lessens, and you can see on the far right of the graphic there how it really reduces. And that's where you see crashes at conventional intersections, as I say, crossing type. That's where you have the T-bones and the left turns. And that's where you have either a 90 or 180 degree impact. Roundabouts, as we can show later, I think the crash angle is much shallower, flatter, probably 20, more like 30 degrees. So there's a significant difference, not just in speed, but also in the outcome or the amount of energy transferred when the impact is a shallower angle. And again, how can we now manage kinetic energy, i.e. reduce it upon impact? And this is where, again, what we're here for is to talk about solving or improving safety problems around the state and during the upcoming call for safety projects. Now, I want to talk now about these intersection design and reconfiguration concepts or strategies and really differentiate, because what safe system solution or the safe system approach is trying to do is implement a safe system network, a safe highway system, and that really requires solutions. So we can always make improvements, but the best thing we can do always is actually put in the best solution for a problem. Instead of getting incremental relief, we can actually, in cases where we have safe system solutions, we can prevent fatal and serious injury crashes. So the solutions and strategies, incremental or full, those are now also known as, of course, the 28 proven safety countermeasures. What we are looking at here is a document that the publication, the FHWA, released a couple of years ago that basically contains the 28 proven countermeasures, plus it prioritizes those in a way that is aligned with and meeting safe system principles and performance objectives. So this document is basically, it's a very good tool. It's nothing that requires a lot of effort. It's just a simple prioritization so that when practitioners are looking at problems and trying to figure out what is the best thing or what is the most cost-effective thing, this document basically points the practitioner to what are the top performing strategies or countermeasures for whatever type of highway they have. So there are different categories and intersections being one of them. So this is, excuse me, this is, as I mentioned, the prioritization is in what are called 4 tiers. And just quickly, the most important, or tier 1, is the goal to remove severe conflicts. And that is what some strategies are able to do, or some alternatives are able to do, to greater or lesser effectiveness. The second tier, reduce vehicle speeds. As we just pointed out, these are the 2 most important things that can be done in order to accomplish safe system goals, to eliminate fatal and serious injury crashes. The third and fourth tiers, these are more of the traditional strategies, managing conflicts in time, say with traffic signals, and then increasing attentive and awareness. This is really to make sure the driver's informed and aware of what risks and hazards there may be on approaching on the roadway. So it's really to make sure that they have good information so that they can be alert and avoid problems. And as you can see, tier 1, the most effective strategies, down to tier 4, having the least impact, or least, let's say, reduction capability, crash reduction capability, typically. This is an excerpt from the Safe System Roadway Design Guide. And this is the table that covers the proven safety countermeasures for ped and bike, those road users and those facilities. And so as you can see, going left to right, the tool, this is kind of at a glance, tells you how effective each strategy is. And simply by the check marks here, it's just a general type of information telling you that these strategies, for instance, you can see the 2 blue starred pedestrian and median refuge islands, they are aligned with and contributing to significantly either both tier 1 and tier 2, as our road diets capable of doing that. Okay. And it should always be said that it's ultimately the design, the application and design, which produces the best reduction or return on investment. And that's actually a problem with newer strategies, is that there isn't a lot of US practitioner experience in some areas to this date, especially with roundabouts. And so there's plenty of guidance. We know what all the leading countries, nations, what they're doing, but it's up to the practitioner to actually utilize the guidance they have and make sure they're applying it well to the situation they have. So I'm going to go on. This was just a sample. And again, so just want to emphasize that this hierarchy guide is really helpful. Provide transportation agencies and practitioners. It helps them identify and prioritize countermeasures and strategies. So this is a tool early on in the planning stage. Rather than looking potentially for intersections at 40+ types of strategies and configurations, this is a way to kind of narrow it down right from the start and focus on especially tier 1 initially, and then tier 2 if tier 1 is not, those strategies are not applicable. Now, this is the part of the table for intersections. So this is, again, an excerpt from the Safe System Hierarchy Guide. And what I wanted to do here is, obviously, there is something missing, and that is what would be called the proven safety countermeasures on the left side. And if you can see, I'd like everyone to try and guess if you want. It'd probably be pretty easy at this point, but there is one strategy that basically checks all 4 tiers. So it is able to remove severe conflicts. This strategy also reduces vehicle speeds, and then, of course, manages conflicts in time with an intersection control, and raises awareness and the alertness of drivers. So that's what the value of this guide is that it leads you to those solutions that are gonna really solve problems. And as you can see, there's 3 others that are checking the tier 1 box. So let me jump to and lo and behold, this is what's published in the guide. As you can see, roundabouts are able to they're fully aligned with safe system objectives and principles. And then the others, again, they are left turn lanes, dedicated right and left turn lanes, and then these reduced left turn conflict intersections. This has been covered at other training and workshops. There's also something here that may be missing from this list. And I wonder if anybody recognizes right off what is missing from this list. Again, this is a prioritized list of safety countermeasures. I'm gonna hold off. If you want, you can enter your answers in the chat box. We are going to talk about that in the next few minutes. But first, we're going to go again, actually talk about what it is, how roundabouts perform. And we haven't yet talked about the crash reduction factor, which is, of course, extremely important when applying for safety funding, right? To address problem areas, the crash reduction factor is kind of the key to ensuring that the proposal will be cost effective and meet funding criteria. So this is a page, basically, this is all excerpted from the FHWA's Proven Safety Countermeasure booklet for the 28 that we have today. And as you can see on the right side there, the reduction factors are very high. And this is for fatal and injury crashes, converting two-way stop controlled roundabouts, and of course, converting signalized intersections to a roundabout. 78% has been what has been researched through research and performance evaluation, again, for reducing fatal and injury crashes. So this right off tells you, and there's actually, I'm going to go back real quickly, what you'll see here in this list of proven safety countermeasures are at least a couple, if not three, strategies for improving existing signalized intersections. So what we know is that in order to help improve at existing signals, we can add features such as the backplates with the reflective borders. And actually, the other countermeasure missing here was the yellow phase interval, changing the timing on that. But these will, again, these get incremental benefits. They aren't solutions, and we, as it's already been stated, it's just not possible to make traffic signals, convert them into what would be a safe system to prevent severe crashes. So this is, again, the big numbers. And the question here is, it's already been addressed, but again, I'll just read it. But our roundabouts, this is assumed. I think always people look at this and they think it's just for vehicle crashes, that the fatal and injuries are for vehicle occupants, but it's not. The data on these reduction factors is based on the reduction in all road users in doing these studies, the before-after studies. So it's important to recognize that there are reductions at roundabouts and substantial ones. As Hillary pointed out earlier, there have been, I think, less than 10 fatalities in the US, and that goes back over 30 years. This is, again, the photo that Daniel showed you. And I just wanted to point out one of the potential risks at this intersection. Daniel alluded to it. As you can see on the right-hand side, there is simultaneously, you get a green ball for drivers, and you get a red bike signal indication, again, facing drivers as well. We also have the signal indication across the street. We have the red arrow also facing the approaching driver. And it's not possible to get too far into the weeds and talk about driver workload, but I'm well aware that drivers can only take in and process so much information when they are on the road. And this is a good case where, in addition to having to look for conflicts from three other directions, also for ped and bike crossings, you have a protected bike lane on the side. Now you're a driver trying to focus on the road and having to check the signals and looking up and seeing red and green, three of each. And at night it is more prominent. So this is why drivers make mistakes. We know red light running is a problem, but this is a good example of why drivers do sometimes make mistakes and run through red lights unintentionally. And I've seen this happen at this intersection, actually. So let's go back real quickly, I want to make one other point about roundabouts before we move on. And I think this is maybe not well actually recognized. So you see the major features here. Again, yield signs at entry. We have splitter islands, deflected approach. Circulation, of course, is always counterclockwise. I want to draw attention to the complete pedestrian crossing. And this is a photo, of course, of what it looks like at a roundabout. And this is a good example. And it's actually maybe further back from the roundabout than what is necessary in a lot of cases. Again, depends on traffic characteristics. But, you know, typically 20 to 30 feet max is where this ped crossing will happen with the raised island. And yeah, in this case, taking a little bit bigger look at the at that photo and looking at the features of this, what I'd like to call a complete pedestrian crossing. This is a proven safety countermeasure. We just saw that in the table. And again, you have the splitter island, you're providing a ped refuge, you're allowing for crossing the pedestrian one direction of traffic at a time, and it's a very short crossing distance. There are no shoulders at this point. So it's the minimum you can be exposed. Again, located so that the drivers are able to focus on the pedestrian conflict first before they get to the intersection. They have one decision at a time. And by the way, stopping is easy. This is something that you may not see or read, but when you're already braking or slowing down, yielding is so much easier for drivers. It's not an inconvenience, like if you're going 35 miles an hour at an uncontrolled crossing. It's drivers do hesitate, and sometimes they speed up or they just drive through because of at the last second jamming on the brakes is not really something that they're accustomed to do, of course, unless the pedestrian's already in the crosswalk. But anyway, these are all reasons why this is a proven safety countermeasure. And the point I want to make is that there are usually 4 of these proven safety countermeasures embedded within the roundabout itself. So this is where the safety for peds comes from. It actually has 4 complete crosswalks. Sometimes one of these may be missing depending on the speed or volume coming from one leg. So I think it's really important to recognize that there's at least two different countermeasures every time a roundabout is built. Again, we talked about this, and again, the safer speed. And at the conflict points, again, the drivers are going slower. So Hillary alluded to some numbers, and I'm not going to read all of this, but this is the source. There was an article published now 3 or 4 years ago during Roundabout Week, and it talked about that there had been since the early 90s a total of 6 pedestrians and 4 cyclists killed at roundabouts. None of the fatalities had occurred within the marked crosswalk at these roundabouts. And this is I think a remarkably low number compared to what happens at uncontrolled intersections and signalized intersections. So this is more summary. This is the tier 1. Removing the crossing conflicts, the left turn conflicts are not possible at a roundabout. It would be a very unusual circumstance when you get a broadside crash at a roundabout. I'm going to throw this out here. This is the same table, but I did add the CRFs just for comparison. This is the crash reduction factor for fatal injury. On the right-hand side, it's been added. So this is to give you the relative difference in the effectiveness of the roundabout and other strategies. The last thing I want to cover here is some applications just to really, the innovation continues with roundabouts, not just in getting the turbo is new. There's 3 in the US, I believe now. But many roundabouts in particular have now become very appealing because of the high cost of building roundabouts. And this is something I want to show kind of a range of applications for the big and small, as well as multi-lane roundabouts. So I'll start with the biggest. Everybody knows that you can build interchanges with roundabouts, but I don't think California has built a single roundabout interchange yet. I think these are fairly common in Europe. Definitely a larger circle, so a higher speed circulating. This is more what we see a lot of in the US is the dog bone or double roundabout interchange. And this is usually very compact and very minimal spacing needed for this. So it's cost competitive with other interchange concepts. We want to make sure that we touch on, as I mentioned earlier, at 60 to 80% of intersection fatals happen in urban areas. But in the rural areas, these are still, some of the intersections are some of the worst that we have, right? As far as high-speed broadside crashes happening at rural intersections. This is just one example. This is from that Texas guide or design aid. And it's, I wanted to show this because it has basically what they call a tangential approach. So it's, let's just say it's sometimes less costly to build this than the alternative treatment for speed reduction would be with a chicane or reversing curves. Again, I already showed this as a really good source now of information and guidance to help with the design of high-speed approaches or along high-speed approaches to roundabouts. And really the point here to emphasize, let me go on first. Basically, it's a supplement to the Texas DOT Chapter 14. And so its use is for, again, where roundabouts have approaches over 45 miles an hour. And what I wanted to share here was the safety, of course, the effectiveness at these rural intersections was documented several years ago, and wanted everyone to see actually what these numbers were. They kind of get lost in the shuffle. And in this case, the study that the Texas guide is referring to here for why this is so important was the effectiveness on a study done at 17 rural roundabout installations. And this is when the before-after study showed a 84% reduction in injury crashes. Angle crashes were reduced by 86%, and fatal crashes were eliminated. And Hillary Isopranz is the author of this. So if there are some more questions, I think you've got the expert in the room here today. I also wanted to mention that, again, what Texas is saying is what we're all saying, is that the success in reducing fatal and serious injury crashes, not just at high-speed highways and intersections, but in a lot of different applications, it's proven. It's no longer a question. If it's designed well, and there are a lot of variations for doing this now, we're learning, then we're going to get those results. So if we now have a solution, let's say, that is unprecedented in reducing intersection crashes. Just another intersection in a rural area. This one's proposed. And I want to show this again. This is really a 65, 70 mile an hour corridor. And I want to zoom in on the roundabout in this case to show what the design is now looking like. And this is kind of setting up the presentations that follow on using smaller roundabouts. This proposal right now, this alternative, is basically proposing to retrofit the circulatory roadway within the existing paved footprint. And this is where incredible cost savings and time savings can occur. And this, even though this is a high-speed road, the ICD, or the inscribed circle diameter, can be something like 115 to 125 feet at this location, which sounds small. And I think that raises eyebrows, and people ask questions if that is too small. And this is what we'll talk about, the remainder, the other speakers will talk about, and on through day 2, is that the approach design is what gets the speed reduction. The circle itself is probably the least important in getting speed reduction. So the whole idea here, the emphasis on the high-speed approach, is to get the approach speed down before they get to the circle. School applications, this is not new. In this case, the frontage of a school has roundabouts at either end. And so you're getting speed control. And if they're close enough, again, instead of a school zone of 20 miles an hour, the actual speed limit can be reduced by an engineering speed survey once closely spaced roundabouts are implemented. This is just, again, the innovation is all around. This is actually an example of a roundabout without an intersecting street. It's just for traffic calming and speed reduction, and maybe a future intersection at that location. Road diets, I think goes without saying. Roundabouts are really effective at the requirement for lanes and pavement is usually somewhere between a third and a half of what is needed at signalized intersections. So diets are facilitated by installing roundabouts, especially when we can replace signals. You get safety benefits and you get better mobility usually, and you create space, of course, for pedestrian bicycle facilities. John, I wanted to ask if you wanted to talk a little bit about the cost, since really we're here to talk about small roundabouts, minis, and modulars because of the low cost. And this is just maybe a snapshot of how high costs have gotten for roundabouts.
Sure. Yeah.
John, I'm sorry. Maybe this might be a good time to squeeze in a couple questions, and then we can turn over to John.
Sure.
Joseph's asking whether uncontrolled T intersections have a similar safety benefit for roundabout conversion.
Okay.
Do uncontrolled T intersections have a similar safety benefit for roundabout conversion?
I'm just going to say first that I have not read a study or performance evaluation before or after on T intersections, but I would say that the benefits are commensurate with the reduction in eliminating certain movements, certain crossing and conflicting movements with the roundabout, and getting the lower speed at the T intersection. So I think that there will be a substantial reduction, probably not the same amount as there would be with the four-legged crossing. Does Hillary or anyone else have?
Yeah, Jerry, I'll just jump in. I don't want to make an assumption here, so correct me if I'm wrong with the question. I believe that this is what we would a three-legged intersection, and there is. We have separated out in the safety evaluations and studies looking at three-legged roundabouts versus four-legged roundabouts, and we actually have 5- and 6-legged roundabouts. So there is some detailed information before and after studies looking specifically at three-legged versus four-legged, if that is what, but Jerry, you hit it. Like, clearly the conflict points are already less, but in terms of the design, we are still looking for, again, reducing the speeds, reducing the conflict points, providing that, the good visibility and all the things that go with it. It's just, you've got 3 legs versus 4 legs. I think that's maybe what that was getting at. If not, please post another question. Thanks.
Joseph says, thank you. Jerry, you showed us ICD for the roundabout on a previous example. Can you tell us how that's measured exactly?
Inscribed circle diameter from the outer edge of the actual circulatory roadway. So this is kind of the traveled way within the circulatory roadway. It would be from the edge, the outside edge of pavement or the white stripe all the way across. And so it can be 2 different dimensions on oval shapes. Does anyone have a more concise or a different answer?
Saying, did that help you? I'm still confused.
You have to take a look at a diagram or photo to really.
Do you want to back up a couple slides?
I'd like to. There we go.
Oh, he says yes, thank you.
Yeah. And let's find that one. Yeah. So in this case, I use green to highlight things, but it would basically be from, the diameter of the circle in this case. So if you're going across left to right, you could go from one splitter island to the other, where the green is basically representing the curb and or white stripe edge line. That would be the inscribed circle diameter.
Thanks, Jerry. That's very clear.
Okay.
Gerardo has a couple of questions. For pedestrian crossings on roundabouts, why is there no recommendation for yield signs or markings before the crosswalks? Or is that true?
So I'll let somebody else jump in on there. I'm trying to get my slides back set up.
Why is there no recommendation for yield signs or markings before the crosswalks? So
I'll jump in here, and So think of I want to first go back to like a traditional intersection. So typically we don't have like at a signalized intersection or at a stop controlled intersection, we don't typically have the advanced yield signs and or yield the shark's teeth in advance at other types of intersections. That said, we do oftentimes see that at mid-block crossings, right? You'll see the an advanced yield bar or stop bar, depending on what the state law is, at mid-block crossings. So because roundabouts are an intersection, historically we have not had the stop bars and or yield lines in advance of the crosswalk at the roundabout because it is an intersection. And so, we need to take that into consideration in terms of, how we look at and apply the MUTCD at crosswalks at roundabouts compared to other intersection types. I don't know, hopefully that helps with the answer to that question.
Sure,
Okay.
does that help?
Yeah, thanks. Just the fact it's not possible to put as you said, at a signalized intersection, it's not possible or permitted to put a yield sign for the crosswalk, right? And or at stop signs as well.
Okay, last question. For mini roundabouts, is there a difference on safety results from a fully built mini roundabout versus one that might use raised, rubberized, or hard plastic curb with or without delineators?
This is a question that is almost impossible to answer because there isn't, as far as I know, any type of safety performance research on that specific type, right? But I think we'll be talking about this, and the question I think should be deferred until we get into the presentations on exactly those things. The next speaker is actually going to cover alternative materials for building quick build or quicker build, and then Phil Russ tomorrow, Adam Lanik are going to also talk about it. What I can tell you is that as long as the design is followed, and all of the, let's say, the roundabout design performance checks, if we're meeting all the design criteria, and signing and lighting and everything that goes into it, then you should get the same results regardless of the material being used. There are differences, but we're going to talk more about that. Anyone else want to jump in?
Thanks, Jerry. I think we're all set if you just want to go to presentation mode.
Okay, let's finish up. I see I have about 10 more minutes to get. Is that about the end time?
Yeah, we'll take a break as soon as you guys are done.
Okay. So
Yeah, and Jerry, I'll go ahead and talk about roundabout costs.
Oh, yeah.
You're on that slide, so if we could go back to that one.
Please
So
do.
one of the reasons we are here is we know that there are great safety outcomes with roundabouts, but they're also potentially very, very expensive. And here in District 6, based in Fresno, we've built about 14 roundabouts in the last 12 years or so, and we got about 50 in the works. So we are definitely have embraced the roundabouts. We would build a lot more if they were more affordable. So one of the challenges has been that they are expensive. Our typical rural roundabout, where we're looking at an ICD of about 150 to 180 feet, the cost to build it, right away and construction costs, has been about in the $5 million range. That does not include all the support costs. And support costs for a roundabout, this is for all the planning, the design, that could potentially even double the cost of a roundabout. If you have a smaller area, you're obviously going to have a lot of savings, because if you don't have to acquire right away, you don't have to relocate utilities. Those are the really expensive things, and certainly buying buildings and tearing things down. So we have done a couple more urban type roundabouts with very minimal right-of-way acquisition or utility relocation, but those have still been in the $1.5 to $3 million range. And this is a typical build for a roundabout: the concrete curbing, the stamped concrete, and all those features. And so what we really want to see is, are there other ideas that we could have to potentially even reduce the cost further down, less than $1 million, ideally, so that we could implement more roundabouts systemically to really get those safety outcomes for our entire transportation system. So back to you, Jerry.
Okay, thanks. And I'm going to cover the rest of my slides. And then if there's time left over or questions, I would definitely like for Phil Russ to talk about his experience, City of San Diego. They're basically on a mission to come up with the lowest cost, well-designed roundabout possible. And they've had great success already, and Phil will be presenting on that tomorrow. So remember, the cost savings can be great. And the lower the cost of implementation, the higher the benefit cost ratio to probably what would be a record-setting number with how low the cost can go. So let me mention this because this is something that we are going to hear from people about this recent NCHRP domestic scan study, specifically on small roundabouts and modular roundabouts. Phil Rust was a part of this domestic scan study, as was Hillary. So we have, again, people here that have a lot of information and knowledge that they collected through this process. And basically, back in December, there was for Caltrans, there was a kind of a peer exchange webinar training similar to this one. And one of the key findings that I will say now, because of the interest and questions that have already been asked, was that they do work, and they work well under a broad range of conditions. People are wondering how well do mini roundabouts work. And again, when the design performance objectives are met. So it's probably possible that, again, by getting the speed reduced before you get to a mini roundabout, you're going to basically be able to eliminate all the fatal and serious injury crashes as you would at a normal size roundabout. So this is evolving still in the US, but this study brought us some good information presentations about the experiences of other state DOTs, other cities around the country, and of course, the city of San Diego being one of the proponents, going way back to the Bird Rock Road Diet in San Diego, La Jolla Boulevard. So again, the only difference I really want to bring up, just so you see the differences here, you see it's just a smaller footprint and typically 45 to 90 feet, technically speaking. The big difference, of course, is that the central or center island is fully traversable. So that trucks, buses, and other heavy vehicles can cross it and still be able to get through the intersection at a lower speed, of course. And so this is the main difference is the center island is traversable, but you still have deterrence to drivers of passenger cars and other vehicles with the kind of the curb that around the perimeter of that island. And so this is a good example. The speeds we're finding now is that at one point there was concern that it could only be implemented where there were speeds under 40 or 35 miles an hour, but that has been proven to be a fallacy because Georgia DOT in particular and others have been building smaller roundabouts on state highways in rural areas with higher speeds. So let me go on and just want to share with you some examples real quickly. California, I think this is one of two in the Lake Tahoe North Shore area, 105-foot diameter in Kings Beach. And I'll show you another picture. This is an aerial where they are planning on building a corridor here beyond the two. But this was a remarkably highly successful project because the prior condition was a 4 to 5 lane, undivided, all paved state highway right through Kings Beach, separating the community and people who are visiting and live on one side of the highway that want to go to the beach. So this was basically a barrier, and it was a location where there were several pedestrian fatalities. So I don't have the numbers after but we can find those by the end of the day tomorrow to see if they have what kind of performance this area's had. But this is about 700, 800 feet between the two. And again, what you have now is one lane in each direction. And again, a slow moving traffic instead of what was kind of a moderate to high speed corridor before. So again, this was a integral component of the road diet. As I mentioned, from 5 lanes to 2, vehicle speeds reduced because of the spacing of these roundabouts, not just at the intersections. Again, 4 complete ped crossings, where before I think there were just marked crosswalks. And then again, the mobility, safety, and access have all been greatly improved. One other example that I think is really important to share, and this was something that we were fortunate to have a presentation, a meeting with the city of Cleveland last year. And they had about a year or 2 of experience after they had implemented a mini roundabout corridor project in the city of Cleveland along what I'd call a minor arterial, basically through a neighborhood. And this Franklin Boulevard was about 2 miles long. As you can see, this is the pre-project conditions. They had several, I think 8 traffic signals over that 2 miles, and posted speed limit of 35 miles an hour. They had pedestrian fatals and injury crashes through the neighborhood. 9 traffic signals there. The project that they built featured conversion of, I believe, 7 of those signals to roundabouts, mini roundabouts, all within the existing intersections. And that was, I think, for a total cost of about $4.3 million. It included other work besides the roundabouts. The immediate results were very impressive. Shortly after they implemented all the roundabouts, they did a speed survey, engineering survey, and found that the 85th percentile speed had dropped to 27 miles an hour. So they immediately reduced the speed limit from 35 to 25 through the corridor. Again, it was too soon then. We don't have updated crash data, but there had only been one recorded, a minor crash that had occurred after the project had been done. And again, just some photos of what it looked like, just retrofitted within the existing intersection footprint. Another really great opportunity for Caltrans in particular, and local agencies, where their local highways cross are part of an interchange. This shows you the difference in size and cost for a roundabout on the left there, built in Orange County for a cost of about $7 million. I think 150-foot diameter roundabout, basically what you might say a standard size, even though there is no standard. And then on the right, you see at a US 50 interchange, you see a mini roundabout at the hook ramp terminal, and that was a similar type of configuration, and it's a 75-foot diameter, and the cost was less than $1.5 million to implement this project, probably even for much less than that. So this is an application that Caltrans and others can pursue when existing stop-controlled ramp termini, when they have either operation or safety issues. And everybody always asks about trucks. And as I mentioned before, two points to make about this location, even though it's in Porterville, but not on the state highway system, but it's next to, I think it's a Walmart distribution center. So there are large trucks, STA trucks, constantly going through this roundabout. What's important to note here is that, as I already said, these vehicles would be able to, in a well-designed mini roundabout, to traverse over the center island. Again, the approach would have to be designed appropriately too. But what's also important is that we're finding that again, the cost of larger roundabouts is sometimes just a matter of experience, learning that we can build smaller roundabouts that accommodate large trucks. This is an example of a 130 foot by 140, or I think it's 135 by 130 foot kind of oval shape. And a lot of people would think that you need a minimum of 150 foot diameter and larger to accommodate vehicles this big. but this was a well-designed, very efficiently designed roundabout to handle the large truck traffic and minimize right-of-way impacts and cost with a smaller footprint. So redundancy is critical. Going back to one of the 6 principles of the safe system approach, kind of to summarize, and what this means is that solutions like roundabouts, where it has features and abilities that basically some locations, some intersections may require 3 different countermeasures to be installed in order to get the same level of safety. Whereas a roundabout is kind of the all-in-one solution. And again, this will be talked about more by tomorrow during the importance of redundancy and how roundabouts meet that. I'm going to show one last time the table. And again, I think I wanted just to show for intersections the strategies with the crash reduction factor. And I think tomorrow you're going to learn about the 2 additional columns to the right and how important that can be. So this might be more of a tool that you can use to help if you're going to be developing roundabout proposals and submitting an application later this year for the local HSIP call for projects. And that's, I think, where I'm going to end. And if there are any more questions?
We do have some questions, Jerry.
Okay.
Ramon's got somewhat of an engineering question. What extent of vertical obstruction / deterrent is the breakpoint for differentiating roundabouts and mini roundabouts?
I have to ask that again, if you can repeat that.
You bet. What extent of vertical obstruction / deterrent, and he identifies that as slope of rolled curb or height of vertical face, is the breakpoint for differentiating, I assume, between roundabouts and mini roundabouts?
I'm not sure there is a difference if it's the type of curb, the height, the slope.
I can jump in here, Jerry. Yeah, so it seems like you're asking, the question is asking about the the basics is, right, the mini roundabout has no center island. The whole thing is flat. And so all you have, the entire thing is a truck apron. And so that should be between 2.5 and 3.5 inches in height above the roadway. And that's the whole center island is a truck apron. When you move beyond a mini into a traditional roundabout, that means you have the presence of a center island, meaning above that truck apron, then you're going to have a center island that's going to have its own curb, 6 inches, whatever height that is. I hope that was directed towards the question. That's what I understood.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thanks, Ramon. Thanks, Jerry. Or Phil. Sings asks, typically when converting a signalized intersection to a roundabout, are the conduit runs abandoned in place?
Phil?
You could, I missed the first part of that. Converting a signalized intersection
to a roundabout, are the conduit runs typically abandoned in place?
in a modular situation, yes. If it's prefab, the non-destructive, then we're leaving the whole roadway in place and adding the roundabout on top of it. So far, the city of San Diego has not converted any traffic signals to modular roundabouts. So I can only speak, my experience has been converting traditional signals into traditional roundabouts. We've done at least 3 of those so far that I'm aware of. That involved destructive, we dug the whole thing up, poured concrete, took a long time. But with a modular case, no, you would just leave them in place. Yep.
That's a great distinction. Gabe is wondering, for the mini roundabout, is there any way to discourage passenger cars from running right over the fully traversable center island?
seems like the prevent is probably not easy to prevent, but it certainly seems like it would be uncomfortable or possibly damaging for vehicles to, at speed, drive over, depending on the curb, right?
He notes that he's got some in his neighborhood and often sees cars driving over them.
Mhm.
Gabe, that's about all we got.
The beautiful thing about roundabouts is when people make mistakes, everyone else is going slow.
Good point.
It's very forgiving.
Right.
And Mo asks, what are the treatments and design considerations to address the needs of visually impaired pedestrians?
So I'm not familiar with all of their options and requirements. I don't know who can start the answer to this one. I just know that the requirements are triggered usually when there's more than one lane. But like I said, I don't want to.
Yeah, Jerry, I can take this one.
Thank you.
So the biggest requirement is to make sure that there is a raised detectable surface between the circulatory and the sidewalks. So you have your crosswalks on either leg, right, and a sidewalk connecting them. Just making sure that there's a raised surface between those so that people with visual impairments can feel that. And raised would be like cobble rocks or some sort of railing if you don't have space for that buffer. Not stamped concrete, right? Stamped concrete is not raised enough. And then if there are multi-lane crossings, there's additional requirements to implement at least one of three options. RFBs is one of them, and probably the most common. You can also do raised crosswalks or in the rare occasion, probably a very rare occasion, you can put in a hybrid beacon. But I think those are the more basic options. The HDM, the Caltrans HDM goes into more requirements in section 40510. So.
Thank you, Trenton.
And I think the last question, I know you and John were talking about deployment cost. Gerardo is wondering if there's project data that you might be able to share that shows the difference between the cost difference between a single lane roundabout versus a mini roundabout.
Yeah, I think Phil has great information on that. And I know Phil still is going to be doing a presentation, so I would expect him to share that information in his presentation.
May not
Okay.
be, it may not be packaged exactly like that, but
Yeah.
I'll do my best.
Thanks.
Yeah.
All right. Shall we take a break? It's now a good time to take a break.
Sounds
I
good.
think we should, yeah, we'll do a break, and then coming back from the break, I think we'll have Phil do his presentation, and then we'll have Michael from City of Modesto do his presentation. Okay, should we go ahead and get started? So just want to welcome everybody back from break. A lot of great discussion earlier this morning. Keep the questions coming. We do have a little bit of time before we break for the day to answer more questions. Before the break, we talked about, or there was a question in regards to the cost of mini roundabouts. And we're going to hold off on answering that question until tomorrow. Phil Rust is going to have a great presentation on what they're doing in City of San Diego with regard to modular roundabouts, which has really brought the cost down. So we feel that he needs to kind of give the whole discussion of what he's doing down there to really adequately answer that question. So we just kind of asked everyone to come back tomorrow and to learn more about how really cost-effective modular roundabouts are. So we're going to move on to the next presentation, and that's going to be from Michael Sikowski with the City of Modesto. City of Modesto has done really great things with regards to roundabouts, beginning way back when Feroz Vora was there with Public Works, and they have continued on. And so they have had many roundabouts, temporary roundabouts that have been there for many years. They have large roundabouts. They even have a pedestrian overcrossing at a roundabout, which they have deemed as probably overkill. But we are very fortunate to have Michael. He is the assistant city engineer of the city of Modesto, and he's going to talk about quicker build roundabouts. So this is lower cost than full, concrete improvements, and you'll really enjoy this presentation. So, Michael, it's all yours.
Thank you for that introduction. Yeah, like you said, Michael Skeski, Assistant City Engineer, City of Modesto. Been here with the city almost coming up on 23 years here in November. Hard to believe, but that is the case. Prior to that, came from the land surveying side, so spent a couple years bouncing from different private firms doing land surveying. And the first 4 years that I was here at St. Modesto was in the survey department as well. So about 18 years total in transportation. Enough about me. Let me switch slides here. So like he said, City of Modesto, roundabouts are nothing new to us. I think our first roundabout was actually built in 1998. And this is kind of an inventory list of what I would call our modern roundabouts. They could be single, 2-lane. There is some interim ones in here in this count as well. And I noticed, because I actually put this together for a presentation a couple years ago, that we're missing a few roundabouts in here as well. So I think we're just now over 40, what we would call like a modern roundabout. We also have in the city of Modesto many locations where we have traffic circles. So these would be, probably not something that Caltrans would be looking at, but maybe a local agency or a downtown environment. The benefits of a traffic circle are definitely low cost, compact size. You're going to get that traffic calming. I mean, this is in that kind of mini roundabout category, except for not the traversable island, of course. But if you're looking to get, improved traffic safety in a neighborhood or something that's in a tight right of way, this is really kind of an opportunity to maybe, do something in a smaller footprint. The city of Modesto also, not only are we kind of a front runner in roundabouts, but we're really now looking to expand the roundabouts onto our arterial corridors. So roadways that we have like Oakdale Road, Clarentina, we have very high volumes. We're developing concepts right now to do 2-lane bypass roundabouts. And you can kind of see in this concept, the north-south legs are single, which goes into a neighborhood. But yeah, this is just enough, just kind of shows our background and our familiarity with roundabouts. So what are some difficulties or roadblocks when you're trying to get a roundabout in? And there's definitely going to be roadblocks. And so this kind of, for me, really, this infographic that I put together here really kind of highlights the issues that you're going to face when you're trying to do that. Roadblock number one, you're definitely going to have the public pushing back on you. Not everybody's a fan of roundabouts. And what I've noticed, what kind of the process we use here to kind of diffuse that is we create the concepts or the vision. So like what you saw here, we create cartoon versions of kind of what they look like. And what I've noticed is most people don't read plans. So if you go to them with an engineering looking plan or drawing, they kind of glaze over. So I would give more concepts, 3D renderings, or pictures of existing roundabouts to really kind of sell or push past that public sentiment. Another roadblock you're going to face is political. If your local councilman or mayor, if they're not pro roundabout, you're definitely probably going to get some pushback on this. And what I've noticed, how we've been successful here at St. Modesto is we really lean into safety when it comes to kind of providing information to our elected officials. Is as you've seen with the other presentations, and as many of us know, roundabouts are definitely safer. So we lean into that safety aspect if we have political opposition at certain locations. Funding, that's the whole reason why we kind of move towards these modular or quick build or quicker build type roundabouts is, as you know, a roundabout can be much more expensive. And so when we're looking at here at the St. Modesto, what we like to use is value engineering. And so a lot of times when somebody's looking at doing a brand new intersection, when you're looking at that really expensive cost, that's if you just went kind of a scorched earth, took the entire intersection out and started from scratch, went down the subgrade and just put in a brand new roundabout. So what I'm going to walk you through today is ways to have a roundabout that looks very permanent, but we didn't remove the entire intersection to accomplish that goal. And then this one here is going to be kind of counterintuitive to you, but one of your roadblocks is definitely going to be engineers. And so you're going to face engineers in your organization that may seem like they want to be you're going to come to them and say, hey, we'd like to do a roundabout at this location. They're going to look into it, but sometimes they could kind of look into it in a way where they're really trying to push you away from doing a roundabout. Maybe they're not comfortable with it. So in those situations, I would say get buy-in from those engineers. And last but definitely not least is right away. And I'll kind of show you how quick build can kind of assist in helping with that. So I was going to show this slide and now I kind of regret showing it, but mainly the thing I was wanting to show with this is that your paving and your slurry seal projects are opportunities to do something different with the road. But then the more I look at it, it feels like it's AI generated. I got kids in a work zone, ADA domes. I have no idea where they're going to. But again, just your overlay projects, your slurry seal projects definitely are opportunities to make a difference in your roadway design. So speaking of slurry seal projects, Kodiak Drive in Temescal, we have a slurry seal project and we had an intersection that was supposed to be a roundabout, but the way that the neighborhood kind of developed, the actual permanent roundabout never was installed. And so we took this opportunity. We didn't have the funding to put the ultimate in, but we did have the funding to do the interim. So we installed a quick build roundabout. The way we did that is using a product by Zykluk. It's called a Zebra, and Post, we're all familiar with those. So really kind of low cost striping, signage, to get the functionality of a roundabout and the safety, but with a slurry seal maintenance project. And then for the truck aprons, really, we were just trying to defer people from driving over there. We didn't want something too intrusive, so we put in like 2-3-inch speed bumps. It's just enough to defer people where you probably wouldn't want to drive over there because it'd be annoying. So you're probably going to drive the striped area. And so far, this is working well. We do have plans to go back here and install the kind of more permanent islands as funding becomes available, but we did this about 6 to 8 years ago, I think. Here's the product that we used. So Zykluk, I mentioned, that's the Zebra. In the Zebra, they have 3 different sizes. They have a 3-inch, a 5-inch, and an 8-inch product. The 8 seemed kind of aggressive. We had that in other locations, and we were kind of concerned if a vehicle did go over there, lower vehicles could possibly high center on it. 3-inch seemed kind of anemic, so we landed on the 5-inch. And there, the speed humps basically went to the traffic safety store on the internet and bought some speed humps, and that became our truck apron for this project. One thing before I move past this intersection to think about is just the maintenance of these type of facilities. So you can kind of see the leaves and debris there. For the most part, it's not a big deal. In fact, in some way, just how snow can kind of highlight where vehicles drive and show curb extension highlights in the snow environments. It kind of does the same thing here, but you would have an issue if you weren't able to maintain that curb. So we did leave it open about 10 feet so our public works guys could get their street sweepers through. So just something to think about sometimes when you're doing these mini quick build modular roundabouts is how would it be maintained? And one thing to note, the posts were only installed for the initial roundabout just to really kind of create awareness. We actually removed the post afterwards. Post neighborhoods, they don't like them. They're ugly. They're difficult to maintain. So you'll notice in this after photo, the posts were actually taken out. Another location just up the street, Kodiak and Orchard Park Way. One of the corners didn't have the right of way. So not only was funding an issue, but the right of way was constrained on the southwest corner there. And so again, slurry seal opportunity to get the roundabout in, but we didn't have the full right of way. And if you were to go out there today, they're actually now building homes on that site, and the curb and gutter has been installed. And hopefully shortly we'll be going after some money to put in the concrete islands and the central islands for these locations. So then this kind of takes us to the core of my presentation. I'm calling these quicker build. So if you were to drive through Coffee and Clarentina Road, for the most part, everything looks very permanent, concrete, asphalt. So you might think, okay, well, this isn't, quick or cheap, but I'll kind of step you through some of the elements that you might find attractive for your agency to make something happen sooner than later. Here's the striping plan that we put together to kind of see if this location would fit, and everything you see in black was the existing pavement. This intersection was kind of hodgepodge lodge out here. We had 3 of the corners undeveloped, and it was an area that was very contentious for years. The original design here was supposed to be a traffic signal. Clarentina is actually an expressway, and Coffee Road's a minor arterial. But we had a PG&E substation on the southwest corner that really stuck out in the roadway and was prohibiting the ultimate traffic signal from going in. And so we kind of looked at, hey, is this an opportunity to get the roundabout in with one of our overlay and maintenance projects? And this was constructed back in 2020. So one of the tricks that we like to use here when we're doing what we call quicker build roundabouts is we actually like our striping to be laid out by a surveyor. And that might not sound intuitive. A lot of times, we have a striping plan. You're going to have your striping companies go out and do the layout. But we really wanted to ensure that the striping that is installed in the geometry that we came up with is per plan and precise. And so what we do in these overlay projects is we actually come through, we'll grind out the roadway just like you would a normal kind of mill and fill type operation. Then we come in and we only construct the central island curb for the truck apron and the inner central island curb on the actual ground out surface. And I'll kind of walk you through that, but everything else that you see out there on the final surface is layout for the future striping. What this does is we can actually go out there and test design vehicles and make changes as we need. So if you were an agency and you're getting pushback from, maybe your emergency responders or fire or just large trucks in general, this is a great way to show like, look, this will work. And if we have to make adjustments, we can during the kind of layout process. Also much easier traffic control during the paving operation. This is what it looks like after finished pavement. So you see the central island there to the right has been installed. Other than that, everything out there is like a sea of pavement with striping laid out. Really gives us an opportunity to look at kind of fine tuning what we need to fine tune with the islands. And really it's a great way for the concrete guys too, because it's like paint by numbers. They have it on the road, they lay their forms right on top of the layout, and then they just come in and pour the concrete right on the finished surface itself. Here's another photo after the islands have been poured. Looks like we're in the apocalypse. It was actually that summer was all the forest fires, so it was very interesting constructing in that environment. And this is kind of proceeding forward. So again, you get a lot of opportunity when you construct this way to kind of make changes, whether it's concrete layout, striping, signage, things of that nature. Again, the intersection was not removed and gutted. This was, we came in, we did like a 2-inch grind and a 2-inch overlay, and everything you see is on top of the surface. These are all of the elements that you will, that kind of, I guess you would say, the menu of how you can build a roundabout of this type, whether it's the AC dike, the medians, the truck aprons. This is pretty much what we're using to build everything you see at Coffee and Clarentine. Now, I'll kind of pause here just in case there's any questions before I get too far into the presentation.
There are some questions, Michael. A couple of them on cost. Was the cost of the Coffee Road and Clarentine roundabout annoyed about? Uriel, I'm not sure what you're asking there. What was the cost of the Coffee Road and Clarentine Avenue about?
Yeah, I will get to that before I can jump to it right now. It was 670,000, and I have a slide that actually goes through what the costs were and kind of how we bid the project in a couple slides down.
Okay, perfect. And Alex is asking the same thing about Kodiak and Temescal. Will that be covered then?
That one, no. That one, if I was to go off memory, I think all of the material to do it was like under $20,000. So again, they were things we just kind of purchased and installed. And the striping that we had out there, we had a little bit additional cost because you have a little bit more striping. I mean, if I was to say all in, you're probably maybe 30,000, maybe 40 if you were to take signage and everything included. But yeah, dramatic reduction in cost. It will look a little bit more interim, but it is a way to get those things in.
Perfect. Matthew's got a question I often have. Has there been any complaints from residents regarding noise associated with vehicles hitting zebras or rubber speed bumps?
No. Usually we get those at speed cushions or speed humps, but yeah, we haven't really had any complaints on these corridors. In fact, overall, the neighborhood loves it. These are right next to a school. So far, everybody loves it. The only question we get is, hey, when do we get the permanent?
And you had in one of your diagrams a question related to that. Are the breaks in the island for drainage or cost?
So good question. So one, drainage, definitely. So when you're doing an overlay project, you're not redesigning the intersection. It's draining pretty much from if you were to say the center of the intersection out to the curb gutters that exist. So with all of these breaks, you're just kind of letting the water naturally do what it's going to do. Another good point to mention is, as just kind of a cautionary overkill, we make all of our breaks 4 feet wide. So you can kind of see here on the drain opening, 4 feet wide. And the reason why we do that is, one, if you have too narrow of a break, you'll get debris buildup like leaves and dirt and stuff of that nature. The other one that maybe not be as apparent is ADA. Not that there's anybody gonna be in a wheelchair out there, but if for some reason somebody was ever navigating an island that was longer in nature, any point in there, somebody would not be stuck. But again, we're not advocating people to be navigating the roundabouts in wheelchairs. There was multiple thoughts that went into why we picked 4 feet.
Excellent, thanks. Last one, I believe. For the quicker build, are the gaps in the splitter islands for drainage? Well, you just answered that, didn't you?
There for drainage.
Thanks. Noah, hang on. We're gonna get to your question in the broader Q&A section after Michael. Thanks, Michael.
All right, I'll continue on. So I'll just briefly go over kind of each one of the elements. So for the splitter islands, the concrete medians, out there at Coffee Clarentine, they're 6 inches tall. We actually now have moved to more of an 8-inch tall, a little bit more prominent. But they're just number 6 rebar doweled into the asphalt finished surface. And then the concrete itself is, we use a fiber mesh. We had in the past just used regular concrete, but you can get spalling or certain things breaking off. What we've noticed since we've done the fiber mesh mix with it, it's basically like reinforced concrete, and it's worked out great. The outside curbing, type D Caltrans AC dike has worked excellent. You know, it gives them kind of that guidance for the outside perimeter, but if they do kind of navigate onto it, it's not an instant reminder not to do that. And one thing that we noticed was the black asphalt on the black roadway wasn't necessarily enough contrast, so we did add kind of a racetrack design where we did like white contrast squares on the corner edge. You can kind of see that here in the right-hand photo. And for the central island and the truck apron, one thing to notice is this is the first element that we install right here. So you have your grind asphalt. Then you come in, you do your outside concrete curb, and then your inside central island concrete curb on the ground out surface. And then you fill the two with asphalt, and everything on the outside of that is just our 2-inch, you know, overlay, if you will. And then in the central island, you could use anything. If you had filter, you could fill it up to a certain point, compact it, and then just do some minor class 2 AB and some pavement. We did cap it with 2 inches just to kind of keep it clean, keep the weeds out. But again, very low cost. And this is all over the existing roadway. Nothing was removed and excavated and then fully constructed. Here's what it looks like finished improvement. Again, if you were driving through here, you would assume that that was taken all the way down the sub base and constructed as brand new. Couple things to point out is, one, that red color is street bond. So it's the same material that we use in all of our bike lanes, except it's red instead of the green. And then in this case, because we were a little bit concerned of larger vehicles, the inside median, we went with a 3-inch design. Can you guys see my cursor? I'm just making sure you're able to see where I'm navigating my mouse.
Yeah, basically.
Okay. We went with a 3-inch design. That way, if a large vehicle was coming through, they actually could traverse on top of the island if necessary. But if, like, I know they've had comments like, well, keeping cars off. I mean, if you were to drive through this in a vehicle, it would be annoying at best, if not disruptive. You know, a large truck would have no issue. And what we did is we also pulled our chevron signs in farther. And then to answer your question about cost, like I said, this location was a little bit political. People that were pushing for the traffic signal said we were wasting money if we moved forward with doing a roundabout. And so what we did is we actually made it a bid alternate of the project. And so everything you see, bid items 201 to 222, was the cost to do the roundabout. So we had one version that was if we just pave it and put it back, or if we installed the roundabout. And it was actually only, I think, a couple $100,000 different, because no matter what, you're paving, you're striping, you're doing everything. So really it's just the islands and the signage, the additional signage that you're adding in. So again, 670,000, lower cost. We got the traffic calming and safety improvements in faster, but you get this adjustable design. And really what we got out of this was community buy-in. So people that were maybe not understanding the idea of doing a roundabout, now they see oh, okay, this does work. We had concerns, but now we see. So the next location I would kind of like to highlight in the city of Modesto is the Paradise Road corridor and also the Tuolumne Boulevard. I'll kind of highlight here second. We've had a lot of injuries in this location for many reasons. Geometry is definitely one, but just the dynamics of the neighborhood with the commercial districts, restaurants, things of that nature. A lot of people crossing the streets at various locations. And so we really wanted to look at this as a project. Initially, this was actually it was an ATP project. So Cycle 3, the Active Transportation Program grant, for those that don't know, we went for funding, and originally it was to just grind, overlay, install bike lanes, and upgrade all the curb ramps to ADA compliance. The green dots you see on the screen, we really wanted to see, is this an opportunity to put the roundabouts in now? And especially at Chicago down there on the bottom of the screen and Paradise. This is actually what was in the recommendation from the 2013 STANCOG non-motorized. It was also highlighted multiple times when we did like roadway safety studies, the dangers of this location. We actually had fatalities. So like we know with 5-leg or kind of skewed intersections, you really want to do something different, remove one of the legs, square it up, and kind of improve the safety crossings for the PEDs. One thing, the reason why we didn't go with this version here is when we went out there, even though if we installed and kind of squared things up the best we could, the angle was pretty severe and the buildings where they were situated were really blocking sight lines. So we weren't getting, if we were to install something of this nature, we weren't really controlling speeds on Paradise Road. And so that was really the issue we saw, was trying to slow and control the speeds to allow the PEDs to safely cross. So using, kind of analyzing, kind of stepping through, kind of similar to Caltrans does with ISO, we looked at the curb extension version, and then we really couldn't solve a lot of these problems, especially the site visibility, and then the bicyclist path was kind of interesting. So this shows you what the before was. You can kind of see it was like a sea of pavement. Even there on the right-hand side, the angle parking adjacent to the convenience stores were pretty much in the roadway. And so then on the bottom is what we did with the roundabout. And again, it might look like we took the entire intersection out, but the islands that you see there, these are pour on top islands. The outside curb and gutter is permanent and sidewalk, obviously, but we matched all of the existing elevation and grades out there. So whatever the roadway was elevated or shaped, that we matched it, and there was maybe a couple spots where we had to add, I think, a rock willer connected to storm drain, but this was basically retrofitted into the existing overlay pavement project. And you do see that we added the RRB flashing signs as well. Here's kind of the top-down version of the project. Again, I think you really want to lean in on the concepts of the visual up front, kind of step through that process, get public buy-in, and it'll just make your projects much more successful as you move forward. On the right-hand side, you'll see the kind of during construction drone picture. In the central island, we use decomposed granite, cobblestone set in concrete, and then artificial turf. So trying to keep low maintenance, low cost. Another location is Washington and Vine. That was at if you look there just north of Modesto High School, where you see that panther, you see the green dot. There was actually a traffic signal there. And very unusual. roadway dynamics here. You had a one-way street. It was kind of confusing to navigate this intersection as it was. And so we thought, hey, is this a possibility to, remove a signal? And so far at St. Modesto, we have removed 2 signals and place roundabouts. We actually have 2 that we're currently removing on 9th Street and constructing roundabouts. So that'll take us up to 4. But we looked at it and a roundabout did fit quite well, actually. And so we were able to take this odd configuration down here where we had a one-way street and we converted it to a 2-way street, and angle parking was still allowed in, but we reversed it. Really cleaned up a lot of the confusing nature of this location, especially for the pedestrian crossings for the students of Modesto High School. And this is what it looks like today if you were to go out there. Again, same process, grind, overlay. The only thing different here was we tried something a little bit new on the central island. We utilized brick pavers out here in the middle. So brick pavers, they were black or gray color. And then we had large format chevron arrows, similar to what we did at Coffee and Clarentina, cut and placed in. So again, no maintenance. If a vehicle was to drive up there, you're going to have no issues. We do have chevron signs, but they are kind of located a little bit more towards the center. So it's not quite a mini where you could drive over the top because you would hit the signs, but it does have a little bit extra space if you had a very large vehicle trying to navigate through this location. Another spot that we have looked at, and this kind of followed, so Paradise Road was constructed first. We had a project on Tuolumne Boulevard that was in design. It was a grind and overlay project. But we knew of some of the same issues at the Paradise Road and Tuolumne intersection that we didn't take care of with the Paradise Road ATP project. One, due to funding and just timing, didn't work out. But it really was recommended that a single lane roundabout be looked at to kind of solve some of the unique geometry that's out there. So this was the paving project originally, pretty much Roselawn to Paradise Road on the west. And it was a grind, striping, put bike lanes in type project. But it really bothered me that there on the left-hand side of the screen, the 5-lane intersection there at Tuolumne and Paradise, the way that that roadway was configured and you kind of operate, and it's like, can we do a roundabout there? So this is what we were trying to solve. The blue square was kind of the 1,000-pound elephant in the room, or gorilla, if you will. It was right away that was needed if we were to do something, or at least some portion of that right away. So we started kind of coming up with concepts to see, what's possible. I know that's a lot to take in right there. But we placed a single lane roundabout, looked at kind of how the cars would navigate and what space would be needed. And even if we took out the bypass lanes here, kind of on Sutter approaching, you still needed some amount of right of way on this corner. No matter what we did, no matter how we kind of move things around, Paradise and Sutter became too pinched to make a single lane roundabout work. So we were almost at the point of giving up and just proceeding with the paving project when somebody actually purchased that corner, a developer doing a gas station. And so it was perfect opportunity and timing because we now have gotten the right of way dedicated on that corner. We couldn't fit, because he needed to put his gas station in, we couldn't fit the ultimate single lane roundabout in, but kind of how was shown previously in the presentations where Paso Robles did a peanut about, it kind of gave us the idea, could we fit 2 roundabouts in there as a peanut about and make this intersection work? And the answer is absolutely. And so we now have finished plans for this, and we're hoping to go out to bid to construct this in the next 2 to 3 months for City of Modesto's first peanut about. Another quick build or quicker build roundabout that we did was on La Loma Avenue at Buena Vista. And interesting area. Buena Vista had problems with kind of visibility and sight lines. The roadway's kind of coming down a hill here. And we always wanted to put a roundabout in, but we were kind of concerned, you know, with the hillside and kind of sight lines. So one of the things we did was there was a flagpole placed in the park many years prior by a veterans group. And we asked if they would be interested if at our cost, we moved that flagpole to the center of the roundabout to kind of give us some elevation and presence for the uphill drivers. And the flag itself is lit 24 hours. So it really has worked out great. We've had no incidents of someone driving over the top of the roundabout. The flagpole's still there, even though we heard everybody and their brothers say that flagpole is going to end up in the park. Somebody's going to hit it. Somebody's going to die. There has been no such case of that. And this has been in operation now, I think, for 5 or 6 years. So again, a lot of the times you'll hear all of kind of the doomsday comments about all the things that are going to happen. And in reality, if you get the geometry right and the signage and striping right, it's just not the case. Where I'll conclude my presentation here is on the Sylvan and Millbrook roundabout. This is over by Enoch's High School in Modesto. A lot of times people are always trying to wait for that kind of ultimate permanent improvement or the perfect solution. You know, we check every box, we have landscaping, we have the raised central island, everything's perfect. Well, sometimes when you wait for that, things are never going to line up, either the money, the political forces. And so I think for agencies that are just getting into this, or they're really trying to deal with problematic locations, I think the quicker build or modular roundabouts are really going to be a way to push the needle in the direction of getting more roundabouts installed rather than waiting for that perfect timing. So with that, I'll stop for questions.
We do have some. I think you touched on a number of them, but maybe you could summarize for us. With the popularity of quick builds in residential neighborhoods, do you have a system for location selection?
Every project is an opportunity. So what we usually do is any project we're doing maintenance wise, we're looking for those opportunities. And most times it's just a simple quick check on Google Earth using their kind of circle diameter tool. Do we have the space? Do we have enough right of way? Can we make something happen? On top of that, we also have locations that are kind of like we mentioned on Paradise, whether they're in a safety study or some type of document that's highlighted the need for something at that location. Then what we'll do is we'll say, is this a possible solution to make it happen? But you know, in my frame of mind, I think every intersection should go through that process to kind of evaluate if a roundabout's needed. And anywhere there's new development, like how we're showing you that large roundabout we were developing at the beginning, I think new development for the city of Modesto, it's all roundabouts unless there's some scenario where a roundabout does not fit.
Okay, thanks. Have you considered using asphalt on truck aprons instead of brick pavers?
Yeah, the Coffee Clarentina, that was asphalt.
Is there a criteria one versus the other?
No, I would say cost, is one. I mean, the asphalt might be a little bit cheaper, but the brick pavers also have kind of an interesting solution as well, because once they're installed, you can drive on them instantly, and you don't have to do the color treatment of the asphalt for the truck apron. And so one thing that I'll just quickly drop back. So that red color for the truck apron is like a paint epoxy you see in bike lanes, but it has to cure out. So in that cure out time, you've got cones all around the island. And if any vehicles or anything encroach in that, they're going to track red paint. And so we did have one situation where a large vehicle came through and left some red paint tire marks. So that could be a reason why if you have a heavy truck route, you might think of doing something like brick pavers, where that's a quick install. The second the bricks are in, one, you could use red brick. Instantly, they can drive on it right after they're installed.
Good point. When building the roundabouts on top of existing intersections, do you have any issues with adverse cross slopes, either for driver speeds or for drainage, or do they generally seem to work out since it's often too crowded, two crowned roads meeting?
For the most part, it does work out. What we've done in locations where maybe the intersection's a little bit flat is, like I said, you're going to grind everything first, then you're going to place those two rings of concrete. In areas where we need a little bit more drainage, we actually elevate those rings a little bit higher. So maybe we may raise the intersection profile up another 2-3 inches. And then when you pave back that intersection, rather than just doing the 2-inch on the outside of the truck apron or that concrete curb on the outside, maybe it's a variable. It's 2 from the outside curb to 4. So there has been some locations where we've had to kind of slightly tweak for drainage, but this one here, we just placed it right on top of the intersection and it worked fine, especially with the way that we do the medians with the brakes, and then the water just drains through.
Thank you. And a couple of questions from Sang. For the peanut about, does Modesto intend to do the cat tracks with their surveying crew like they did it with Coffee Clarentina?
Pretty much every project, that's what we do. And we use that same methodology even just for complex intersections, even if they're not roundabouts. You know, a lot of times the striping crews, they'll get it close, and then if, notice if you're in this industry, once they cat track it with the thermoplastic drip, even that's kind of difficult to kind of change it from there, because you either see ghosting of where the cat track was at. And so a lot of times we just do that with any type of intersection that has a lot of complication with layout, or that we want to change it and modify it as needed.
And follow-up question, for the crosswalks through the splitter islands, are they not considered island passageways? And if so, would they require truncated domes?
Yeah, if they're over 6 feet wide, you're going to need domes. So I think all of them, except for the one on the west leg there, has the truncated domes.
And finally, what is the width of the truck apron at La Loma and Buena Vista?
I want to say that one is 8. And that's just a good question in general. I would say always use that truck apron. I mean, even to the point, if you just end up with a small island in the middle, if trucks is going to be the kind of the issue where you can't install a roundabout, make your truck aprons bigger. So yeah, good question.
Thanks, Michael. John, that's all we got so far.
Okay, great. So I think, Michael, I think you're wrapping up your presentation at this point, correct?
Yeah, unless there's any other questions, I think I'm good.
Okay, and I appreciate that you touched upon a lot of the more political aspects of how to implement roundabouts. A lot of naysayers out there dealing with the public outreach, and you're not able to join us tomorrow, where we do have a panel that are going to be touching upon those issues. So I appreciate that you were able to touch upon those issues with your presentation today. Absolutely great presentation, very innovative. I think you've provided a lot of great examples for our other local agencies to follow, and even the state. I think the state's going to get a lot of good ideas from what you've done. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, we have more time to do additional question and answers. So please keep your questions going into the question and answer chat pod. And I know there was one question there already in regards to pedestrians. And I want to see if we could pull that up and if we have one of the presenters who would be willing to respond to that one.
You want me to read that one, John?
Yeah, please.
Noah, did you want to just come on mic and ask this question?
Yes, sure. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, so I just want a little bit more clarification. Just kind of the safety. I know, I with San Jose DOT, with my group, they were kind of referring to how a roundabout has a yield versus like a signal having a stop sign or like just like a red light. So they were just kind of curious how that would affect the safety, since at a roundabout, pedestrians would have to watch out for a yielding vehicle versus like at a signal, the vehicle would stop for the pedestrian. So in terms of safety, I was just curious, like for a roundabout, if that would have more of a negative effect since it's a yield, even though there is no red light running
So
at a
let me
roundabout.
start answering that question, but I do want to call upon some of the experts on the panel to also talk about this. So a lot of times when we go to the public, there is the perception that signalized crossings are safer for pedestrians. But as you mentioned, we do know that there are red light runners. We also know that a lot of times pedestrians don't heed those signals. They will often dash across the intersection. And if they want to cross and they're not at that intersection, a lot of pedestrians will not even walk 50 feet to go to a signalized intersection to cross. They're just going to dash wherever they feel it's convenient. And I don't believe the data supports the contention that signalized crossings are safer than roundabout crossings. We know when we talked earlier about the safe system approach and why it works, particularly for our more vulnerable road users, is you are slowing down traffic, and the yielding behavior is much better when the vehicles are traveling much slower. So that being said, I do want to welcome any of the other panelists, whether Jerry, Hillary, or anybody else to comment on this issue.
I can jump in with one or two things.
Yeah.
First, like I said, there's the data is showing that we will continue to have fatalities at signals because of red light running or mistakes, or as you said, decisions by pedestrians in some cases. So there is, as I described, there's a collection of a combination, let's say, of factors that all make it very easy for at a low speed for the users to basically see and know what the other is doing at low speeds. So I think it's easy for the pedestrian to actually understand if the vehicle approaching is yielding or if they're going to take the right of way. So it's hard for me to describe. I think let me see if Phil Rust is prepared or Hillary is prepared first. I'm going to check something before I want to put a slide up. So go ahead. I'll come back.
Okay, Hillary, is Hillary still with us?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm here, and I was rereading. I'm rereading the question again, just so I want to make sure there's a few parts to that question. So, okay, so I'm gonna actually start if I could, and then I know Jerry's pulling something up. So the last part of that question, the way I see it, and correct me if I'm wrong for those others that are helping out here to facilitate, is how does the roundabout crosswalk being offset from the circulatory roadway affect crossing safety? So I don't think we've touched on this yet today, but the studies that have been done that look at pedestrian crossings at roundabouts. So there have been some that have to deal with both safety and accessibility. And one thing that we have identified, because typically, again, that crosswalk is typically about 1 car length behind the circulatory roadway or the yield line, if you will, right there on the approach and circulatory roadway. And what we find is we actually see a difference in yielding behavior between the entering and the exiting. So typically that 1 car length works really well. We get higher yielding rates, and the yielding rates do vary across the country, but higher yielding rates on the entry than we actually do on the exit. So there is some configurations. You'll see it in some of Federal Highways publications, as well as the roundabout guide through the National Cooperative Highway Research Program, which is published as NCHRP 1043, that shows options for that crosswalk to sometimes be staggered, where on the approach, it would be that about 1 car length or 25 feet from the circulatory roadway. And on the exit, it's actually pushed back a little bit further away from the circulatory roadway, anywhere between 30 and 75 feet. And again, that's based off of some research and some data that was done nationally. And that's because the driver's attention and vision, like where they're looking as they approach a roundabout, are different than when they are exiting a roundabout. And so there has been some value, some benefit in offsetting those crosswalks, so or at least considering it as part of the design, and it looking a little bit different between the entering and the exiting. So again, the exiting crosswalk being a little bit further away from the circulatory roadway to give that driver the opportunity to, as they're navigating the roundabout, to actually identify that you've got a pedestrian crossing, and gives them ample time and appropriate time to stop as they're leaving the circulatory roadway. The other information that we've observed, that has been documented, that has been studied, is we actually see that drivers, also the yielding rates are higher when the pedestrians are actually in the splitter island, making that crossing, versus when they are on the outside, or maybe taking that the first step into the crosswalk itself. So those are some of the nuances that we actually have seen. Again, the number of fatalities is low when it comes to roundabouts, pedestrians in roundabouts. And we've done a lot of observations, again, through both safety and accessibility research, really over the past 20 years. And again, you can see the latest and greatest in the NCHRP 1043, which is the most recent roundabout guide, and the Federal Highways Pedestrian and Bicycle publication that includes both roundabouts as well as all intersection types. So I'll offer that. And again, the metrics that we utilize for the performance metrics that we utilize around pedestrians is yielding rate, it's speed, it's like the sight distance. There's additional metrics around accessibility, and that can be again also found. And I'll put some of these links in the chat pod here when we're done talking. So Jerry, are you ready? And then I know that this is kind of a multi-part question here that we've got, again, comparing the roundabout versus the signalized intersection crossing. So shorter crossings, lower speeds at the crossings, the visibility of the pedestrians in those crosswalk areas. But again, we have seen some advancements in terms of what is out there around guidance, and not always treating the entry the same as the exit. It is contextual. It does depend on the number of pedestrians, the width of your splitter island, and just the overall design of the roundabout itself.
Yeah, before
Hopefully
going to
that's
Jerry,
helpful.
Hillary, could you talk a little bit more about the raised crosswalks and
Sure.
what particular applications would you want to consider a raised crosswalk? Are there certain volumes, truck volumes, those types of things, or any lessons learned?
Yeah, so I think that the best way to discuss that, John, is when people hear raised crosswalks, um, immediately I think some folks they're like, oh, well, what about the low clearance vehicles, or whether it's a truck or a fire truck or a bus or a trailer of some sort. So the design of that raised crosswalk becomes really, really important in terms of that profile to make sure that we don't set anyone up to get hung up on that raised crosswalk. However, what we have seen in Hilliard, Ohio, is probably one of the best examples in terms of before and after a raised crosswalk on a multi-lane roundabout or roundabouts, has been the significant reduction in speeds in the area of the pedestrian crossing, but also as the driver is navigating. They've seen reduction in speeds, and there is, and if John, if you guys don't have this, there was a great presentation that was done at the Ohio Roundabout Conference last December, and that actually should be available online. I can get a link to that. Again, looking at basically they did do speed profiles through the roundabouts with and without raised crosswalks. So overall lower speeds, higher yielding rates, because think about it, when you, as a driver, if you go over a raised crosswalk, you are typically taking your foot off of that accelerator, you're slowing down because you're going to go up and over it. And even on a decent a profile of a raised crosswalk, which is really a kind of a table. Some people may have historically called it a speed table. So the design is important, collaboration with maintenance and operations. Plowing, are we going to have to plow it for those of you that might be in areas where you have snow? But really, they've seen great benefit because the driver is changing their behavior because of the raised crosswalk. And we're also seeing additional applications across the US where the raised crosswalk with a rectangular rapid flashing beacon and a raised crosswalk with a pedestrian hybrid beacon. So we're seeing combinations of those adaptations to multi-lane roundabouts that really have enhanced pedestrian visibility as well as safety, as well as changing that driver behavior and yielding rates.
Great. Excellent response. I think that's something that we'll want to look into a whole lot more. It's probably something that's been underutilized. So thanks. Jerry, are you queued up to share what you're trying to look for?
Well, I'm just going to mention one thing, and then I want to give Phil a chance to speak on this and others. But one of the things that I find that is kind of confusing to me is, or is part of the issue, is that there is always a concern that roundabouts are uncontrolled roundabout intersections, and that seems to be an assumption that actually there needs to be some education, because all-way yield with all the features to slow the drivers down and get their attention and make them steer, make them look right at the crosswalk before they get to the intersection. All these things Hillary mentioned and can be all listed. They really help people know that roundabouts are not just a form of intersection traffic control, but they have speed control built into them. So that's the difference, where a signal, when it's green, it could be 25, 35, 45, 60 miles an hour, and that's where the risk grows. So it really depends on the location, the volume, the size, and the bigger, the higher the speed, multi-lane, then you look at alternative features to additional features to supplement what the design is. So I'm going to show a video. It's 15 seconds, but I first want to give others a chance to speak.
Yeah, Phil, go ahead.
I'll consider myself others. No, thanks for the invite. I think everyone said everything pretty perfectly, and I will be going into this in quite a bit of detail tomorrow, so I'll just save everything I want to say tomorrow.
Good. So it is always case by case, right? We can talk theory and generality and concerns about what is uncontrolled, and uncontrolled means that at least one approach there is no stop sign, signal, or yield sign, and roundabouts have yield signs on all approaches plus the speed control. So they are a controlled intersection, and that just seems to scare people when they hear that, and so they're thinking problem right from the get-go. But the data speaks for itself. That's what I keep reading in a lot of articles.
Okay, Jerry, you want to share the video that you have?
I can. There's no other questions. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
We have a couple more questions. But is the video relative to Noah's question, or?
It's a pedestrian walking across a mini roundabout.
Go ahead.
All right, let me see if I can. Okay, so you can't see it yet?
Yeah, it's up.
Okay, I just need to press the couple buttons here. It's not a, it's not a busy at the time the pet's walking, but let me see if I can get this.
We lost it.
Okay, hang on. All right, here we go. All right. So, like I said, it's very simple, but it at least shows you that, at the lower speed, there's all kinds of, a lot more gaps and less concern about entering the roadway as a pedestrian when you know that that vehicle is not speeding up. And, I think that that's part of why it works so well. Okay.
Okay, all right. Thanks, Jerry. So yeah, Scott, do we have some additional questions?
Yeah, a couple more questions. Chad asks, is there any standards for the sizes, the minimums of the roundabouts based on speed limits? And is Caltrans going to add these to their standards?
I can take this one if you guys are okay with that. So there is no standard sizes for roundabouts. There are some recommended ranges listed in the HDM. But your size of your ICD is not necessarily going to be based on your speeds. It's going to be based on your design vehicles and what you're trying to accommodate. So whether that's a stock truck or a 45-foot bus, right? These are things that help determine what size of ICD we have. And if you're going with a smaller roundabout, like a mini with a fully traversable central island, traffic and other nearby constraints kind of also help govern that, right? And as far as like design speeds, right? If you're on a facility with higher design speeds, it's more going to determine how you design the approaches to the roundabout, not necessarily the circulatory itself. So that's what I'll say.
I would just
John,
add,
if you have anything to add to that.
I would just add that the number of lanes is also going to determine how big. So, we've been talking pretty much about single lane, but if it is multi-lane, 2 or 3 lane, then of course it's going to be bigger.
Great point.
Is Caltrans looking to add any of this to their standard specs?
There is some discussion already in the HDM related to this. I think it's going to be 40510 and then the numbered item 2 and number item 3 in that section would kind of provide additional discussion on sizing your roundabouts. So
Thanks, Trenton. Joan, you got a couple of questions. Did you want to come on mic and ask these? Joan, are you able to come on mic? So she asks, is it possible to do the opposite of raised crosswalks? For instance, lowering the crosswalk a bit that would make cars pass through a pothole and create more attention or speed impediment.
So let me just say, it's kind of like when you come to an intersection that has a valley gutter. So it's kind of like the opposite of a speed bump. You have to slow down to go down, but then anytime you have any kind of depression, that's you got drainage considerations. I don't know that this has ever been like a design feature to specifically slow down traffic, but let me open it up to any of the panelists if you have any comments on this.
Would there be a risk
I don't.
of, hi John, would there be a risk of not seeing pedestrians or the disabled potentially, such as children crossing the street with a depression?
I imagine we're thinking just a small one.
Okay.
I'll just offer some thoughts here. I mean, I believe, valley gutter is probably a good description, John, that you provided. Drainage. So if you've got a crosswalk between two curbs, you would need to have either sheet flow, along the profile, right? So that would be another consideration. It's not that we can't do it. I'm just saying that if you depress the crosswalk versus raise it, and there's challenges with drainage with a raised crosswalk as well. Oftentimes, if it's a retrofit versus a raised crosswalk that would have been truly designed as part of the project itself, you oftentimes get different results around drainage. But that could be something of consideration as well. Clearly, the curb ramps and the profile and design of that curb ramp, looking at the accessibility pieces of it, also would be important. I have not seen anyone do that. However, I have seen, I would say, John, to your point, the valley gutter, I have seen that at intersections where it is kind of the de facto crosswalk, but I don't know that that is a practice that I have seen to date.
Yeah, and I think from a practical design wise, drainage is going to be the issue. And if you got a plug drain, now you got a big pool of water that someone could hydroplane. So really, we don't want to have depressions unless it's absolutely needed for drainage. So, okay, next question, Scott.
Can rumble bars be added before the yield markings?
So I'll open up to panelists also, but with rumble bars or rumble strips, it does add an element of noise. And sometimes there's different users like, bicyclists and motorcyclists that will try to kind of swerve around these. But I'd like to open up to any panelists who may have some experience with this.
I'll just mention that there are some states and jurisdictions that do utilize rumble strips, both either raised or depressed, the rolled in advance, but further in advance, not necessarily tied to the crosswalks, but more of an advance technique to alert the driver. And not just to a roundabout. I want to reiterate that. There's several states that if you have an isolated intersection and a higher speed, so let's say over 40 miles per hour, it is standard practice in advance of a signal or stop control to have rumble strips in advance. And this is, the transverse rumble strips in advance as a heads up. And those are usually back further, I would say, 1,500 to 1,000 feet in advance of the intersection itself. Again, more often utilized in a isolated intersection circumstance where you'd have a stop or a signal or a roundabout. But that is something that some jurisdictions have utilized, and actually dating back to the 90s where they have utilized that as a practice. And also I've seen it applied in cases where there's been a horizontal and a vertical approach. Again, but it is usually typically much further back and not a strategy that has been utilized right at at a crosswalk or in advance of a crosswalk. But those are the applications that I'm familiar with.
Yeah, more typically in a high-speed rural type location than an urban environment. Okay, Scott, next question.
Gabe, we haven't heard from you recently. Do you want to come on, Mike?
Yeah, totally. So my question is about reducing speeds for approaches in space-constrained areas. I'm very familiar with smaller roundabouts with chicanes going into them where you're forced to reduce speeds, but in a tight residential area, how would you approach reducing speeds when you don't have a lot of space? That might be too broad a question, but thank you for your patience with me.
Stump the panel.
Yeah, so one comment I'll start, in a residential area, you're tending to start with slower speeds to begin with, right? 25, maybe 40 miles per hour if you have a speeding problem. So you would generally not introduce a chicane unless you're at a high-speed location where you're trying to slow people. But if you're talking about adding a mini roundabout or even like a neighborhood traffic circle, you wouldn't necessarily need to have a chicane in a residential area to slow down the traffic. Yeah, I want to see if anyone else has any comments on this.
Yeah, I think you hit it right, John, is that context-wise, right, chicanes are more preferred in situations where you're on like high-speed facilities out in rural areas where you have the space to put the chicane in. But in these neighborhood type settings, you really wouldn't likely have that space, and you'd probably be lower speed, so a chicane might not be needed anyway. So you would end up your fast path check essentially would be the result of like the difference between the outside curve as you're entering and the central island as you're circulating, right? And so that would help reduce your speeds by itself. So
yeah, and again, you've got a splitter island which is initially going to be striped. If you want to, again, get the driver's attention sooner, and then you introduce the curb, the island curb on the left, and you may need some curbing on the right, depending on how wide the road is. But I think just generally the deflection, creating the median is the first sign the driver knows something's coming up. So I think they almost have to even think about steering, and I think there are other features, obviously signs, and I'm trying to think if there's anything else other than those things. But by the time they're between the curbs and in a narrow space, I think that also is going to help them to focus and take their foot off the gas.
I think we've seen some good examples today from various locations, but Modesto, and then I know that City of San Diego and Phil, what he's going to be presenting in more of the constrained or urban type environments where again, you may not have that additional space to have a longer splitter island or even when we're trying to keep it as compact as possible and right sized, it's important to consider that. Again, I just want to go back to what do we do at stop signs and signals? How do we get a driver to go from 25, 35, 45, 55, whatever the posted speed is and whatever the driving speed is to stop? To whether it's at a red light or it's a stop sign. And in this case, when we introduce the roundabout, it's the yield sign. So we've got, so I always like to, like I said, you've heard me say this multiple times, take it back to what we're asking of drivers at other types of intersections with different types of traffic control. And what cues do we give them that there's a signal ahead or a stop sign ahead? And how do we change? And typically that is, except for a skew, it's basically perpendicular, right? It's these right angles. Whereas with the roundabout, we've introduced a splitter island. We've sometimes introduced some deflection. Sometimes it is minimal. But we are telling the driver that there is a roundabout ahead, yield ahead. We have typically a one-way and or directional arrows, depending on what version of the NVTCD you're using, to indicate that all traffic is going to be traveling counterclockwise around the circulatory roadway. So just food for thought.
Yep.
Thanks for the question.
Awesome. Thank
Great.
you.
Okay, thanks. Jerry, did you want to share something before we
I,
close for a day?
I just wanted to show this is on a really high speed. This is 65-mile-an-hour approach, and this isn't long enough in this shot, but really all they've done here is they've created like I said, a striped island, and then I don't know how long that splitter island is, but supplemented with signs and other features, and eventually a curve on the right, and seeing the roundabout in front of them. That's probably the most important thing, is that there is something conspicuous in the middle of the road, and making sure that the roundabout is visible. The center island is the other thing, the key. Drivers don't want to hit it. So once you get their attention with the island, and depending on the speed, that'll determine how long that splitter island could be. Thanks.
Yep. Great. Thank you, Jerry. And we're coming to an end. Before I pass it off to Daniel for some closing comments, we do have a lot of content tomorrow. So we're going to be talking a whole lot more about mini roundabouts, talk about modular roundabouts. I already talked about we're going to have more on champions and working with elected officials and such. So Daniel, why don't you close us out for the day?
Thank you, John. We do have one more question. Do you think we have like 1 or 2 more minutes to answer the question in the Q&A box?
Sure.
Yeah, let's give it a try.
All right. I'll go ahead and read it real quick. Say hypothetically, along a multi-lane divided highway, your agency's bike master plan specifies a long-term planned road diet to support implementation of bike lanes along this corridor. Would it make sense to install multi-lane roundabouts at first with the implementation of the road diet and reduce said roundabouts to one single lane? Or would it be best to just consider single lane roundabouts from the get-go, assuming traffic volumes could be accommodated?
So I'm trying to digest this question.
Sorry to add, this was my question. I think it's just with this general scenario, it's just more appealing to consider signalized intersections currently, because of the long-term plan for that road diet. So that's just kind of a thought I had, and I was wondering if you guys had any advice for us.
Okay, did you say that to go with signals, or did you say single lane roundabouts?
Currently, I think the approach for this corridor is to consider signalized intersections. It's currently always stop for a lot of our intersections along this corridor.
Okay, so my initial reaction is, yeah, don't go that route. Go with smaller single lane roundabouts. I think you're going to have the safety benefits. You're going to have the operational benefits. When you start adding signals, you need to add space for vehicles to be queued up. Now you're talking about left turn lanes, right turn lanes, more pavement, more stuff that you got to build. And if the ultimate plan is to go with a roundabout, you're going to be putting a lot of throwaway stuff that you're going to end up tearing out. Whereas if you start with the phased approach, single lane roundabouts, mini roundabouts, there's going to be a whole lot less throwaway. Plus, you'll probably have better operational and safety to begin with. But yeah, any other panelists want to give a quick few seconds to chime in?
And again, I know that Phil Rust, I'll speak for Phil again because he has a good case study where along a 4-lane arterial, they did an intersection diet. So it's not a whole road diet, but the intersection, there's a lane drop and it becomes a mini or compact roundabout and it handles the traffic. That's the key. What's the volume? If you're operating with always stop now, then the roundabout will definitely work. So that's my 2 cents. Wait for tomorrow. Phil Rust will have answers and a good example for you.
Thank you.
A 3-second response to that is that's exactly what Paradise Road was. It was a road diet and allowed us to put the roundabouts in. So I would say when in doubt, roundabout.
That's good.
Good answer.
It's a great motto, Michael. We'll have to remember that one.
And a great question, by the way.
Yeah. Well, thank you for the question saying. So today we heard about introduction and the vision of this roundabout webinar and mini and modular roundabouts. We heard about the safe system approach and how that aligns with roundabouts in general. We heard roundabouts, the affordable, sustainable, and safe system intersection and key to safer streets for all road users, not just vehicles, but vulnerable road users such as pedestrians and bicyclists as well. And we also saw a great example. Thank you so much for peer sharing today, Michael, on the quicker build roundabouts. Please remember to tune in tomorrow. Join us at 8:30 to learn more about some further examples and also, excuse me, to learn about the intersection safety and operational assessment process, the local highway safety improvement program roundabout benefit cost ratio examples. And one of the most important pieces here, because there may be some resistance, is suggesting roundabouts to executives and the board and the council. So thank you, everybody. We'll see you at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Have a great afternoon. Enjoy your lunches.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Scott Jakovich. I'm with the California LTAP, and we appreciate you joining us again for day 2 of mini and modular roundabouts. So if you're all set to go, I'd like to turn this over to our today's Master of Ceremonies, John Liu.
All right. Thank you, Scott. And good morning, everybody. And it's good to see everyone here again. I think yesterday we had a lot of really, really great information about more affordable roundabouts and why it's a very ideal safe system intersection solution. We're going to have a lot of great information today. We're going to get into a bit more into the nuts and bolts of mini and modular roundabouts, and we do have a lineup of great speakers. Did want to mention that kind of in the background, we do have some panelists that are jumping in to answer questions. You may have seen Hillary Isabrands from FHWA. She's one of our experts who will again be helping us a little bit later this morning. We also had Trenton Hoffman, headquarters design. And then he has his colleague, Paul Bradbury, and there's other people in the background who are experts that will be answering questions. So please add your questions to the Q&A box. We do have a lot of time for questions, and we had a lot of great discussion yesterday. We want to keep that going today. I want to pass it on to Daniel Burke, and just to kind of cover some of the highlights from yesterday, and to also have a survey.
Okay, thank you so much, John. Scott, if you want to go ahead and load that survey onto the screen, that would be greatly appreciated. There it is. Thank you so much. And thank you to yesterday's speakers and to our attendees for joining us again today. Yesterday, we covered topics such as the introduction and the webinar vision to consider roundabouts as a first alternative for roadway designs. We also talked about the safe systems approach, roundabouts, the affordable, sustainable, and safe system intersection and key to safer streets for all road users. We had a great presentation from Michael Sikuski from the city of Modesto for quicker build roundabouts. And we had some great interactive Q&A, especially on geometric designs and concerns with some of the roundabouts. And that is excellent. That is the back and forth question and answers that we would love to hear. It shows everybody's commitment here, again, to using a safe systems approach and solution such as a roundabout. So while everybody's filling out the survey, and again, we greatly appreciate that. That's going to help prime our speakers for later today. I'm going to send things back to John and see if he has any other additional comments he'd like to add. Thank you, John.
Okay, great. And just some of the takeaways from yesterday, and we had some great questions, particularly about pedestrian safety. Are roundabouts safer, less safe than signalized intersections? And I think we had really good discussion that when some people may think that crosswalks at roundabouts are uncontrolled, they are actually controlled. And what's really the beauty of the roundabouts is you're slowing down traffic. It's slow speed. There's much more likelihood of people actually yielding to pedestrians. And that's something we'll talk a little bit more later this morning, particularly with Phil Rust. We are very, very concerned, not just with the motorized users, but also bicycles and pedestrians. As we are not building our way out of congestion with more and more capacity, we're trying to use our system much more smartly, and really the roundabout helps in a lot of ways with operations, but especially with safety. I'm going to go ahead and start sharing my screen to give a real quick, maybe a 4-minute overview of ISOP. So ISOP is an update of intersection control evaluation. Let me just make sure everyone could see the screen.
Nothing yet, John.
Okay.
And are we ready to drop the survey? Is this in your way? Like, kind of in your way.
Yeah, yeah.
Everyone, thanks so much. I'm going to end the poll in 10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Appreciate your input. Thanks.
Okay, great. And actually, before I get into a little bit more in depth in what ISOP is, I did want to mention that
my project, the big project that's been a pain.
Hold on there, Sharon.
Okay. There is an upcoming meeting next week with the CTCDC, that's the California Traffic Control Devices Committee. And we're trying to kind of encourage local agencies to actually use ISOP. So ISOP it's a framework to determine what the optimal solution is for an intersection. So we're looking at the safety, the evaluations, we're looking for controls at interchanges. Right now, ISOP is only for state highway system, but we do want to encourage local agencies to use this process or a streamlined process of ISOP, because we feel that it provides steps for evaluating what is the best solution, looking at the multitude of different types of users. And it just provides that framework of making the best solution. So ISOP is a 2-stage process. There's initial screening, which is kind of like a fatal flaw analysis. We really want to concentrate on just looking at the 2 or 3 most viable, best solutions. And if you do have a multiple number of solutions, then at that point, you could go into that deeper dive into that analysis. So way back about 12, 13 years ago, we had intersection control evaluation, ICE. ISOP is an update of our previous ICE process. And we did do some additional trainings through California LTAP. So you could go to the YouTube channel and you could actually see a whole 1-2 day very detailed training. So this is just going to give you a quick preview if you haven't seen the training already. And again, it's a 2-stage process. Stage 1 is during the planning stages. So we just want to eliminate the poor performing infeasible strategies. And we learned a lot about the safe system approach. We want to focus on the intersection configurations and controls types that are going to give us those best solutions for safety, as well as for operations while we're looking at the various types of users. During stage 2, if we have multiple potential alternatives, this is where we're going to do a little bit more analysis. We're going to do some cost estimates. And this is typically done during the environmental stage. So this is prior to doing the plan spec and estimate stage. And there is going to be a cost benefit analysis, but we're not just going to blindly follow what has the best score, so to speak. We still want to look at, is this going to give us the appropriate safe system approach outcomes? Are we having the safety for pedestrians and bicyclists when we're in that context, where you're in a downtown environment, an urban environment, where you're having a lot of bicycle and pedestrian activity? When you're evaluating a rural context, a rural land use out in the middle of nowhere, considerations are going to be a little bit different. So again, it's very context appropriate how we're analyzing things. And we also want to consider phased improvements or interim improvements, because we know we don't always have the funds that we want to build our ultimate improvement. If it makes sense to do something partially, a phased implementation, a temporary implementation of something. Let's do that. Get something out in the field working. Let's not spend a lot of money on something that's going to be throwaway if we want to get what we really want to get to. And I'm not going to go through all the steps, but the initial screening, we're looking at the types of trucks, transit, bicycles, and pedestrians. And a lot of these steps are actually done fairly quickly. This is not something that I spent tons of time doing. It could be something that's just going to be completed in a day or two. And then stage 2 is when we have the real detailed analysis. And as I mentioned before, or I'll mention that we are actually looking at updating ISOP. We are going to start this summer to update. This has been in place for almost a couple years. We have some lessons learned on things that we could streamline. And as I mentioned before, we would really like to encourage local agencies to use ISOP. So we're going to try to make it a little bit more user-friendly. And in the end, there's a report that you can do, but we try to make it easy for documentation purposes. That's really all I want to mention about ISOP. We're trying to make the right decisions to get the right solution. And this just kind of provides you that framework, the methodology to get there. And if there's any questions, please chime in. But also at this time, I'd like to allow Jerry Chamfa to talk about the CTC meeting agenda item that is coming. If you want to chime in, Jerry.
Jerry, we're not hearing you. You're on mute.
Okay, sorry about the delay there. Good morning again, everyone. Thanks, John. And again, what we're trying to do is really emphasize that ISOP is a tool, and it's a lot of flexibility in it. And I think that one of the things I want to just give you a little bit more detail and actually invite you on May 7th, next Thursday, at the CTCDC, I think it's a quarterly meeting. We have requested an information item on our concept proposal to really fully integrate ISOP and roundabouts actually into the California METCD. And again, a lot of you know that I think it's in part 4 under traffic control needs studies that there is a standard or policy that requires ISOP studies to be performed when certain projects trigger. Obviously, if a traffic signal is proposed or a new intersection is proposed to determine the optimum control strategy, ISOP provides basically the framework of performance analysis studies that should be done, and of course cost studies. So what we're basically talking about again next Thursday is the proposal to kind of fully integrate, because if you look at the MUTCD, it does mention roundabouts, and it does, as I said, have a standard which refers to ICE. We're going to obviously that is changed to ISOP now, and really develop the roundabouts, because as we've been talking about, they are a traffic control system or strategy. Again, the difference there is devices, traffic control devices are covered. And that really is a stop sign, a yield sign, and a traffic signal, the hardware. So this is what we're trying to do, is expand it. And again, somehow encourage and find ways to make sure that ISOP is part of the decision-making process on certain types of proposals, if not all proposals, state highways as well as local highways. So again, we'll make sure that in the follow-up to this, you get kind of a link and or invite to that next Thursday CTCDC meeting if you have the time and interest. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Jerry. And Scott, are there any questions? If not, we'll move on to the next segment.
We do have a couple questions. And Jerry, maybe you could drop your screen share for us. Marisa is asking, installing a traffic circle roundabout can be funded with HSIP, question mark?
Absolutely. And Richard, would you like to talk on behalf of local assistance?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, we manage a local HSIP funding Yeah, definitely. Roundabout is a proven safety countermeasure, and we have been, had applications and funded many roundabout projects already. Actually, later on when I talk about benefit cost ratio calculation, that was from a real Cycle 12 application. So I will talk about this later also.
Perfect. Thanks, Richard. And Sang is asking, at a minimum, is the CapEx spreadsheet recommended to be run or any other screening tools?
Yeah, let me take that question. Yeah, CapEx definitely is one of the tools that you can use. It may not be fully comprehensive in all the different types of intersection control or form. Also, a lot of it is just using engineering judgment. I mean, there are tools out there, but also as engineers, we have a lot of discernment on what makes sense. So ISOP doesn't kind of dictate what tools you can use, but we have a lot of different tools at your disposal. So yeah, you could use whatever works and what you have available to you. But CapEx is definitely one tool that you can use.
Great, thanks, Sean. Is there an editable ISOP form that might be available?
So Caltrans does have ISOP forms. We have not posted them on the Caltrans website because it has not been remediated for ADA. But we do have district ISOP coordinators. And if you just go to Google Caltrans ISOP, you could look up who your district ISOP coordinator is. Send that person an email. That person will send you the Word doc that is editable and can be used.
Looks like Josh dropped that in the chat. Thanks. And Josh has got a question. Josh, you want to come on and ask this question?
There we go. Sorry, I was looking for the mic. Right now, hey Jerry. Right now, a lot of the BCR calculation that goes into the benefit for a roundabout, you kind of have to enter all the data into the HSIP analyzer and see what comes out, which is really prohibitive in sort of high level analytic without all that data. Everything else, you just have the crash history and you put in the CMF. And I get that the roundabout is a bit more complex, especially if you're starting from a two-way or always stop or even switching from a signal. But it would be very helpful for people like me who do sort of the safety plans and the analysis to have a transparent breakdown, even if it's more complex, of how you get to that BCR from those inputs. Instead of right now, it's a bit more of a black box.
And do I understand this is specifically counting the BCR for HSIP projects that are being applied for grants? Is that correct?
Well, that's the mechanism specifically. And in fact, I think the guidance even points you to the analyzer, even if you want to use that base BCR for a different grant, or even just internally, like if you want to talk to council about, what the process is. So there's a lot of reasons why you might want to know that benefit. But right now there's only one sort of approved method to identify that number, and it's hidden behind the internal mechanics of a PDF.
Okay, yeah, Richard, do you want to share on that?
Yes. Yeah, so we use HSIP analyzer to do the calculation. A good point. I think later on I will exactly like give you an example, but we will consider maybe have some kind of example in the call for projects documents. So you will see, how it is calculated behind the screen.
Yeah.
That'll be helpful, especially since there's a push for more people to include roundabouts. I think that transparency will really help that sort of identification of projects. Is it worth, quote, the time to push this?
Great, thank you.
So I just want to add, and again, I think that the ISO process guide will provide a list of different methodologies for calculating the crash reduction, the benefit, the savings based on all the data that's still in the black box. But I think a highway safety manual is certainly a methodology that you can use in addition for whatever purposes. Of course, it's extra work, it's more effort, but that's one of the options. It may not apply to every situation, but we can provide what I think we presented as a training module on how, kind of like you said, what is in the black box, how does it work? So I think that's something, as Richard said, we can do that. So thank you.
Mauricio, did you want to jump in and add some thoughts? So Mauricio's got a question. Let me ask you a question for you. I believe if there are fatalities, the chances are higher to fund the project because of the BCR. And I believe HSIP increases the BCR, which makes it more difficult to secure funding and more competitive. It's potentially more of a statement than a question. Does that make sense, Jerry?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think this
Go
deals
ahead.
specifically with the HSIP BCR methodology. So I wonder if Richard, is this something that you could address?
Yes, so we have two categories of applications. One is benefit cost ratio, the other is set asides. So this is true for benefit cost ratio applications. If there are actually we group together fatal and severe injury crashes. If there are fatal and severe injury crashes, it is, the BCR will be higher. I think the second part is about the BCR like cutoff or threshold. So yeah, the program is very competitive. We have limited funding. We have about $120 million per year. So the BCR cutoff is pretty high. Last time, cycle 12, it was 7. So yeah, that is true. The applications are, the program is pretty competitive.
So again, it goes without saying that the kind of the purpose today is to share the successes that have been occurring around the country with the use of affordable roundabout alternatives, which are, of course, smaller roundabouts and even modular and the type of designs and materials that were presented yesterday by Michael Sikorsky and Modesto. So that's why the lower the cost, the higher the BC. And so stay tuned. You're going to see a lot of great examples today from the state of Washington and from the city of San Diego, especially.
Anybody have any other questions before we get started here? It looks like we're clear, John.
Okay, very good. So I think now we're kind of getting to the meat of the presentations for today with three great presenters. The topic is peer sharing of mini and modular roundabout examples. We're going to have Scott Davis from state of Washington, and they've actually put these mini roundabouts on state highway system at interchanges. We'll have Phil Rust, who we heard from yesterday with City of San Diego, doing a lot of really innovative things with the modular product. And then we also have Adam Lanik. He is one of the vendors of the modular product. So we will be hearing more about the commercially available product that can be used for modular roundabouts. And the product is called Vortex. So Scott, if you're ready to present, we will give you the floor.
Yeah, let me get the screen up here. Let me know if you see something.
Yep, looks good.
Perfect. Okay, because I've had some audio and connectivity issues today, so we'll see how this goes. All right, so thank you for the introduction, John. So I'm Scott Davis. I'm with the Washington Department of Transportation. I work in our headquarters Transportation Operation Division, or our central office. The group that I work in, we work on work zone policy. We also work on intersection interchange design policy and also traffic analysis policy. I spend most of my time on the design side, and we support all of our regions on the geometric design and analysis of roundabouts on our state highway system. Okay, so I'd be a little bit remiss if I didn't say something about Washington State. So I'm not going to go over all this stuff here, but I do want to note something maybe more unique to Washington State as a ferry system. It is integral and kind of an extension of our highway system. So, and we do have areas, especially in the Puget Sound area, that are only accessible by our ferry system. So it's really important part of what we do actually as a transportation department. A few things on geography, I guess, just because every state's a little different. So this green area over here is Cascade Mountain Range, and then everything west is most of the population, but also it's wet and green, lots of trees. Everything east is a lot drier, more arid, a lot more sun, which is kind of nice. And also a lot of agriculture on here. So if you drink beer, your hops probably came from down in this area of Washington State, but we also do a lot of apples, pears, everything else, I think. So anyway, that's a little bit about Washington State. And we're going to be moving around the state a little bit. So as we start talking about compact roundabouts, will be kind of a whirlwind tour around the state. Probably not getting as much detail as we saw from the city of Modesto yesterday, which is a really great presentation. But you're going to see a lot of examples from around the state, which hopefully might inspire you, I guess. All right, so region-wise, so most Department of Transportations have regions or districts. We have 6 regions, 3 on the west side, 3 on the east side. Spokane's one of our major population centers along Tri-Cities to the kind of southeast. And then Seattle, Olympia is our capital. If you're not familiar with that, that's where I'm at. And then Vancouver down by Portland at the south end of the state. All right, so I'm going to talk a little bit about local road safety. We just heard about your HSIP program, a little bit about your intersection control evaluation process. So we're going to hit a few of these things here before we get into examples. So the big thing about Washington State is we distribute HSIP money based on crash data. I'm not sure if every state does that exactly, but we based on our infrastructure priority emphasis areas. So it's kind of a subset of the data, and 70% of our lane departure intersection type crashes and whatnot are on our local county city roads. So we distribute 70% of our HSIP money to counties and cities, and then we take 30% for our state highway system based on the data, I guess. And so if you're a county or city, you get a larger chunk of the pie, I guess, so to speak, which is nice. I used to work. 23 years I was at a county before I came to Washington State, so I enjoyed this big slice here, even though there should be more safety money than we have. All right, so one thing I heard a little bit about intersection control evaluations. One thing we do in Washington State now, it took a while to get there, but we require local road safety plans to be submitted to be eligible for our HSIP program. So we have 39 counties in the state. We have about 280 cities, so you can see almost every county has a local road safety plan, and quite a few cities. So funding is eligible for preliminary engineering, right-of-way, construction phases. We do not fund like planning or pre-design type of work, which is kind of unfortunate because sometimes with more complex locations that may have high value in the end, it might be nice to go through and actually do some preliminary design and risk assessment so we can really dial in costs and mitigate risks. But anyway, that's not what we do. So the local road safety plans we ask for vary in complexity and depth as you might expect, but the only requirement is they're data driven. And so many of the counties do their own. Many of the cities hire consultants, but in decisions to use consultants or kind of a do-it-yourself are generally based on staffing resources, skills, knowledge, or maybe the need for more polished communication materials. So for example, the first plan that I did at Thurston County, this is the second picture, the second one here, and I did in 2013 with our team. We did it ourselves. It definitely wasn't polished, but it did the job. The next one we hired a consultant because we were looking for, I guess, better communication materials that we could use into our communication outreach process for our projects. But also we were engaging more partners in the discussion. We really wanted some help facilitating those conversations. The program alternates between cities and counties every year as well. So the funding program. So one year it's counties, one year it's cities, and it allows you a little bit. At least when I was a county official, it allowed us a little bit. It's easier time to plan and program for the work, and not only just budgeting, but also staffing resources that we have to balance with a lot of other work that we did. So our department, WSDOT, provides training for do-it-yourself planning. We also provide data analysis or initial data analysis for each county, most cities. So these data summaries are honestly like a mini state highway safety plan. So they outlines 5 years worth of data, including identifying priorities, such as lane departure crashes, intersection crashes, but also by crash type and other factors. And this by itself, honestly, serves as a basis for a local road safety plan. And so really all you have to do after that is determine what countermeasures you're going to use for those high priorities and prioritization of your facilities. But, most folks take it a little bit further than that and roll it into some sort of plan. But again, the department provides probably about 90% of the information you need to do the plan in the state and the training. So that's helpful. I know I found it helpful when I was a county official. All right, so since we're talking about roundabouts, HSIP and roundabouts. So over the past decade or so, we've had about 40 locally built roundabouts funded through the HSIP program, most on local streets, but also some on state highways. We started emphasizing roundabouts back in 2016. We had a safety program called the Innovative Safety Program. Anyway, and it leaned in on roundabouts, high friction surfacing, and other innovative but high value countermeasures that weren't used as often at the time. So most counties went with high friction surfacing that year. Cities, as you can see in the blue, went with a few more roundabouts. And then shortly after that, 2018, our department or our local programs office started requiring justification if not using a roundabout when there is major intersection proposed or major intersection work proposed. So you're rehabbing an entire intersection, you're rebuilding or whatever. And so you can see there is definitely an uptick on roundabouts through the program. All right, so I'm going to talk a little bit about our history on some of the roundabouts, and then more some of the compact ones on our system. Or maybe I should pause. I don't know if there's any questions on our HSIP program. Maybe I should pause there. I'm not sure if there's any. I don't see any right.
We do have a couple questions. Is now a good time?
Yeah, now's a great time. Yeah, you mentioned pausing, so anyway, that was probably a good spot since I kind of breezed through our HSIP process.
Yeah, perfect. Matthew, did you want to come on and ask your questions?
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
My question specifically is for the LARSP, and I know it doesn't necessarily hold specifically to roundabouts, but since the discussion was on those, I wanted to I was hoping to get a little bit more insight. The problem I see with an LRSP is it's a snapshot in time. And what it is you go through, you do your analysis, and then you get your list of priorities or you prioritize your projects based on a certain set of criteria. My question is, and the problem I've always had with this is, how often do you go back and redo that? And is there a process by which it makes more sense other than just to look at crash data and any other ancillary data that's there? I'm just trying to figure out a more efficient way to keep prioritizing those projects so that we can get the most bang for our buck. And it just seems like everything is just a snapshot in time. And I'm trying to figure out how to look forward to anticipate some of those things.
I can't speak for every agency in Washington State, but at least in terms of the update of information and looking at new data, that happens every single program. So every other year, each county would get a whole set of crash data with priorities and percentages based on, again, like intersections, lane departures, or speeding, that kind of stuff. And so you'd have every 2 years, you'd have an opportunity to at least have a look at your data, see if your plan is still fitting what you're seeing and the trends you're seeing on your system. And then you make a decision where you update your plan. So let's see, I think the first plan I did was in 2013. The next one I did was in 2018, so about 5 years. And so I think kind of most agencies are doing something similar, maybe not necessarily the year spacage, but they're going to be looking at their data every other year that's provided by the state and just seeing if there's still alignment. Because yeah, you're right, it is a snapshot in time. It's not going to tell you necessarily what's happening in the future. But yeah, you do refresh your data. There is an expectation you're going to be checking your plan to make sure it's still consistent. And those would be interactions between our local programs office and each agency. So, but updating the whole plan, that's a little bit of an effort depending on the size and complexity of it. So you're not going to do it every year, every other year. And every agency is going to make a little bit different decision on that. I should also note too, especially with the counties, is they're not our local programs may look at benefit cost analysis, but they're looking at the priorities established in the local road safety plan in terms of the funding and what the agency is asking for. And so it's a little bit different process, and the plan actually gives probably each agency and also our local programs office a little bit more flexibility in actually aligning money with priorities in the system. I had one of my colleagues in a kind of more rural county. They had a lot of open range land. Apparently, seeing black cows at night's really hard, and so they went through they asked for funding for fencing, and so they worked with property owners, got money from our local programs office because it followed the data, and did a lot of fencing on some open range lands and to take care of that issue. And so it kind of opened the door for some projects that probably wouldn't have been funded under the normal BC process that we did in the past. I don't know if that answered your question. So.
No, that's kind of what I was expecting. I was kind of hoping for a magical answer or something, but no, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I apologize. There's definitely not a magical answer to it. I mean, I mean, all of us have staff. I couldn't update a local road safety plan every year. When I just didn't have time to do that. But again, refreshing, looking at the numbers, make sure you're consistent is I know something that I know all my colleagues did, and I did as well. All right, are we ready to move on?
Jerry, did we capture your thoughts?
I think we can wait until near the end of Scott's presentation. I was curious about the effect of rising costs on roundabout proposals and/or approvals. And like I said, that's something that, of course, really triggered the need for today's webinar. So at some point today, or in your presentation, if you can talk about that.
Yeah, maybe refresh me. I touch on inflation. It's impacted the department across the board on everything, to be honest with you, in terms of the amount of work we're doing, including roundabouts as well. So, but I'll get into some of that from just the examples too. So, all right. So a little bit of history. Our first one we did was an interchange ramp, and I guess we call it a compact roundabout, but others may not. But anyway, our first specific HSIP fund. This is again for state highways. This isn't for This isn't for local agencies. So really talking about state highway work now. We had a HSIP program directed specifically at doing compact roundabouts, and I'll kind of show you here in a minute. I'll show you really how this kind of initiated in terms of some work in one region. And then later this year, we are going to be doing another call for compact roundabouts and some other work as well through our HSIP program. And currently, right now, we have about 50 planned and constructed on our state highway system in urban and rural areas. So if you're a county, you pay attention to some of the examples we have, because we definitely have them on some high speed facilities. So we have about 600 roundabouts in Washington State, about 200 on state highways. So most of the roundabouts on the state highway system, conventional or compact, are actually on our local road system. Our city and county partners are leaders in the state in terms of advancing roundabouts and a lot of these proven safety countermeasures on our public roadway system in the state. So here's a little map. This is a bit dated now. I think there's only 40 dots on here. That now it would be about 50 or so. But you can see the orange, kind of yellowish ones are constructed. Blue are planned. If I did the map today, it'd be a little different. You can see a lot are concentrated in the Puget Sound area, where a lot of our population is. But we're doing them across the state for the most part, where there's needs and funding available. So For us, so talk about what we think like compact, because we have a lot of we're good at categorizing everything as transportation professionals, right? And so many compact are just a category of roundabouts. I guess at least our thought, and certainly mine is, you know, a compact roundabout is just our design choices we make for a specific location, whether we have financial, spatial, or time constraints, often all of those. And so that's really for us when we have constraints and we have to make design trade-offs and we're shrinking stuff down, then I guess it's considered a compact for us. But so we're not usually requiring right of way for compact roundabouts, but it's not a rule. Most central lines for our compact roundabouts are fully mountable, but not all of them. We have a wide range of diameters, inscribed diameters that are what we might consider a compact roundabout. And I think we have a definition of what that is in our design manual, was consistent with national guidance, but quite honestly, we don't really follow that when we're thinking about what we might consider a compact or a lower cost roundabout for us. And for us, low cost is different than probably for most local agencies. We're seeing construction costs range from about 1 million to 3 million, maybe actually over that in some cases. And then our design costs are significantly higher than probably you might incur. I mean, once we touch a project, we spend some money on design. So low cost us certainly a little bit different than maybe for a city or county doing that work. All right, so I'm going to touch briefly on intersection decisions. So we heard about the Caltrans intersection control evaluation process. I just have a slide for this, but we just updated our intersection control evaluation process last year. Part of that update process was to explicitly state that roundabouts are a preferred intersection control. And if someone chooses that, there's a streamlined documentation process. Now, our intersection control evaluation process only applies to state highways. So it doesn't apply to everywhere else, just state highways. Our reports are scalable. They're sometimes super short, sometimes long, depending on the location, funding program, obviously complexity of location. Our process is outlined probably a little different than maybe like what you see in the Federal Highway website, and maybe through your ISO process. But we have a 6-step process. We really focus in on context. Why are we there? What's going on? And then our feasibility section is qualitative. We are looking at space. We're looking at environmental issues, any like local planning, other things that may make something not feasible. Kind of a fatal flaw analysis, what I heard earlier when kind of John was talking about the ISO process. And then we talk about performance metrics. What performance metrics are we doing? We're not always using calculated stuff. So queuing, delays, all that kind of stuff is part of what we're talking about, but it's not everything because you can't calculate everything that's important for a location. Obviously analysis and evaluation selection. So we kind of break it all out in 6 steps, and every IS on our state highway system does come to our headquarters office, comes to my office, and there is a concurrence process for that. I don't know if that would work in California because it's a little too big, but anyway, for us it works okay. So. All right, so we're going to talk about compact roundabouts. I have a legend. The top part here on project objective is really based on funding buckets. So if it's safety, it's essentially HSIP money, preservation dollars, and mobility. More of our big capital improvement projects. In terms of type, quick build, conventional build. Quick build using, for us, precast concrete, hot mix asphalt. And conventional, more cast in place concrete, and that kind of stuff. And you'll see that those differences will be fairly readily apparent. What led to some of the HSIP funded compact roundabout programs that we have on a state highway was some work some individuals did up in in our northwest region, but a portion of it we call the Mount Baker area because Mount Baker is a volcano right over here. There's a group of folks that really got out ahead of the rest of us in the state. And there was 6 locations that they did compact, low-cost roundabouts on. I don't know, starting almost a decade ago now, a little bit longer than that now. So here's all the locations. Canada's right here. So City of Blaine's kind of a border town. Bellingham it has about 100,000 people for a population. And then here's a Cascade Mountain Range over here. So it's pretty rural as you get out this way. But anyway, here's the sites that we worked on. Here's an interchange, another interchange down here, and another one here. that we worked on. One is this is a local road here that we did work as a mitigation for closing the state highway for some fish passage and culvert work. All right, so here's an example. So this is in Blaine. This is an interchange. This may not really qualify as a compact, but for us, it was our first attempt, I think, at starting doing more low-cost features. So, for example, this is a hot mix asphalt for the apron, some interesting striping, and these were constrained conditions. I mean, we did put in pedestrian facilities because it's an urban area, but again, we started. This is our first start, I guess, away from some of the more conventional using concrete everywhere. And this is a little bit smaller, 115 foot. There's a railroad tracks down here. There's still freight coming through here, but we made this work based on the design features that we did. And then this is our first interchange one. This is Slater Road. This north is off to the right. Wish I had a closer picture of this, but I don't have it for this presentation. And we regularly had queuing onto Interstate 5 going northbound every day. This is a big access to a lot of oil refineries and some recreational areas. And once we put these roundabouts in, queuing was gone. These roundabouts, we did 3 roundabouts for about $300,000. We did them with our maintenance forces, precast concrete, asphalt, delineator posts, really basic stuff. And it was done pretty much, I think it was overnight. I think Phil Rust was part of that magical team that we had up there. He could probably clarify that for me, but it was pretty much done. It was really short turnaround time and made a huge difference. The community was happy with it. Now, if you looked at the geometry of this thing, of these roundabouts, at least these two in the round, there's a lot to be desired, but it served the purpose. It still slowed people down. It manage the operations, and it did a lot of good. We're actually in the process of replacing these now for other reasons but in any event, it was a great project. Here's another one. This is a city project. This is another interchange ramp. Precast concrete inset into the asphalt, so grinding down, put the concrete in and backfill the asphalt, and then painted it yellow. And then there's delineator post on the ramp here, a little bit of sliver widening on this side over here. Another one, this actually, we did cast in place concrete for the circle, HMA, everything else is precast concrete, and then a lot of paint. And then here's one where the splitter island, we actually had a splitter island in this case, or a bigger one. We just used kind of we just used curbing to come in to serve as that splitter island versus a wider splitter island that you normally see in a conventional design. All right, so we're going to move to Eastern Washington. Spokane's over here. We're going to go north of Spokane a little ways on US 395. So this is a place called Loon Lake, residential community, little commercial area at the primary intersection. There's a pizza place, ice cream, coffee, about all you need, I think. Oh, and gas and a convenience market. So it's about everything you need. And this is a busy intersection for this particular area, and we had some bad crash history, and so. We decided to do a roundabout. It was part of our HSIP program, and this is what it looked like. No right-of-way acquisition. This was part of a paving project, so we incorporated into a larger project. We heard, I think, City of Modesto was looking for opportunities like that. This is one where we did that, and it's about, I guess I have the little label there, 103-foot diameter. It works great. We have conventional chicanes on the main line approach. It's posted 60. Folks are going a lot faster than that normally. Not much on the side streets. And the bump out here is maybe about 8 feet or so. Not much. So what I'll show you in the next slide is how we mitigated that by hardening the edge line, which we saw again on that City of Modesto presentation. So we did the same thing on this high-speed approach. This has really good crash history so far. It's performing really well. For us, and so we're pretty pleased with this project so far. Here's the curbing, single slope curbing, 4-foot HMA behind it, and so that serves as hardening that edge line coming in the roundabout. And it was nice. Our region traffic office went out and checked speeds, and speeds are right where we roughly right in where we calculated them at. So we're happy about that. And the reason why I have this example and talk a little bit more about primarily because I went out there. My office provided the conceptual design of the region, incorporating their PSE drawings. So we went out there before to kick the dirt, and we go, well, what's our traffic stress across this street? Knowing that there's probably some desire to, but probably not a lot of people do. And we figured, well, we'll cross. Well, we had got up to the edge of the road and we just didn't even make. There's just enough speed, enough trucks, enough other vehicles. We didn't even attempt it. Once the roundabout went in, we went back out there, not even with the full permit markings in there. We practically were lollygagging around, taking photos, and because you know what, everyone was slowing down, truck and yield to us when we're at the place, the crosswalk. And it was a transformational change, even though the design's not perfect and it doesn't have every facility that we desire in an ideal situation. So it was transformational, even though it wasn't perfect. So don't let perfection get in the way of progress, I guess. And this was a huge improvement. The community was very happy with this project, and so's the region. And we're seeing good data results so far from it, even though it's not a conventional design, and it's a lot smaller, especially on a high speed facility like this. All right, so we're going to go down to Southwest region. So, anyways, we're near Portland now. If you know where Portland, Oregon is, and so here's Vancouver. Here's Portland, Oregon, Columbia River, and then we're going to be just east of the urban area. So I don't know, about a mile east of the urban area. So this is again an HSIP funded project on a state highway that we built. This is the before conditions. A bridge, very constraining. Here's the bridge right here. So we have critical areas and some slopes going down into this agricultural area over here. And so we had some constraints we had to deal with. So we designed a smaller roundabout to fit into that. And here's what it looks like. And so you can see this is the mainline state highway. We didn't do anything coming in because this bridge constrains speeds all by itself. So we didn't feel we needed a chicane coming into that. Obviously, this local street, there's a county road here. We already have essentially a chicane coming into it, so we didn't feel we needed to do much. But what we did do out here is, and the innovative piece, I think, from our perspective, is what we're calling scuppered curbing along the edges. So we're helping manage speeds coming in, but also, more importantly for us in Western Washington, is we can manage stormwater through sheet flow still when we have the gaps in the curbing. So what we do often when we have the right soil conditions, we do enhanced soils along the shoulders for infiltration and treatment, and it voids and it eliminates the need for stormwater ponds and enclosed drainage systems, which add cost and also potentially right-of-way acquisition to a project. So this is one actually intersection. We closed this road for I think 2 weeks and had about a 5-mile detour, which is pretty bold by our region at the time they did this. And so we reduced some of our costs just by closing the intersection as well and then rerouting traffic. We can't do that everywhere in our state highway system, but where we can, we're definitely looking at it more and more than we had in the past. We did add delineator posts afterwards once we kind of saw where the truck patterns were. But if you looked at our auto turn and where our WB67s were turning, it's pretty ugly. We just wanted to get them through as an accommodated vehicle, not a design vehicle. So, and they can. Some examples from Northwest region that are more current. My daughter calls this the ice cream cone about. Steep slopes, critical areas, not much widening. And this is an awkward one. If you're not comfortable with unconventional designs, it's a double yield going northbound. So you come in northbound, you yield here, and then you come around and yield again and then go. But this was a very unique and creative design by our region office. It came up with in an awkward situation with skewed offset intersection and a lot of other things. But it's working pretty well. Although we had a lot of mixed, obviously, feedback on social media, but people in the area on this corridor comment, not everyone, but some did, where they said, when do we get ours? Which means this is not the random people who don't like roundabouts. These are people that live there, saw the value in this intersection, even though it's not perfect and everyone knows it, but it's doing the job that it needs to do and improving the operations on that corridor. A few other designs. One thing here I'll note is this is a high volume state highway, multi-lane roundabout, closely spaced intersection right here. So we put a compact roundabout in to manage that. And so compact mini roundabouts can help you manage traffic in closely spaced intersections as well. So don't forget about that. Here's a kind of a mix of some floating islands, scuppered curbing here, and then this is a little uphill portion. But we've gotten some good feedback from some folks in the bike community because we are slowing people down coming in, and they felt comfortable merging in to ride with traffic to go around this roundabout. And so that's nice to hear because certainly Some folks in the bicycle community aren't always excited about roundabouts. Mostly multi-lane, but again, it's nice to hear some positive feedback when we're trying to integrate some different design features to manage speeds and whatnot. Olympic region. So Olympic region surrounds our state capital, Olympia, and also spreads up the Olympic Peninsula. This is kind of an interesting one from a Joint Base Lewis McChord's over here. But here's an elevated structure here, and there's a compact roundabout. But actually, the cool thing here is there's a residential community here and here, and we kept a path at grade below the wall for folks to navigate between the communities versus requiring people to go up on the structure. I thought that was a nice feature that we did there in consideration for such more of an all-mode design. This compact replaced a signal that was scheduled for replacement. So when we look at replacing or doing major rehab on signals, we go through our intersection control evaluation process. In this case, the region selected a roundabout instead of replacing the signal. You may wonder what this is. This is a public road, even though it doesn't look like it. There wasn't an opportunity to relocate it, so we put a cut through in the splitter island for left turns to get out. I don't know how many times we talked about that cutout, but and a lot of people were concerned about it, but you know what? It works great because we have low speeds. It's an urban area. It's not a problem, and it hasn't been a problem yet. So it's just hard to wrap our heads around it. This one's kind of cool. This is our first vertical deflection device on the state highway system. And that was a big step for us. And here's the compact roundabout, of course. We also, along with this was actually a compromise. This is kind of a mitigation that we put in as part of our discussions with some of our interested partners we were talking to. We have rapid flash beacons on this side, which we normally don't do with single lane roundabouts, but when we talked with the blind community out there, that was just part of one of the concessions we made, and it works pretty well. There's transit stop here, transit stop over off the page here, and the trolley's transit stop over here. So, that was the high volume crossing that most folks were concerned about. So it seemed like that made sense. Anyway, so some neat stuff there. So a few local agency examples that are done. This is City of Yakima. So it's the east side of Washington State, multi-lane, high volume, conventional roundabout, and then like a little compact guy over here. Flush splitter island here, flush concrete, and then painted splitter island there. Been through it a handful of times, hung out there and watched. It works really great. This is in Kashmir. This is the east side of still in the mountains, but east side of the state. This is in their little downtown area, compact roundabout. It's probably one of the early ones in the state. There is no deflection on this side here. It still works fine. It's a low speed area. It works great. Now, high speed county facility, probably not a good idea, but this facility, it's not perfect, but it works. This is on this is a crazy, like kind of big four-way intersection in the city of Tumwater, which is right next to Olympia. And so the city is putting into a Safe Routes to School grant to put this roundabout in as part of a larger sidewalk extension that they're doing. This is in Richland. Maybe the only note on here is that it's hard to see. I apologize. The vote is kind of small, but we tried to do they tried to do one of your rock blankets. And so if anyone can send me your specs and details on that, that would be super. They didn't do the rock blanket quite like you guys. But anyway, it's still there. And it still serves a purpose. But in any event, I guess let's put it this way. Our cities are doing a lot of this work too because they're finding value. Even if they do a high cost one like this where it's all this concrete, they're finding value fitting high functioning, safe intersection treatments and fitting them in within their existing constraints. And so you're seeing this across the state. All right, so a little wrap up here, and then I guess move on. So one of the huge issues we've had, this is a bit dated, maybe a year and a half old, but as of a year and a half ago, 90% of our department was either new to the department or new to their position. And we have 7,000 people in our department. A lot of knowledge walked out the door in the last about half dozen years. A lot of knowledge. And so it's made it really hard for roundabout design in particular because it's helpful to have experience, especially when you're thinking about compact and shrinking things down and the professional judgment involved that you need to do that. We are having hard to replicate our ultra low cost stuff, primarily because of trade-offs and concerns about the durability of precast concrete, especially when we do a lot of plowing. We do a lot of snow plowing on the east side of the state, mountains, even on the west side as well. Here's the inflation question. So I will say it has impacted us because we have not been able to really drive our costs down as low as we'd like to. on our compact roundabouts. However, again, if we weren't doing compact roundabouts, those costs would be a lot higher because those conventional designs and sizing, and it makes everything it makes the cost a lot higher for us because our conventional designs are a lot more than what the number I gave you early on. One of the challenges we too have, especially in relation to experience, is guidance for requirements. We haven't done a lot of changes to our design policy over the last 15 years or so, but it's stood the test of time primarily because it's guiding folks, not telling them exactly how to do things or how not to do something. And that's really hard if you don't have a lot of experience, but it gives us a lot of flexibility. So if something new can come around, we can readily adapt it into our process and our projects and statewide versus worrying about changing our policies every other year or being restricted by our policies. But it is challenging when you don't have when you have a lot of guidance versus a matrix type approach. We don't have a lot of depth in our team. I'm the subject matter expert for roundabouts, and that's one person for a state. That's a little hard. So we're working on that through training. And we just started this last year, 2-day roundabout design class or fundamentals class. And so we are rolling that out slowly across to the regions to help build that depth and knowledge so we can empower our staff to really hopefully get good designs or to begin with and not having to be reliant on some of the limited headquarters staff that we have. So let's see. Other things we do, speed management. We have our first raised crosswalks on interchange in Seattle now. Scupper design for stormwater speed management, I think, has been a good thing for us. One thing we do also do too is, good questions. Like rolled curbing or single slope curbing. When we have found, well, actually, we use this as a concession to the freight community a long time ago, but we can be more aggressive on designs, tighter designs, knowing that we can get accommodated vehicles through when we have rolled curbing or single slope curbing. So it can be your friend when you're shrinking things down. And we have not seen any issues related to pedestrians when it's next to sidewalks on our system. There's no reported issues or that I'm aware of. So I wouldn't be afraid of it when you're thinking about it even next to like your buffers or sidewalks as well. Let's see. I think that's it. All right. So questions. And here's some cool stuff our communications people did for Roundabout Week a few years ago. So anyway, you can pick your month and pick your roundabout or pick your sign in your roundabout. All right. I think I'm done. I apologize. I think it took longer than I intended, so I apologize for that.
Yeah, let's run through a couple quick questions. Starting with your Loon Lake, can you jump back to Loon Lake?
Yeah.
Just wondering how far upstream from the entry was the outside curbing started? And was there any consideration given to accommodating PED facilities in the future?
Yeah, great question. So our curbing that we do, I'll be honest with you, we do not have any rules of thumb or anything. I mean, ideally, we would, in this case, we brought it back here to roughly kind of the apex of the widest point on the chicane. That's probably about 100 feet in this case. We have other situations where we would start them really near the intersection because of cost or stormwater. Or in other cases, we brought them all the way back. Ideally, you want to take them back to maybe the beginning of the chicane area, but again, it varies on your site. So I don't have. We change based on the site we're at. We're pretty flexible at that. I think the goal is just having something in this inside area because what we have seen on, especially on our rural roundabouts, is people pick faster paths than if you don't have something there. We haven't necessarily seen safety issues with that, but there are maintenance issues with off tracking off the roadway and whatnot. So yeah, I apologize. I don't have a rule of thumb, but yeah, it's about 100 feet in this case. So.
Well, and during the planning and design of this, was there any consideration given for potentially adding pedestrians?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So yeah, we actually think about it in all cases. I should back up a little bit on that is we do have we have a complete street legislation in our state law now that requires us to consider complete streets and all users all the time. Not that we didn't do before, but we have legislation. It's guiding us now as well. And so in this case, what we felt, there's no pedestrian access routes serving anywhere in any leg on here. And so we do have cut throughs on the splitter islands. And so as land use changes or the development changes, or we have another project come through, we can easily add on sidewalks and more formal pedestrian facilities onto this. So I guess what it's scalable and it's forward compatible. And we use forward compatible words a lot, where we might build the base of a intersection in this case, but it can be expanded and enhanced in the future without rebuilding everything. So yeah, that was thought about, I guess, to answer the question. Apologize, I kind of skipped over that.
That's perfect. Thanks. Luke and Ramon, stand by to come on mic. Jerry, you had a thought?
Yes, real quick, since you got Loon Lake up, have you had any indication, any evidence about the approach speeds entering this compact roundabout? In other words, is the approach design, the scope of all the features, including the length of the splitter island, has that been adequate for that high-speed approach?
In short, yes. I don't remember exactly what our R1 speeds were. I think they're probably around 20, 21 miles an hour. And our region traffic office went down, just did a kind of a spot study. I should say down. They went up, I guess, from their office, or north anyway. And at least based on their spot speed study using a radar gun, the vehicles are coming in and around that. So yeah, we felt pretty comfortable about that. And generally, our design parameters, our guidelines, we look to have speeds in around about 15 to 25 miles an hour, whether it's entering, circulating, and so generally, though, from a practice standpoint, we try to target our entries around 20 miles an hour, and so this is kind of falls into that. And so yeah, we're getting what we thought we'd get, so that's a good thing. So,
Luke, you want to come on?
Sure. Thanks for the opportunity for the question. I'm not familiar with the Washington State regulatory requirements, but I know at least in California, in our region, we often have challenges meeting local water board requirements for post-construction stormwater treatment and handling. I see a lot of these examples predominantly use hardscape, which is really nice from a maintenance standpoint, but I'm wondering if you've had any issues or challenges trying to meet stormwater management requirements with some of these projects where you might be widening a road or reconstructing pavement and creating impermeable areas.
Yeah, I think going through our highway runoff manual is a whole other presentation probably. But yeah, we do have challenges. Those are things that we think about. In this case, yeah, in this case, I didn't do that work on here, but you can see from what the finished product is, we didn't build any stormwater facilities here other than what was there in the slopes, and so they were able to follow our process for that. But in other cases where we don't have the right soils, or we're adding more impervious area based on, depending on the discharge area that we're looking at or the size. Yeah, we've significantly added a lot of cost to projects, and some projects have been shelved because of that. And we have a lot of varying soil conditions. This side of the state, in a lot of places, it drains pretty well, and we can do enhanced soil. And in fact, probably we're usually typically trying to slow water down so we can get proper treatment. On the west side, sometimes we have situations where it's really tight soils, and it doesn't matter what we do. We're building ponds, closed systems to manage that, and it adds significant cost to our projects. And so I can't speak entirely to your question, but it is something that it is part of every project that we work on, and it can be challenging depending on where we're at. So apologize, I can't get too much detail. It's not something I'm dive into on detail on most projects. So
no worries, thank you, appreciate it.
Ramon?
Hey, Scott, really love all the examples here. I'm over here at UC Davis. We have 1 billion bicyclists per day over here. And we have a whole bunch of roundabouts as well, most of them mini roundabouts within the core. And we're kind of putting more and more outside of the campus, or outside of the core of the campus, where there are a whole lot more vehicles. And we're debating using a lot more of these mountable center islands. And our concern is that people in pickup trucks are going to be more likely to go over them and not really comply with the intent of the actual circle. I see that on a lot of your examples. There's obviously very dark tire tracks going around the circles, very few tire tracks going over the circles. Is your experience thus far with your mini roundabouts that most people actually just comply with the circle?
Yeah, so good question. Yeah, so most people do comply, amazingly enough. I think most of us want to. I mean, that's probably just human nature, probably. But yeah, there are dark tracks on these things. We do expect trucks to use these, and they absolutely do. We do have some videos in a few locations where we do have people just driving right over the center of these things, like, a pickup truck or even a car. And that happens. But it's not that frequent, and it's not impacting the overall operations of the facility. And also I think it depends on volumes and that kind of stuff too. Lower volumes, you probably have some folks cheating probably a little bit. Higher volumes, you definitely have a lot less. So, I mean, we haven't seen that in the urban areas where we've done some compacts, but in the rural areas, occasionally we'll see that on where we do have cameras and we can get some videos. So yeah, I mean, we haven't seen problems with that, but we do see it occasionally. So.
And a quick follow-up since I had one tagged on here. For SR 500 at 182nd, you mentioned that you installed some vertical delineators after you saw how the trucks were using the roundabout. How exactly were those delineators installed? What behavior were they modifying?
Oh, they weren't really modifying behavior. They were just added delineation. So we've done some compact roundabouts, knowing that auto turn can be somewhat conservative at times, depending on how you use it. And uh, and uh, and also auto turn doesn't represent every driver behavior too for a truck driver. So sometimes we'll put in the basic circle like what you see on the left here. And then once we have some travel patterns established where we see tracking, and up through observation, then we'll come back and add maybe a light delineation package. In this case, there's some delineator posts. So we weren't really trying to prevent any behavior. We were just adding delineation kind of after the fact, after some time for observation. So we did one where I didn't have this an example in here where we had about 100-foot compact roundabout. Well, actually, it's the last 90 foot, I think, rural area, high speed. And we auto turn said trucks were going to use the entire central island. So after a year, we noted that actually wasn't happening. So either we picked the wrong vehicle to model or we didn't model it correctly. And we went back in and added delineator posts and some chevrons into it. So again, I think some observing things after the fact, I think helps. And then you can add a delineation package. So we weren't trying to solve anything with this other than adding delineation. When you're doing everything flush, it's kind of nice because it is easier to see a delineator post that's stuck up 3 feet versus something that's only 3 inches or 4 inches off the ground. So,
Scott, what's the smallest diameter mini roundabout that Washington installed?
oh geez, you had to ask that question. Let me see. Well, we have a 65 footer here, but that was on a local road.
It's 54 on High Rock.
Yeah, High Rock here, 75. Yeah, so there's two. So that's probably one of the smaller ones we have, probably. Yeah, that's probably one of the smallest ones we have. Most of the ones we're doing are probably in and around where I don't have the diameter on this one, but probably 85 to 90 feet, probably in and around that range on our state highway system. So.
And Jasper's wondering if any roundabouts are signalized.
No, we have no signals at our roundabouts in Washington State, so we don't even have any pedestrian hybrid beacons. Well, I can't speak for every single local road one, but I don't think we even have pedestrian hybrid beacons at roundabouts in Washington State. We actually get pretty good vehicle yielding at our roundabouts. I don't know. Washington State drivers can't drive when it's wet, snowy, when the leaves start to fall. We can't do a lot of stuff. But apparently we do yield at roundabouts at crosswalks. And so that's one thing apparently we're good at. And so we're pretty confident in using rectangular rapid flashing beacons for multi-lanes. And we are starting to have some confidence on using raised crosswalks and talking about it more. There's just concerns on snow plowing and some of those kinds of things and some of the maintenance pieces of that yet. But yeah, so we're trying to avoid signals at roundabouts if we can.
Right. Last question. You talked about training staff in roundabout design. Are there any resources you could recommend that we look into, especially for working with more unusual designs or configurations?
Yeah, well, there's a lot of subject matter experts out there, and well, right now, just because of staffing, me, we're using some consultants to help us with the class, and they're consultants who we have really high confidence in, who have a lot of experience, and has developed a 2-day class that gives folks the basic tools for conventional design, but also diving into the kind of the professional judgment guidance you need for doing something smaller or more unique. And so we're just leveraging consultants right now. We'll probably change that in the future. But one of the things we're also looking at too, one of the things that we noticed too, and it's not actually just the just understanding roundabouts. It's helping our people drafting this and talking in, we use microstations, so talking the microstation language and talking all the details of taking that conceptual design that you could do on a paper or a napkin and actually taking it full production. So we actually talk a little bit more about rolling this into a production and all the performance checks you might use in microstation as well. So there's a lot of more detail in there to help folks get from conception to the end. But yeah, again, we're using some subject matter experts in the state that are already on-call consultants for the department. So we're fortunate with that. And so there's quite a few around the country, and that was a good place to start. It's expensive, but it's a good place to start until you can kind of build more of an internal program, and then build internal resources. Yeah, because until about 7 years ago, we actually had all of our regions had people who could do this work fairly well, and then everyone retired. We're really, and it's not just roundabout, it's like everything. We're trying to build a foundation across the department on a lot of topics and subject matter areas. So I didn't answer your question really well, but we're using consultants right now. So
Perfect, thanks. And you mentioned that 2-day training will be open to the public, right?
no, it's not. We're just doing it for department staff right now. Yeah, yeah, we're just doing department staff. We don't we have such a need right now that that's where we're at right now. We are I will say we are working with the University of Washington and seeing if we can leverage them to put something together if the legislature will provide some training professional development dollars to them. So we're working with them on kind of developing a priority array of training that they might be able to provide. In that case, they would provide it not only just to department staff, but also to local agencies as well. Yeah, and consultants. But that's kind of a to be continued conversation within Washington State.
Thanks, Scott. John, I think we're good.
All right, great. Yeah, and thank you so much, Scott. A lot of great examples, a lot of innovation, and you're able to build 3 roundabouts for $300,000 using your own crews. Very, very impressive. So yeah, we are inspired. Thank you so much.
Oh, I wish we could do it again, but that we haven't been able to do. Unfortunately, a county or city could, just because they have the ability to do a lot more local first work dollar wise than we can. So we're kind of constrained. So unfortunately.
Understood. All right. Thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Next week, we're going to have Adam Lanik. He's with Vortex. This is a product that could be used for temporary or permanent installations of modular roundabouts. This product was developed in conjunction with FHWA, and there have been a lot of installations in the state of California on local agency facilities. So Adam, are you ready to share your presentation?
Yep, I am, and I will put that up here now. Hopefully everyone can see it shortly. Is that coming through?
Yeah, just get on presentation mode.
Okay.
Looks good.
All set? Excellent. Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Adam Lanik with Vortex. I'm Vice President and have been working in this arena for about 10 years. As John had mentioned, this product was developed about 10 years ago in conjunction with FHWA, USDOT, and the original use case was mini roundabouts to kind of give another tool in the toolbox for practitioners to expedite installation of these to mitigate safety issues. And so the design intent was to have a system that installed directly over the existing pavement to reduce cost and also to reduce installation time and disruption during construction. So speed and low cost were the main driving elements here. And this product has since been deployed in many states throughout the country and continues to grow in its use cases. Today I'll be discussing more about kind of the procurement process as we're evaluating different projects for safety improvements. But I'll also go into a little bit of background. So I'm hoping everyone's a little bit familiar with the product, but I'll do a quick intro to it here. So this being a modular system, we can kind of fill in any space on a roadway. So when you're going through your design process, we saw lots of great examples from the previous presentation, and basically any of those could be done with this system using whatever their design intent was, and then you would just fill in those areas with this product. So the basic elements of the system are there's a solid plastic mountable curb / island element. So these are the plastic modules, and those are solid material through the thickness and solid color. So helps with maintenance, reduces painting. It's very strong. Equivalent or greater strength than the existing asphalt. Then we also have an asphalt anchor to help hold the entire system to the ground, to the existing asphalt. And that's specifically designed for asphalt. Obviously, asphalt's a bit weaker than concrete. This can also be deployed on top of concrete. You'll have greater strength, but our anchor was specifically designed for asphalt to mitigate the weakness of asphalt. In addition to that, the anchor is made out of stainless steel. So in terms of exposure to salt and other environmental conditions, we are again designed everything to survive for a long duration, 10, 15, 20 years in the field. So this would be more of a permanent solution. And then the third element is this impact absorbing plug, which helps with the longevity of the product as well. So as, vehicles come into contact with this product, they mount the islands as it's designed and intended to be. That's going to help with the longevity. It's going to absorb impact and create some sort of flexibility in the system for all the various issues where you would have, two hard things coming together. So we've had quite a few installations in the U.S., but first I'll focus on some of the main ones in California. We've had some all the way up and down the coast. We've got a couple down in San Diego, maybe he has previously. We have one deployed there in Balboa Park. That was done, I believe, in 2022. And then we have another kind of a more high-speed approach, not high-speed approach in terms of the traffic, but in terms of installing that Phil kind of spearheaded, where we use more of an outline approach, where the islands are outlined in our plastic curbing modules, and those are anchored into the asphalt. And then a lot of the area, the white area you see is just reflective paint. So that was done to reduce cost and to reduce time to install this roundabout. I think this one took, maybe like 4 days. So those are two down in San Diego. We've got a couple in Encinitas, a little further up the coast. Pretty standard mini. I think the ICD was around 50 or 60. And then we also did a chicane. In this image here in the center above the state, to the right of it was an intersection where they considered doing a mini roundabout, but it was just too small to really fit it in there appropriately. And so as a means to create, reduce speed on the approach to that intersection, which is where they're having the safety concern, they installed a chicane upstream from that to help reduce speeds there. Because the folks driving this road, I was on site for both, well, I guess all four of these. And the people driving through are going quite fast. And so this helped reduce that speed quite a bit to improve safety at the adjacent intersection. Moving up the coast, we did one here in the lower left in Arroyo Grande. That was 2025, I think. That one we used, so typically the color scheme for a lot of our product is, black fill with a yellow outline, and then for left-hand islands, and then on right-hand islands, more like a cement or a white color for the curbing or the outline, and then like a black fill. That's usually the most cost effective, but we do have other colors. And so this Arroyo Grande one was adjacent to a high school. Is actually a pass-through road where it was the parking lot to high school is exiting, and so there was a left turn issue, and they wanted to install a roundabout quickly to kind of mitigate that. And they decided to use the high school colors, which were blue and yellow. And so we had that as an option and installed that. For moving up the coast further, we had one in San Jose. It's kind of a small image. I couldn't get it on satellite view. I can only get it in street view. It's been in the field for a couple of years, so I'm not sure why it's not on satellite, especially given Google's proximity to San Jose. But it went in well. It's still holding up quite well. As seen in the image, this was as of a couple days ago, and it was again a small residential street. And then moving further north, we have the one that this one's been in since 2021, so about 5 years now. That's in the Presidio in the national park next to the Golden Gate Bridge. This one is kind of a Dutch roundabout design, so there's facilities for bikes going around the perimeter, but they also did allow bikes to go through on the traffic lanes, the circulating lane. They get a lot of tourists in this region, so they wanted to have something that removed perhaps inexperienced bicyclists from the circulating lane, so they had the external lanes there. And this one, the main traversing traffic is buses, tour buses. A lot come in from the north in this image and go to the west. And traverse the island. So, because the Golden Gate Bridge is over there to the left. So, but yeah, so we've got a lot. We've got a few other ones here that I don't have pictures of. They've been kind of recently installed or they're not updated on Google yet, but California is kind of leading the pack, I guess, leading the charge with modular deployment in terms of all the states that we have been in. I think we have 10 now and probably another 5 potential for this year. So it's growing in popularity. It's growing in use case. I think because it's proving itself in terms of its durability and also its ability to save money and reduce the overall inconvenience of installing roundabouts regarding time and disruption. So here's kind of a national look at where we're at. We are in 9 states currently. Again, California leading the charge. That should be 10. And we've got, I believe, 3 more potential for this year, at least, maybe up to 5. And then Virginia has quite a few. Nebraska, Maryland have a couple with a couple more on deck. And then Florida, North Carolina, Ohio, Texas, and Washington. Washington was our most recent one. That was probably a couple months ago over in Moses Lake. That was installed there at a kind of an outside of the town intersection. It's a lot of truck traffic. So yeah, so we've got quite a few. We're migrating all over the country. We've kind of hit all of the major climate possibilities in the state: cold weather, moist, cold. Moist, warm, hot, dry. So we're starting to prove out that this can be feasible for many states and many climates, and the use cases continue to grow.
Yeah,
so,
quick question on that slide.
Sure. Yeah.
Can you share when Vortex roundabout materials were first installed, and maybe which was the first installation?
Yep. Yeah. So dead center, very north. Yep.
Right.
2017, that was up in Canada at a town called Sundre. It's about an hour north of Calgary. And that we actually deployed that during our development process. We weren't even completed. We hadn't completed the R&D phase with USDOT yet, but they had a specific use case where they had three intersections that they wanted to reduce speed so people could more freely walk about without feeling, in danger, because there's a lot of semis that went through this town, about 200 each way. There's a receiving end for lumber on one side and then a processing plant on the other. So 200 full one way, 200 empty back. And then it was the main heavy load, wide load corridor for upper Canada. So the oil fields and the lumber or the forest area. And so got about 10 to 15 wide loads a day, and they could not shut the road down. Not an option. So they used our product, did 3 of these consecutive intersections to help mitigate that speed issue and slow vehicles down. And we did that in about 17 days. So that was there. The initial plan was to have it for 5 years. It ended up staying in there for about 8. I think they just removed it last year. End of pavement life was the main driver, and then they're also doing some plumbing under the street, replacing water mains and such. So it served its purpose well, and it was a very, very harsh environment, and that was our very, very first one. So been in the field for about 9 years total across many states.
Thanks.
Yep, of course. So I was going to spend a little bit more time in the procurement process in case people were interested or curious about, how do we, begin with this? Is it very different from our current process? And where do we go if we're curious? So basically, start at the quote. We're going to get some information from the customer. We're gonna give you some information back. Pretty straightforward. And I'll go into some of these in more detail in the next slides, but just the overall process. So then usually the next question, again, this isn't like the official process. It's just things I've observed in dealing with cities and counties and states over the last 10 years and going through this process. So usually the next question is installation. Who's going to do it? So the two most common answers are the municipality's maintenance will do it, or a general contractor will do it. So just a general roadway contractor, and that kind of drives how the bidding approach goes. And we provide information in that bidding approach, and we'll go into that here in a second. But let me get this out of the way so you can see. And then usually how the installation goes is what's going to drive the bidding approach. And this is not written in stone, but this is just typically how it goes. So if a municipality maintenance is going to do it, usually the bidding goes sole source. So, and we'll provide information for that, and I'll show that in a second. And if it goes to general contractor, it'll go to competitive bid. Sometimes, very rarely, does the municipality, if a municipality is going to install, it'll go to a competitive bid. So they'll kind of spec out a material similar to ours, and then they'll put it out for bid and people will respond to it. But that's pretty rare. So these are the two main approaches. And then once that's all squared away, we get to material acquisition. Again, that same question comes up, who's going to acquire the material? And usually that's driven by if it's sole source, competitive bid. So if it's sole source, it's usually a municipality. However, that's not always the case, but I would say 90% of the time. If the general contractor is doing it, they're going to acquire the material. And we help with that whole process in terms of providing information and documentation to streamline that. And then once that's done, installation happens. And again, that's either done by municipalities, maintenance crew, or general contractor, and the project's complete. So pretty straightforward. But I get a lot of these questions a lot, so I wanted to kind of go over that a little bit here quickly. So going back to the beginning of that process, the quote info. So it's pretty straightforward. You don't have to do anything special. You can take any design. So any of the designs you've seen today, you could have, if you have a sketch, if you have a drawing, you can shoot that over to us. We can get you a quote to see if it fits your project's needs or not, if you're curious or, whatever the reason. And so all we really need to get a quote, pretty straightforward, just budgetary, is total area, total perimeter, and the color of the islands that you want to be fully mountable material. We do also have other options that are intended to not be fully mountable in terms of the intent. They can still be mounted, but they're a little bit thicker. Our general product is about 2.5 inches. That's mountable, and then we have some other options that are quite a bit thicker that would, I guess, more prevent mounting, but they would still be able to survive it. So once we have those three, we just move forward with a quote. It's pretty quick. And we have an example here. This center island is 1,590 square feet, perimeter of 141. We want the color to be black fill with yellow outline. And again, the color can be anything you want. We have lots of different colors: red, yellow, black, white, blue, green, all the colors. And we also have natural colors, so more terracottas and dark greens and browns and tans. So if there's a specific aesthetic to the area you're looking at, we can provide something for that. So pretty straightforward. As I said, total area, total perimeter, color, that's all we need. We can get you a quote if you're curious and want to see if it works for you. So some examples on the left, literally a sketch with a pen, that works. Ideal if we get the numbers. We also have the ability to pull the numbers off as long as everything's scaled. So if you give us, at least the diameter of the center island, we can go from there. And then, obviously a detailed drawing is much better, but usually that's further on in the process and we rarely get those. So I wouldn't worry about it. But if you have an existing project that you're planning to do out of concrete or some other material and you're just curious, you can shoot that over to us. Or if you're just conceptually thinking about things, that works too. So when we get that quote, these are the things we'll send back to you, which would be basically a budgetary or a formal quote, just depending on where you are in the process. Budgetary quote's gonna be very quick and dirty. Formal quote's gonna have a lot more details, terms and all that stuff. And then we'll also provide installation instructions. So if you have a municipality that's looking at doing the installation, they can look it over and see, what they're gonna need, et cetera, et cetera. And then if you're going to put out to general bid, you can include this in the bid process if you're going to specify Vortex. And then we also provide a product spec sheet, which kind of gives you background on the information of the material, dimensions, and stuff like that. Installation estimate. So this kind of helps with getting a price for how much the installation of it will cost. And so we'll provide labor hours, what we believe. So we've kind of built an algorithm based on all the projects we've done to help pretty accurately determine what that is. And then also an estimated duration. And that's going to depend on the size of the crew and the total labor hours. So we give some options, if you get a 6-man crew, a 12-man crew, 18-man crew, and this many hours, it'll take this many days. And our typical project range thus far has been between, 1 and 15 days. One being, maybe like a small protected intersection. We've seen some roundabouts, maybe like a 70-foot ICD get done in 2 days, all the way up to 15 days. And that's typically a large, like standard roundabout, 150-foot ICD type size. So in the bid process, as we mentioned before, you have the sole source or the competitive bid process. So if you're doing sole source, that's typical if the municipality is buying it or installing it. And then we're going to provide a formal quote and a source source letter to help facilitate that process if that's the path chosen. We do have, long-term sole source agreements with states. Virginia, we have one that's 5 years in duration. So helps kind of the DOTs streamline this process if they have specific locations. They already are familiar with the product and they know where they want to use it. Helps with that. So then if we go to competitive bid, so that's typical if the general contractor is going to be installing or buying the material or both. And then we'll provide, formal quote, and that can be before the letting of the bid or after to each individual contractor. And then we'll also provide installation instructions, spec sheets to the general contractors that are planning to bid so they know what's going on. And then we can also deal with requests for information if they have any additional information that they need to bid or once they win to install. And then other stuff we've seen is piggybacking existing contracts. We do have open contracts with different cities, and we've had people leverage that. So that is an option for folks if you're considering this. Material acquisition. Once the process is completely bidded and we've got the design ready to go, and we're starting the material acquisition again. If the municipality is installing, they're going to acquire it. So we're going to work directly with either the city, the county, or the state. If the GC is doing it, we'll work directly with them to get it delivered to wherever they're planning to store it prior to installation, typically around the site. But we don't need to know up front. We just generally know where it's going, and that's all we need. And then when the time comes, we'll ship it directly to wherever it needs to go. So that's going to arrive directly on a truck. So that's going to be this entire kit sent directly to your site. So basically the steps for this would be, the final drawing would be submitted to us by municipality, city, whoever designed it, maybe an engineering firm. We take that and we modularize it. You guys don't have to do anything specific. It's pretty turnkey. So design your roundabout as you would. Shoot it over to us. We'll take it from there, and then we'll basically make the kit and we'll ship that kit back. So once we get approval, every once in a while you'll have a few dimensions that are slightly off a couple inches. We generally know where you want the dimensions to be hard. So let's say you got looking at the center island here. It's kind of a donut shape. We know the hard dimension is going to be the outside and the not so hard dimension is going to be on the inside. So if we have to pick or choose which one we have to, since we're using modular pieces that are fixed in dimension, we'll always cushion to the side that we think has some wiggle room. Usually we can hit dimensions, but in that case, we would account for that. And so once we get approval, we start the manufacturing process. And then once it's manufactured, we ship it to the site and it arrives as a kit ready for installation. So the general duration of that process is, 1 to 2 weeks for the drawing, CAD work to be done on our side, and then 4 to 8 weeks for the manufacturer. That's going to depend on the side or the size rather of the roundabout, and then another 1 to 3 days to deliver. So pretty straightforward. These ship out of Minnesota, so we're pretty centrally located, so we don't have too long of a duration, and it's usually dedicated truck. So it's going directly from manufacturer to where you're going to need it. Then once the installation happens, typically it's going to be the lowest bidder. If you do have any say in the process, if they do have experience with cement, that does help a little bit just because we use anchoring cement, or any other sort of experience with anchoring things to the ground. I've seen that's generally handy, but it's a very easy process during installation. So I don't know how much pull people have in terms of vetting the general contractor, other than they're the lowest bidder. So, but pre-con and training, if you need help with that, we're definitely available to help with the pre-con meeting. We can join the pre-con meeting and go over any questions, do a quick presentation on how the installation goes. We also provide detailed instructions, both written and video, to the installer, so they're familiar with the process prior to installation. We also provide site-specific, drawing package, and that was part of that first week of the project scope, and that's this here on the bottom right. So they're going to get a detailed drawing that's going to show where every module goes, how many there are, and then each of those boards are going to be ID'd. It's pretty intuitive on the layout, just because all the pieces fit together, so to speak. But every piece is laid out in great detail if it's needed and necessary. So that will be included. And then we also offer on-site installation assistance if you don't feel comfortable with the GC, or just want someone extra there to keep some eyes on it, or whatever the reason, we can do that. Typically it's 1 to 2 days on site. We'll have a representative there to answer questions, do some demonstrations, all that kind of stuff. Sometimes rare, very rare, but they'll keep us on site for the whole duration of the installation, but typically 1 to 2 days. And then project durations, as noted earlier, is about 1 to 15 days. Again, 15 days for very large, full scope roundabouts, but generally we're probably in the 2 to 5 day range for mini roundabouts. So, and then that's going to depend on the size of the crew. So, we've had the same size roundabout take 2 days, or 6 days. Just depends on the size of the crew that is available, and what the intentions are of the municipality that's in charge. So for the 2-day one, they had a shopping season they wanted to get out ahead of around Thanksgiving. So they wanted to make sure that was done on Wednesday prior to Thanksgiving and Black Friday. So and that's all I have for today. Just quick note, these are the 2 most recent installations. One on the left, Bel Air, Maryland. That one took 2 days. Started Monday morning and basically had it open for traffic Wednesday afternoon at noon. And then the one on the right was in Moses Lake, Washington. That was just in February, end of February. So yeah, I guess I'll answer any questions if you have any now, or.
Yeah, we got a couple, Adam.
Sure.
Thanks. Remote one to stand by. Sang is asking, right, the obvious question: how long does Vortex material last? Should an agency plan on replacing them every 15 or 20 years?
Yeah, that's kind of the sweet spot, is what we're anticipating. We don't have empirical data that says 15 years is the number yet. The one that was in Canada it was there for 7 years, was in great shape. They actually called me about reusing it somewhere else. So we're pretty confident 15, 20 years is definitely doable in terms of duration. Everything was designed with that kind of timeline in mind. They can be temporary, but all the materials selected and all the testing we did was in alignment with that duration.
Thanks. Ramon, you ready?
Yeah. Well, you actually just answered my first question, which was on the intended lifespan or the expected lifespan to put another way. But to follow up on something you just touched on, how reusable is the hardware? Is it relatively custom to a particular design, or could it be reused at another intersection if we find a more permanent solution after using Vortex?
Yeah. So I would say, in the 30 plus we've done, rarely the entire site exactly the same as somewhere else, just because intersections tend to be very unique. However, there are times when, if you're a little bit more forward looking, and some trouble spots and they're generally the same size, you can kind of design with that intent in mind, and it definitely can be repurposed to another site if it's more of a general design. The center island's much easier, obviously, because they're always generally round, and so that's much easier to repurpose. And then perhaps you would have to, make some modifications to the other islands if it didn't fit exactly. However, as I said, if you can be forward looking about where your strategy, it definitely can be fully reusable. And then kind of with that approach that Phil did down in San Diego, where we were kind of more outlining and then painting, that approach would be much more conducive to pick up and move somewhere else, because you're simply using modules to draw an outline where you don't want traffic to go. And that can be reshaped much easier. And we're starting to see that. So let me just go back a couple slides. So this one here, you see, this is a hybrid of the two approaches. So this is kind of like our full fill legacy material. And then you can see on the right-hand side, and then these two kind of feeder street splitter islands. Those are the kind of outline approach where they're using these kind of straight line pieces to draw shapes. And so if you are thinking that you may want to move it, you could go with the center island that's fully filled, or the outline approach, and then maybe leverage more of these outline modules that are much easier to pick up and reshape, perhaps than our current approach, which is to fully fill the exact shape that you want. So hopefully that answers your question.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yep.
Barry?
Yeah, hi, Adam. Thank you for a great presentation. Just a clarification, can you say a little bit more about the expected life, for example, distinguish between the actual material itself, the modular component, versus I guess, the installation or anchoring, what the life of that will be?
Sure, yeah. So the plastic modules they're actually recycled polymers. So, and it's fiber reinforced, and it's kind of a solution borrowed from railroad tie use. That was kind of its first deployment, and that's been in the field for over 30 years. And the intent for the material's life is 50 years. Exposure from UV sun or UV water exposure, freeze thaw, bugs, rot, microbes, all the things. That's 50-year lifespan. And then, the anchor is more in terms of, I guess, durability. We expect, could be more than 10 to 50. I mean, it's stainless steel. Stainless steel can survive in the elements. Then it comes down to how much does one particular anchor get beat up over another? So, if you have a particular spot that gets traversed a lot, maybe 15 to 20 years is going to be the lifespan. But if you're thinking longer term, the areas that don't get hit they're nothing's going to happen to them, and so you may have to replace just a small portion. It's kind of like an electric car battery. People think that when the battery dies, you replace the entire thing. They actually don't. They replace individual modules, and so that's the idea here. Is you would replace just the areas that really get beat up, maybe at that time frame, and then the bulk majority stays in place because of that durability of 50-year lifespan.
So like the truck apron would probably be exposed the most to loading. And so.
Right, exactly.
Thank you.
Yep.
Chris, you want to come on mic?
Yeah, sure. I was just curious. It looks to me like, based on the picture you have actually up, that everything is kind of linear, if you will. Is there any potential in the future that something like this would have a curved geometry, or does the modular aspect of it just kind of prevent that and keep it on a linear fashion?
Yeah, it's generally faceted. So we're using straight line elements to create curves. And you can see, I mean, it's obviously more pronounced on the center island, and we can adjust that if you want to reduce that. So, our typical go-to is a dodecagon, so 12 sides, but we can make that bigger or smaller. We did one in Texas that had 30, we call pizza slices. And that was much more round looking. But as you can see, kind of on this island, we can get a general curve approach. This one here too. It's slightly faceted, but generally the paint's going to set your nice curvy line. This one wasn't fully painted yet on the left. But yeah, that currently is kind of the approach. Now, if I scoot back up to San Diego here on the bottom right, that you can get a lot more curvature with these kind of smaller modules. The ends of each module are rounded, so you can have infinite, kind of angle between the two elements. So you can do a lot more curvature. But again, it's still, if you zoom in enough, it will be faceted because we do have to use straight line elements. Now, we are currently working with USDOT on another product that's going to be primarily leveraging large format 3D printing. And so that will expand our capabilities to do more true curve product. And so that would be basically 3D printing larger elements than what we do for this. They all get kind of stitched together with certain design features, and then you create this large island from these smaller pieces, and those would have true curvature. It's not fully developed yet or deployed, but we are definitely working on it. The elements that we used in San Diego were kind of the precursor to that, I guess, R&D work. All these elements were large format 3D printed. And so we have ultimate design flexibility. So if you go with any product on the market that's, usually modular, so, quick curbs and all the other things out there, those 9 times out of 10 are going to be molded, meaning they're going to have tooling that's very expensive. So if you want to customize anything, it's going to be very expensive to change that. Our large format 3D print approach will kind of eliminate that restraint. And so we're looking forward to kind of deploying that and seeing what practitioners can do with that new design capability.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Couple last questions, Adam.
Sure.
You mentioned a couple of construction estimates. What team size do you base those on?
Sorry, I completely missed all that. It froze up.
I think you mentioned some construction estimates, construction build times. What team sizes are those based on? Number of people?
So both. So it's going to be this. It's going to be two driving elements. So we're going to have a quantity of people in the construction crew. So a lot of times people aren't sure of how many people they should scope for the project, and so we provide how many people and total labor hours. So the size of the roundabout's going to dictate the total labor hours, and so then you can apply your local rate that is applicable to your region. So obviously Mississippi and California are going to be very different in terms of the labor rates. So then you can kind of get total project scope in terms of cost. And then the duration is going to be a function of the total labor hours divided by the crew size, right? So, and then that gives you an idea like, oh, if I use 6 people, it'll take 5 days. And that's good because that's the kind of plan we were expecting. Or no, we need to go faster. It should be more like 12 or 18 people. So that'll drive down, obviously, the duration. It's pretty linear in terms of like if you put more people on it, it just goes faster because it's you can kind of do it in parallel. So nothing is waiting on something else, so to speak.
Perfect. Thanks. Raghu, did you have a question?
Yes, I wanted to ask how well the material holds up to, and especially the fasteners as well, to snowplows and street sweepers.
So street sweepers have not had any problems with. We've actually done some experimenting in San Diego where street sweepers actually mount it and clean off on top directly. And then also, to Phil's credit, he designed this one for them to easily get inside. And so you can see this island here, the splitter island in the lower right, that's open on the backside because fastest path is not determined by that side. And also it allows street sweepers to just come in and do that. But they are able to drive over and they can get right up next to it, and there's been no major issues with that. Snowplows, obviously if you have a snowplow that doesn't know the material is there and they plow into it full speed, something's going to lose in that battle. And so we design our product to kind of fail in that manner. And if you're familiar with a snowblower, in a snowblower, when you have your auger spinning and you hit a log or something you don't see, there's a shear pin. It's really cheap, but it's designed to fail so you don't ruin everything else. And that's kind of our energy impact plug. That's supposed to fail so you don't have to redo anchors and redo bolts, or break the boards or break your snowplow. We don't want that either. We could design it to break your snowplow, but we don't want to do that. It's too costly and we don't want to break your snowplow. So in that case, it's very rare. It's an outlier case where they don't know. But that would be the case where the boards would come up, the plugs would allow the bolt to pass through, but nothing breaks. And so you just pick the boards up. This actually happened in Nebraska. So they've had theirs in the field for, I think, 2 years. And they've had really great success. They just presented on this, I think, a couple months ago. And they said they've had no major issues with snowplows. But this first event was the snowplow driver didn't realize that there was material out both on the left and the right. So he went full bore into the right-hand diverters. And it picked up like 4 boards, I think. But nothing broke. They reused everything. I think they had to replace a couple anchors on the very leading edge, just because it was just an immediate hit. But generally, no major damage, pretty easy to replace. And then as long as the crews are aware, it's pretty easy to avoid. Any incidental, like on the edge hits, that you would normally get has not been shown to do any major damage. Sure, you may get some, small chipping here and there, but that's been well. So we've got them now in Nebraska. We've had them in Canada for a long time, Ohio. We're getting some in Pennsylvania, Minnesota. We've got the one in Washington, although I don't think they get snow there, so that's kind of misleading. And then Kansas and Indiana. So people are leaning into it. I usually will give my spiel, but then it's better to hear it from the horse's mouth. So I'll send you, or anyone who wants to know, contact info for the folks in Nebraska and Ohio, and you can talk directly to them and ask them any questions and get their experience as well.
I presume your anchors are unique. They're custom for this application. Do you typically provide additional anchors? Because I'm sure that's probably the first. The boards come up. The anchors are the ones that need to be replaced first.
Yep.
To the municipalities.
Yeah, that's a great question. So during the bidding process and all that, we have an optional kind of spares kit that we provide in the quote. So you can add that to your bid. Some people don't get it, and that's totally fine. And I'll talk about that in a second. But usually it's about 1 to 3% of the total project is what we include. And if you don't get it, we do stock those. So if you need them, we can get them to you in a few days, if it's absolutely necessary. We do generally have a lot of redundancy in our design so that you can schedule maintenance. So, if you lose an anchor here or there, it doesn't kind of remove the whole system. It doesn't remove even the whole board. And so in that case, it would. It's a little different, but generally, a lot of redundancy so you can kind of plan maintenance as opposed to be reactive all the time. So if you see, maybe an anchor came loose or something, you can plan for it better. But yeah, so we generally do have, we do stock those, and we can get those to customers as soon as possible or provide spare kits.
Great. Thank you.
Yep.
I think Josh has got a couple of questions. We're running late. Josh, you want to come on quickly and ask this?
Sure.
Thanks.
So Jerry was actually here with me on this RSA for D3 up in the El Dorado, Tahoe region. There's a lot of concern with State Route 89 because sort of sudden snow, inclement weather will very quickly close down the region. And when the plows go through, they can open it up for just like 2-lane bi-directional travel. The big concern about roundabouts, thank you. The big concern about roundabouts in that situation was exactly what you're talking about, snowplows. And we started sort of brainstorming the idea of a seasonal implementation. I don't know how far the conversation progressed, but this is really getting me thinking about that again. I was wondering, obviously these are meant to be permanent installations that you said built to fail. Um, have you thought about making something that is convertible during, say, inclement weather or sort of a seasonal effect? I think that'll be really cool.
Yeah, no, it's a great question, and it's definitely come up before, and we're working on a few northern states on that exact thing. So the we can do it with our existing product in that our system actually has the anchor in the ground, so the female thread is actually down below, and the bolt comes in from the top. It's not just one big anchor bolt. So they are designed to be removable in that sense. So you could, in theory, leave the anchor below, and then, put some sort of plastic threaded rod or, bolt or something in the threads to protect them. And then, in the summer, you bring the kit back out. So I would probably recommend in that case, you'd probably want to go something more with the San Diego outlining approach, because that would be a lot less work, I guess, in terms of picking up and putting it down. You'd still have the paint there, so I don't know if that would be desirable, to have the general format still there, so folks that are driving through know what to do, or if you actually convert the intersection back to a four-way stop or something, that may not be as feasible. But yeah, either one it would work with, because we have a bolt-in from the top down approach, and so you can remove it. And we're working with, like I said, I think it's Michigan, city of Michigan, and we do have to slightly tweak the design that we have in terms of where the anchor sits, but just to make sure it's protected fully. But yeah, if we get that deployed, I'll definitely provide updates to y'all in terms of how that worked and all that stuff. So I'm looking forward to it, but that's a great question.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks, Adam. I think we're clear.
Sure. Thank you so much. Thanks, everybody.
John, do we have a chance to sneak in a break before we go to Phil?
Absolutely. I think it's a good time for a break, and then we'll have Phil come in right after the break. Phil, if you're ready, we'll go ahead and allow you to share.
Thank you, John. That's very generous of you guys. Let's see, I am sharing. Okay. So I do want to, just appreciate Scott Davis. Thank you for showing that small roundabouts work. So that allows you to save a lot of money, saves a lot of time in right-of-way acquisition. Thank you, Adam Lanik, for showing the quick build option, the modular prefabricated installation, allowing to save a lot more money, install even quicker. Hopefully, you'll see some of that. I'll carry that theme through in this presentation. But Michael showed a picture yesterday that he claims anyway was AI generated, and I didn't want to be left out. So here you go. We had some rain last year, but I'm pretty sure this is not a photograph. So just to kind of refresh, and I want to review safe systems fundamentals, just to kind of get us on the same page and maybe take things a little further. Jerry and John were mentioning day one, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and tier 4. This is FHWA's tier safety guide on safe systems. And I just want to go over this real quick. So, or maybe take a little bit longer on it, actually. If you spend any time around attorneys, you'll know, you're not allowed to call anything safe. You could maybe make something safer, or it might become less safe, but calling something safe is a very high bar, very, very high bar. And so I just want to kind of outline here to show that a safe system, it really requires all 4 tiers to be in place for something to actually qualify to be a safe system. And the thing that really helps us, systems engineering is actually an engineering discipline. They define redundancy in a very informative way. And that really helps us to kind of see this. So I want to kind of take us through this a little bit. I don't know if you've noticed in the FHWA materials that are put out, redundancy is subtly in there twice. So it's explicitly mentioned, but it's also the reason for that redundancy is because people make mistakes. And so that is why it's so critical. And so I want to take you through sort of how these 4 elements work together for a safe system. And there's really just 2 layers to it. So the driver workload layer on top, and then the crash energy layer on the bottom. And this is not like cobbling together several different countermeasures and hoping that the holes in the Swiss cheese are filled or something. This is very deliberate because the system engineering definition requires that the elements that are being redundant are identical. And so what we get here with the driver workload layer is direct interaction between 2 parties. So any conflict, you're going to have 2 parties, right? At any conflict point at an intersection. And because people make mistakes, that first layer is the other person in that conflict noticing the mistake and compensating for it. And so what you need is actually lower driver workload in order for that to actually occur, for that other person to be able to compensate for that mistake. FAA realized this many decades ago and essentially eliminated almost completely the airline crashes that were happening way too frequently. And it might sound a little familiar, but what happened back then was they blamed the pilots. And they said, that this keeps happening. It's kind of the pilot's fault. Every time they found something wrong, it was a pilot error. How they eventually ended up solving it was when it dawned on them actually that a lot of these errors were concentrated right on takeoff and right on landing when the pilot wasn't able to handle all the stuff that was coming at him. And so that's how they eventually fixed that system. They designed it around what a human could handle, what a person could manage in that job. And so we need to look at driver workload the same way if we're going to achieve Vision Zero. Spreading out the conflict points at an intersection does just that because it allows the other person to see much simpler what's happening, what's coming at them. If your conflict is only from one direction, not 2 directions at once, because you can't look in 2 directions at once. If your conflict is spaced out so that you looking for pedestrians, you're not also trying to see if you are getting a gap in the circulating roadway. So thinking about a roundabout, the way this spaces out, the crosswalk being a car length behind the yield line is critical for this to work. It separates everything out. It spreads out the conflict so it's simple and gives an adequate amount of perception reaction time actually for the driver to spot someone else making a mistake, or for the pedestrian to spot someone else making a mistake and to compensate for that, or for the cyclist. And then the Tier 4 also here works in conjunction with that, making sure there's no traffic signals in between those 2 parties that could distract or direct their attention away from noticing that a mistake has been made. As was mentioned yesterday, red light running. It's just It's actually the #1 cause of fatal crashes in San Diego. This is something we can't solve and leave the signal in place. We have to remove the signal in order for us to solve this problem. So this is where we're, making sure that the interaction is direct between those two parties, so that a mistake can be spotted and corrected for in time. That's layer 1. Now, layer 2 assumes that at some point, two parties will make a mistake at the same time, or that even though one person notices that mistake, they couldn't compensate for it in time. And so what that does is say, okay, in the event that a crash occurs anyway, let's make sure that the energy in that crash can be survived. So if that's survivable by people. And so that's based on the other principle for engineering here. People are vulnerable. So you need to design the system so that in the event of a crash, when it does occur, it's survivable. Two elements here. One is the angle of that crash. So eliminating all the severe conflicts, meaning, and we talked about this yesterday. Of course, if you have two vehicles that are going 25 miles an hour, if they hit head on, that's 50 miles an hour of energy in the impact. If it's a T-bone 90 degrees, now you're down to 25 miles an hour. If they're roughly going the same direction, now you're almost at 0. So think about how the angle affects what happens there. But we also know that it's not just vehicles that are involved in crashes. So pedestrians, they're going to be hit whatever speed that vehicle is going, that's the energy that comes into that impact, but they're much more vulnerable. And so that's another critical reason to place that crosswalk 1 car length back at a roundabout. That is the slowest speed that vehicles are going. And so in the event of a crash, that would be the safest place to be, is in that roundabout crosswalk. And then as we see the data bears this out, there's been, I don't know, maybe 10 fatal pedestrian crashes at the 11,000 roundabouts in the US so far, many decades in place. Nothing has that kind of track record. It's incredible. But the other thing is, I don't think any of them, I'm not sure, but I think they looked at where those crashes occurred, and I don't think any of them were in a crosswalk. So the pedestrian was not crossing where they're supposed to be. So that's an incredible, I mean, we essentially solved vision 0 for pedestrians at roundabout crosswalks. So I just wanted to kind of bring that together. This is really important because as we're making roundabouts smaller and using modular materials, I'm going to be trying to take it even the next step and make the cost lower and install go faster. I want to be sure that I don't compromise on any of these 4 design elements to make sure 100% this is covered, because I don't want to have the first fatality of a pedestrian in a roundabout. So in the crosswalk. So, and then Jerry brought this up. This is also a table we'll come back to, but I just wanted to refresh our memories here. It kind of kept that countermeasure list hidden, but there's, some countermeasure here at the top that has fairly low effectiveness. It only addresses the tier 1, removing severe conflicts. Another countermeasure, slightly more effective, but more expensive. Another countermeasure, a little bit more expensive, a little bit more effective. And then the final countermeasure here that checks all the boxes, highly effective. This is all modes, and quite a bit more expensive. So we'll come back to this table towards the end. Adam had showed an initial photo of this one. This is more high def here. Just wanted to highlight our first installation of the modular material. This is sort of the traditional method. And I want to emphasize here the bike lanes. If you've ever tried to walk to this location, I don't know if some of you may have visited this, it's kind of a steep trek downhill. So we don't have a lot of pedestrians here. It's mainly people going for a jog in the woods here. This is in Balboa Park. So more hikers, that type. So we still do have pedestrian facilities with refuge islands on 3 out of the 4 approaches where we could fit them. But the primary vulnerable mode here is cyclists. And so these crosswalks also help serve the cyclists. It's more of a Dutch style here, the right turn bypass here for the cyclist if they're not as confident, because there are bike lanes approaching. They can come around and cross as a pedestrian and then continue on. But actually, most of the cyclists using this intersection use it as a vehicle. They're highly confident. In fact, we often will see them coming down the hill here in this. They're coming down in the protected bike lane and then jump out into traffic because they want to take the quick left rather than crossing in all the crosswalks. So we've gotten letters basically thanking us and appreciation for putting this in. Mainly, I think, because they don't have to stop anymore, which is pretty great. This wasn't always stop intersection before. Had a couple of bypass lanes for vehicles, but it was getting about an injury crash every other year, which is a bit unusual for an always stop, but took care of that. And, also do want to mention, because of this not stopping thing, because your driver workload is so low, actually, the conflicts are so simple, speeds are so low, it's easy to navigate that way. We don't have to require anyone to stop. If they see a gap, they can continue on. That actually makes roundabouts a standout. It's the only intersection control where you can actually improve safety and improve mobility at the same time. And so we see this, especially when we put roundabouts in corridors. I'll come back to that. But the travel time along the corridor, even though speeds slow down, the travel time improves because they're not having to stop. So pretty cool. Now I'll go here. This is the photo Adam was showing here in a little more detail. And I want to kind of highlight a few things. So the first version of that was, as Adam was describing, each piece kind of goes in a certain spot. And so it has to be cut just right, numbered, put on the truck. And then when you're pulling it off the truck, you got to figure out from the plans kind of where that piece goes. We wanted to streamline that a lot. And so every piece here essentially is identical. And so those guys, the guys that we have our maintenance crews installing this, they love it. Is they just grab any piece and put it anywhere, essentially. So much improved situation. And also the fact that we are using a lot of paint here in the middle instead of filling that in with plastic. And so that's kind of what I was talking about, those 4 tiers. We want to make sure that we're still controlling the fastest path. And so we've got the boards right here along this edge, along this edge, and along this edge, and right out to the exit here. And so we're still able to also have it on this edge that controls the entry speeds here, constraining that entry speed, making sure this is the slowest spot as they come in. And then what we see here on the exit, we actually see vehicles accelerate as they come out on this exit. But that's only true when there's no pedestrian waiting to cross. And so the really cool thing is you actually see a variety of exit speeds, faster speeds when there's nobody waiting to cross, and then slower speeds if there's a pedestrian there. And so what we're seeing is this still is the slowest spot on the roundabout exit when there are pedestrians present. And so that's why it's so critical that drivers be able to see that the pedestrians are there. So I want to kind of touch on this a couple of different ways. So the first version of it took about 11, 12 nights to install. And then this one was 4 days. So we've cut that time to install significantly, but we still have a ways to go. So here I'm showing the 600,000 rough cost for this total install. got 100,000 or so in the design and the survey to get it in, and then about $300,000. What we had to do was move the ped ramps back. This was also an all-way stop here on a 4-lane street. We had to move the ped ramps back to match these crosswalks. And unfortunately, we didn't have anything else we could do. So at this point, we were basically left with a destructive construction practice, tearing out all the existing sidewalk here and putting in brand new ramps. Had to go through the traditional contracting, all of that process. Very slow. So that delayed us significantly and cost way too much. So roughly half of the project cost was just getting the ramps in the right place before we could put this thing in. And so right now we're working with Adam and Vortex on creating prefabricated pedestrian ramps that stick out in kind of this area. And so we'll have the bike lanes go around them, but they'll be able to be bolted on instead, and we'll never have to do this type of thing again. So that's our vision for the next one. And so I think we can comfortably cut this, I don't know, he's not going to tell me a price yet for how much it's going to be for those ramps, but significantly less than 300,000, let's say. And then also on the design, I'll touch on this on a future slide, but we're developing templates that could be used for the design here, and also a different process for getting the install close enough without needing, micron precision type survey to get it in. And so we're going to save, it took us about a year to do this design. We're going to get that done in a couple of weeks. And so we also expect to see this cost significantly drop, well below half, I expect. And so together, I think we can cut this cost overall in half again. We'll see. But that's the vision, that's the goal for the next version as we continue to innovate and really appreciate innovating with Vortex on this. Now, I did want to bring this back to HSIP and the application coming up. We did an application. We actually applied for this prefabricated roundabout at Hotel Circle North and South on Taylor Street. This is in District 11. And we applied for it in cycle 11 and didn't get the grant. It was around a $400,000 cost. Now, you'll notice that was less than the 600,000 I just mentioned, but this is also a 3-leg, not a 4-leg. So we don't have any materials here on the south leg. You'll also notice there's only one crosswalk and really only one ped ramp. There's a bus stop over here, but that's really all this serves, and just this one sidewalk coming around, as well as there's really no need for an external boards around either. This is guardrail on this side, sidewalk on this side. It fits right in. There's no bike lanes approaching here. No bike lanes planned, no room anyway. And any cyclists are basically using the roadway as they approach, and then encountering a better situation as vehicles slow in the intersection. So that's why this cost is lower than the 4-leg one we just talked about. But in any case, still the benefit cost ratio was 13, and we didn't make the cut. So all we did, we kept the same design, but all we did was switch from the version 1 of the Vortex to version 2, where we were only providing the outline materials, in this case, just along this edge and the outer boards here. And so that dropped the cost significantly, gave us a benefit cost almost double or more than double, and we were awarded this one. So I just want to, kind of encourage you to consider version 2 as you're looking at this. If you're thinking about this, it's pretty cool. Now, talking about safety, and I want to come back to really why we are so focused on getting the cost down, why we're so focused on trying to get the install time down. We really think we can, you know, we're being shamed by that agency that got the other run done in 2 days. We're really going to try to beat them and get this thing installed in a single night. I think that would be an admirable goal. But the reason why we're so laser focused on this is because we are trying to eliminate all the fatal crashes within the city of San Diego. And we looked at this thanks to FHWA. We had the systemic, you know, kind of learned about systemic analysis from them and took it to heart. We put a whole bunch of geometric type information into GIS and you know, also just looked at about 10 years of fatal crashes across our city. And when you look at the fatals, actually about half of them are pedestrian related. And so we know roundabouts are going to be the key to addressing that. And also over 60% are at intersections. So that also gives us that, you know, kind of push to go for the intersections. And we find that, of course, if you have multiple intersections in a row, that really helps the whole corridor anyway. But one of the things we discovered, we're looking at 10 years of fatal crash data, that almost none of them, in fact, I think there was like 300 fatal crashes and only 5 ended up being at the same intersection as another fatal crash. So that helps you to kind of illustrate this fact that the previous fatal is not a good predictor for where another fatal is going to happen. And so we're kind of left holding the bag there thinking, what should we do until we, you know, FHWA showed us this systemic analysis we can do, which is looking for the most common features actually within our GIS data. And so going through all of that analysis, it took us about a year to crunch all those numbers. So we ended up identifying the highest risk locations are 4x2, so 4-lane streets with 2-lane street cross streets along transit routes. So that's typically where we're going to see more pedestrian and cyclist activity with 3 or more injury crashes in that 10-year period. And so we think that these kind of indicators are probably common among at least suburban and urban areas. So, you know, it might be worth taking a look and seeing if you find a pattern in your fatal crashes as well. Might just be able to use our work there. And so that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to install at all of the intersections that meet that criteria. And that ends up being probably a couple hundred across our 17,000 intersections that we'd expect to find you know, this sort of pattern. And it's actually over 500 intersections, but we found that most of them are kind of in a row, and every other intersection is signalized, and every other intersection is a 2-way stop. And so we found that if we can just hit the signals, replace those with roundabouts along these 4-lane streets, then actually with single-lane roundabouts, because actually the capacity works for most of them, didn't need to be that big, or at least for a roundabout, then the 2-way stop in between gets a road diet and calmed traffic, and can also just make right turns and do a U-turn instead of making left turns or driving straight across. So so that's kind of our plan, and we're trying to get there as fast as we can. So we want to figure out how we can make you know, put in roundabouts cheaper and faster. So if we're looking at a couple hundred intersections, that really changes the equation for a lot of things. And so I just wanted to highlight some of the things that we've discovered. First of all, the intersections that we identified were 4x2. So those by nature just have more room than 2x2, can actually quite easily fit a smaller single-lane roundabout in most cases. And so just initially we're gaining that benefit of kind of sticking to those. We're eliminating the need to buy right of way or you know, clip corners or anything like that. Capacity wise, not all of them will work traffic wise with a single lane, but most of them will. And so we can sort of screen for that and just start with the single lanes and see that benefit. But the other key piece, and I want to bring this up, especially because we're talking about modular, the prefab stuff, it is removable, easily removable, and it's so low cost that actually it's a better idea. We're doing today's traffic instead of some 20-year forecast out in who knows if it'll ever show up kind of thing. Mainly because we're more interested in providing safety, actually trying to save the lives of the people that are driving through, than we are at giving them level of service A 20 years from now. So we're just making sure the thing works on opening day. And actually in quite a few cases, traffic is declining across the city in different spots. So that's going to hold us, for a very long time. In the few cases where it doesn't, we're going to notice and we'll easily be able to remove it and upgrade it and do what we need to do on a very few select projects. And then I also want to touch on design here. So this is another piece that when you have a couple hundred locations to choose from, then you don't have to do all the crazy ones that you just have to do kind of this custom design for. I mean, you will do them, we can put those to the side, take our time on those, but go really quickly on all the ones where a template will fit. I should have, I'm sorry, I didn't bring a picture of our templates, but our templates are not the whole roundabout. We just have a template for each leg. And that can be sort of positioned however that leg is positioned within reason. And then in the end, you just see what size circle you have just by connecting all the legs together. And so this is a big change or a difference in thought that I want to kind of bring up. There really are two ways to design a roundabout, and we often hear consultants coming to us and saying, oh, well, you start with, what's your design vehicle, and then that tells you what size circle you have to have, and then this is all the right-of-way you have to take. And what we're doing is we're saying, well, first of all, it's this modular material. It's all mountable. So every design vehicle that can go through the intersection can go through with this material in it. We are still designing for a city bus because we're on transit routes. We're making sure the bus can fit through that nicely. But for everything else, it's still going to work. And the semi-trucks so far have had no trouble driving right over things. We don't have any complaints on that. And so what we end up with is saying, well, instead of going outside in, saying from some table you have this chart and you've decided this is the circle size it has to be, we go inside out and we say, here's the space we have. Let's put the template down, see what kind of a circle that leads to. And, whatever shape it might be, whatever size it might be, we can still do our fastest paths. We can do our auto turn checks and make sure that it's good. And do sort of an inside out design. That's going to speed things up a whole lot. And that's what we're kind of counting on, cutting that cost again, as well as the install time, the overall construction time, because the design will be much faster. And then the last thing I want to bring up about this, if we have many, many locations to choose from, is that it changes the story on our outreach. Instead of having a single location, this is the solution we've picked, and it has to work. We need to get the public to buy off on this one. Instead, we go to the public with the 20 or 30 in their neighborhood that we think, we looked at this systemically, we think are the highest risk of a fatal crash. And we can tell them, look, if we want to do all of these, but if there's any that, you don't want, tell us. And we can just remove those from the plan. We've got plenty of others to do anyway, so it's going to take us a while. And by the time we get the other ones installed, they'll be begging us to put those back in. So the second piece of it is if you have them all in a row, it's really cool because it takes the focus off the roundabouts. Actually, you do a road diet along a stretch, and now there's this space in between the roundabouts that have you can kind of have that be an option. What do they want? Add bike lanes, increase parking, put trees, whatever. So in one case, we did wider sidewalks and street trees. So that's a more expensive capital. That's not the quick build piece, but that's what was allowed when we did the roundabouts there. And so even though they probably could have cared less whether we did roundabouts or not, they really wanted whatever was in between. And so they ended up supporting the roundabouts. So that was quite helpful. And of course, just going to the community once for 20 versus one, it's a more efficient process anyway. So just wanted to kind of share those ideas with you. I'll come back to this now because let's kind of revisit the right-hand side here. I wanted to show with this lower cost option but low effectiveness countermeasure. It's sort of in this orange range. I would say green is good. Orange is almost not so good, right? Not that effective of a countermeasure. Here, if we go to more effective countermeasure, but more expensive, still not great. Here's one that's roughly a similar cost, but more effective, right? So that's a little better. We're up in the yellow. And then, of course, with this last one here, more expensive, but super effective. That's really what we are targeting, right? So here's a secret countermeasure, that I can't remember if Jerry alluded to this yesterday, but same effectiveness, but way cheaper. Wouldn't that be really the one you want to do? And so just to kind of reveal this list on the left-hand side, you knew this was roundabouts already, but modular roundabouts, small roundabouts, these are affordable. This is really where we want to be because they're so affordable, and also because we can install them quickly. Just about every week someone dies in the city of San Diego at an intersection. So we need to get these installed as quickly as possible in one night if possible. So that's what we're looking at. Just want to encourage you with that and turn it back, I guess, for questions. So
Slide on the agenda as well. So maybe while we have Adam, you mentioned Vortex was developing prefab curb ramps. Is that something either of you can speak to? Share a little bit more information on?
I don't want to speak for Adam.
Sure. Yeah, I can go. Yeah. So we're, as kind of alluded to in the previous slide deck there, we're coming out of some large format 3D printing R&D with DOT, and we're looking to leverage that approach with this exact use case. And so we are have that deployed here very soon. And the idea is obviously, again, to reduce costs, leave existing infrastructure in place, and also speed up the process as well.
And so if anybody has any follow-up questions on that, maybe they can email you, Adam?
Yeah, of course. Anybody has any questions on any of this, please feel free to reach out. More than happy to answer emails or hop on a Teams to discuss any projects or questions you and your teams may have.
Okay. Perfect, thanks. Phil, did you encounter any issues with sight distances when you pulled the yield line back for roundabouts as compared to existing stop lines at four-way stop control intersections?
Issue with sight distance. Oh, because we had to move the crosswalks back.
Right.
No issues with sight distance. Yeah, and you do need to check that. It's very important to check that. But in our case, it was all clear, so nothing to worry about there.
And did you come across intersections that were too small or constrained to fit even a modular roundabout?
Occasionally there'll be one. But it's, we just haven't got into this far enough. We haven't built enough of them yet to where we've run into that significantly, and we see so many opportunities at all these 4-lane streets that we're not worried about running into that in, for a couple hundred or so.
Got you. Jerry, did you have something?
Yeah. Yeah. Hi, Phil, great presentation. And in a way, I'm kind of speechless because I always heard people say that, roundabouts are good and they're good for certain locations, and people say they're not a silver bullet. But what you're describing, and I know you kind of use the term vision, but it's happening, is actually a silver bullet for reducing speed and severe crashes. This is and at the cost and time, as you said. So I know that there are a couple things I just want to mention. I think you misspoke earlier, and I just wanted to follow up with this because I think you said very early that there were 10 pedestrian fatalities that have been that are we know about, and I think that that's pretty much accurate, right? 10. Actually, it was I think 4 or 6 pedestrians. The others were bicyclists. So it's not as many as you said. It's not 10. So it's even better.
Yeah. So I guess so I want to say we're both right, Jerry. Yeah. So the 4 and the 6 were from that article that you had quoted. Yeah. And somebody on my team is just a go-getter, and he went to the source data for that article, and he said, oh, there's been more years since that article was published. And so he pulled out the rest of so that there have been more pedestrian fatalities since then. Okay. And so that's what I was referring to, the 10.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for clarifying. There's a great question about capacity. And I think the question was, what happens when you're above 20,000? Will a roundabout work at that volume? And especially the small, right? Because we've been told for years that many roundabouts have a lower capacity than what the maximum would be for a larger size. Can you talk about the volume and maybe reference the La Jolla Bird Rock roundabout capacities?
Yes, La Jolla Bird Rock, this is about a 18 to 22,000 cars a day corridor, pretty low side street traffic, and so the amount of side street traffic does matter. But I want to say that we aren't really hanging our hat on any analysis numbers. So this is kind of the key thing that you're looking for is a V over C of maybe 0.85 or so, if you want to be conservative in that capacity check and say, okay, we'll probably need a second lane if we're above 0.85, but really we're not that close to 1 yet, right? And so I wanted to see, well, how far can we push it? And I realized we're going to be building a lot of these. Why trust the numbers? Why kind of form that opinion before we have the data? So what we're planning is we're going to install anything that's below 0.85. You could just put it in as a single lane, no worries. If you're at or above 0.85, our plan is to install them in sequence of increasing V over C until we see trouble. And so we're just going to test that out in reality, in real time, and find out where the limit is. Why not? And we don't have to build a 2-lane if a single lane will work. But when we get close, we should notice that. And because we're building for today's volumes, we should be able to notice that. And at that point, we'll stop and we'll make the rest of them multi-lane.
Good. And Phil, I wanted to mention also, let folks know that the use of modular does not restrict you to single lane. There is at least one proposal now for a hybrid size roundabout that is 2 lanes, at least on one approach, using modular, I believe. And really, I'm not advocating for it right now, but what I'm saying is that, again, it depends on the design, not the materials so much. So yes. This is something that people should not be thinking that they have to only look at single lane. But I think initially what you're saying is to get the biggest bang for the buck, start with the easy ones where there is high risk. Do those first because they're easy and quick and cheap.
Exactly. We're going to move fastest there with the happiest public, I think, and that way, we're not doing some science experiment on them and it blow up in our face. We want to make sure that they're happy with everything we've done for so long that we do one mistake, they're like, oh yeah, that's weird, but they're still a big fan of roundabouts, because they've got so many working so well for them. That's our goal. And also mentioning, the modular material can be used at turbo roundabouts for those turbo elements. In fact, to add turbo elements to a multi-lane roundabout or for a full turbo. So yeah, it's like you say, not the configuration, it's just the materials. You use it in place of the concrete.
Hey, Scott, should we transition to Richard Key's presentation now? And maybe we could have Phil and other panelists could respond some of the questions within the Q&A pod. So I still want to invite other people to have questions, and we'll try to answer those questions real time, but in the Q&A pod.
Thanks, John.
Okay. Phil, thank you so much. Excellent information. And you really are a trailblazer. Appreciate that. So, Richard, are you ready to present on benefit cost ratio?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, great. All right. So, yes, good morning, everybody. I'm Richard Key with Caltrans Division of Local Assistance, Office of Federal Programs. Our office manages a lot of programs, including also highway bridge program and emergency relief program and some other programs. So today I will talk about benefit cost ratio calculation for roundabouts. So I will go quick, so maybe we still have some time for panel discussion. So in HSIP cycle 12, which was in 2024, we were able to fund 13 roundabout projects, including the one Phil just talked about for San Diego. And so 13 13 roundabouts from 6 applications. So what I'm going to do, I will show you our HSIP analyzer, like the automated calculation, and also we will go through some numbers just to make sure we know how to calculate it. So as we discussed earlier, we want to integrate maybe at least one example into our COFO projects instructions, because we will have cycle 13 COFO projects, hopefully to be announced in May. So this project example came from City of National City. This is a corridor improvement, 4th Street. And the proposal is to install 5 roundabouts, mini roundabouts. The total cost, the estimate from the application is only a little bit over $800,000. So yeah, so in the HSIP analyzer, what the applicants will do is to select what kind of locations and then pick up some countermeasures first, and then enter some description for the locations, and later provide crash data. So for this project, the crash data covers 3 years period, and also 5 locations for the 5 roundabouts. And later for roundabout application, we need to know the area, urban, rural, what kind of intersection it is currently, and 1 lane or 2 lanes. And also we need to know the traffic data. So for I'm going to use the first one as an example, but this is basically a the calculation result, the benefit calculation results from the application. So the total benefit will be $18 million. So this project, the BCR is about 22 because the project total cost is about $800,000. Okay, so how did we do the calculation? If I use the first location, 4th Street and B Avenue as an example, in the below table, you are going to see like 24 rows, like 24 groups based on area ID, like is that rural or urban? What kind of control it is currently, stop or yield control or always stop or signal? And also what kind of intersection, 4-leg or T, and a roundabout 1 or 2 lanes. So based on the entry of this 4 columns, we know what's the base rate, what's the crash cost before roundabout installation, and what's the crash cost after the installation, and also the crash modification factor. So for this location, that row is highlighted. So the base rate is 0.15, and we have about nearly $250,000 pre-construction crash cost, and then about $60,000 as the post-construction crash cost. So a crash reduction factor, modification factors, 61%, meaning the crash reduction factor is 39%. So with that, the first calculation is within the life of the project, what's the predicted number of crashes? So as entered in the table, we had 4 crashes in 3 years. So multiply by 20 years, and also there's a factor 1.2, which is accounted for traffic increase in the future. So the prediction, based on the historical data, there will be 32 crashes in the next 20 years. So yeah, the calculation is really very straightforward. So 32 crashes multiplied by the pre-construction cost per crash. So we will get that like $7.8 million of loss if we don't do anything. And then with the construction, that will be reduced to $1.1 million. So the saving is about $6.7 million. So that's really the benefit. And one thing we need to check is that crash rate of 0.15, that's the base rate. So if after the reduction, the rate is below base rate, we cannot do that because that's the minimum, like a kind of like a standard rate under the roundabout. So if we calculate that crash rate, it becomes 0.38, which is more than 0.15. So the calculation is fine. And then the last step is for the benefit cost ratio. This is just for this one single roundabout because the project has actually 5, right? So I just take the total cost divided by 5 to be the cost for this single roundabout, and then the benefit cost ratio is nearly 40 for this roundabout. So that's pretty much it. If you have anybody has any questions?
Josh has a question. Maybe we can run through this quick, Richard. He's wondering why the cost per crash is changing. Is that an assumed reduction in severity?
Yes, so let me go back to that table. Yeah, I was trying to go too fast, so maybe I need to explain
We
more.
appreciate it.
Yeah. So basically, the benefit of the roundabout comes from two different ways, right? One is that a crash modification factor. That means, the number of crashes will be reduced. The other comes from, the reduction of crash severities, which from here, it is the cost before and the cost after. Why it is higher, per crash before? That's because, some most likely, or there are more fatal and severe injuries, so the per crash on average cost is higher, and then after the installation, the severities will be reduced, and then the on average per crash cost is much less.
Okay. I think part of it goes back to my previous question of all this is kind of just calculated in output. So I am, of course, there's a formula that connects all these inputs to the outputs, but that's not visible. So it looks like there's reduction in severity and frequency, and then that's combined into a inherent crash modification factor, but it's not really a crash modification factor as is traditionally used, where it's really focused on frequency. It's based on severity and frequency combined. I get maybe that's my question.
Yeah, so for our HSIP applications, for most of the safety countermeasures, we just use crash reduction factor. That's all. For roundabout, when Robert was our office chief, when he came from a state program, and he introduced this a little bit more method for roundabout. So that's what we do, and yeah, we kind of like make it, because the one big benefit of roundabouts is to reduce the severities. Sometimes, not necessarily the number of crashes. So we use like two folds to calculate the benefit.
Right. And in the past, I think that was associated with different CRFs for different severity levels. Maybe not the HSIP application, but I know in like the CMF clearinghouse or something like that.
Oh, yeah. I think FHWA clearinghouse has a lot of data, and there's like a big variation of CRFs. So in our HSIP core for projects, we kind of simplify to use only one single reduction factor for all severities.
Yeah, and I see the benefit of that. I did have another question about the crash data, and I don't know if this is the right forum for that, but
Can we hold off on that, Josh, since we
sure.
got one more thing to go? Let's see if we can answer that either offline or at the end. Thanks. Jerry, emergency?
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm that what you were saying is absolutely true. Actually, most of the cost savings is from the reduction in severity of the crashes that will occur after the roundabout is installed. But it's both. It's the number, but also the severity of crashes that do occur. That's all.
Okay, great. Thank you for that discussion. Yeah, and if anyone else has any more questions regarding specifically about the calculation of the benefit cost ratio or anything dealing with the upcoming HSIP application, please put those in the Q&A, and we'll continue to answer questions on the fly. For the few remaining minutes, we're going to have a really quick panel discussion on how do we work with skeptical executives, elected officials, and of course they also represent the general public. And we know that roundabouts can be very, very controversial. A lot of times politicians, they don't like to stick their neck out. On the other hand, we have a kind of a sense of urgency. How do we deal with the issue of public safety on our roadways, because we do know that the direction is going in the wrong way, as Jerry talked about. We have the Strategic Highway Safety Plan, which is a collaborative process with the state, local agencies, and other stakeholders to try to get the numbers down as far as fatalities and serious injuries. So we're going to have a very brief panel discussion, invite Phil Rusbecks from City of San Diego, Scott Davis from Washington DOT. We also have Hillary Isobrands from FHWA. So I want to see if you guys have any nuggets of wisdom on how we tackle this issue. And some of you have already talked about some of the issues, some of the barriers, and a lot of times those barriers are internally, even amongst engineers. What can we do to kind of overcome these barriers so that we do have better safety outcomes? So I'll allow any of the panelists to speak up. So do we have a volunteer? Are you ready to maybe share a few things?
I can say something, and then and then shut me up, and then we'll move on. Anyway, I got a few things. One, I know we hear this all the time, but know your audience. Your audience is going to be different, right? And so, and depending on who you're talking to, you're going to do different stuff. I mean, this isn't roundabout specific, but Hillary probably remembers a little bit of when I started doing local road safety plans a long time ago. I had a director who I started talking about target zero and all this other stuff, and goes, "That's not really a smart goal," and he had a project delivery background, okay. And so if you think about the SMART goals and what that is, he's looking for measurable improvements, and so I kind of adapted our process from a safe system standpoint or a safety standpoint to start targeting how he viewed safety, how he viewed like project development. So had a plan, got money, and designed projects and delivered them and showed results, right, at the end of the day. So it's all measurable in the end. And so, a handful of years later, when he became actually a county manager at that point, he was our keynote speaker when we kicked off our next local road safety plan process. And so again, you kind of need to meet, sometimes you need to meet people where they're at. The other thing I know from a community standpoint, this is all county experience, I guess, but I don't know, maybe we took a chance, but we asked the community's priorities first before talking about solutions. And then we started adapting solutions to the priorities they had. And that mitigated a few troublemakers we knew we had, because we say, well, this is what your community said, and these are some of the things that deal with that. And that helped. And I also think continued engagement with your communities too helps your elected officials, because when you're out there talking with them all the time, leveraging neighborhood associations, I don't know, my elected officials wanted to make sure the communities knew what was going on all the time. And if we were doing that, and then we checked in, that made our lives easier. It didn't always involve roundabouts, but some of the projects did at the end of the day. I got lots of other examples, but I don't know. We don't have much time, so I'll stop there. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Scott. Hillary, I know you have a lot that you could also share. So do you have a few things you'd like to bring up?
Sure, thanks. It's so great to be here. It's such great information and great questions coming. So I'm going to take it from the perspective of if you're going to be the face of the project, right? The roundabout project, or name anything else that might be new or different that you might be implementing in your community, you need to know your facts, right? You need to know your facts. You need to know the resources, so you can speak to those as you are the face of the project or the program. And that is all levels. It's for peers, it's for supervisors, it might be for elected officials or decision makers, and the public. And I think knowing the facts works in every single environment. And the big piece that I also say, I mentioned this a couple times yesterday, is if you're going to be talking about roundabouts, ask yourself, have you walked on a roundabout? Have you ridden a bike through a roundabout? Have you been in a semi in a roundabout? Have you been on a bus in a roundabout? Have you been in a snowplow in a roundabout? So if you are going to speak to all of the things that you believe are benefits around a roundabout that might be new or in some cases controversial, make sure you've done your homework. I've spent a lot of time, in fact, District 3, Caltrans, we were out there on the maintenance yard in Tahoe City within the plows. We were driving those roundabouts in Kings Beach that Jerry showed yesterday. We spent a lot of time with the maintenance folks so we could talk about what needed to be in the design plans and then what ultimately we needed to be able to work for maintenance. We spent time with the Trucking Association. Again, getting in the cab of a semi, doing a ride along. John, you guys had one of the first roundabout rodeos in District 6. Really understanding, if you've never been out to a roundabout with someone who is sight impaired or blind, arrange that. Walk with them, talk with them. It really is immersing yourself in what you are ultimately, if you know that it is the right solution, which some of you do, and some are still skeptical, and that is completely fine. That skepticism, I think, draws curiosity and us doing our homework. Now more than ever, people have access to our design guidance online, the NCHRP guidance, HDM, all the things, the METCD, and just make sure you've thought through that. The other thing I'm going to say is a lot of technical folks, myself included, we speak sometimes a different language than someone who specializes in communications or in marketing. Use your PIOs, your public involvement, your marketing teams. If you are, whether you're a consultant, you're at a university, you're at a local agency, you're at a DOT, whoever you work for, those people went to school to communicate. And if that is not your strong suit, or that is something that you need help with, please, by all means, utilize the people that are experts in speaking to people to help get your technical information and facts across to, again, all of the audiences. Last but not least, sometimes the biggest test can be in your own home. It might be a spouse, it might be a child, it might be an aging parent. My mom is, even though at one point in time, my career was 50% working in the area of roundabouts and intersections. My mom was terrified of roundabouts. And so it was getting in the car with her and driving. She still had this idea that she had to, cars were going to be coming from all over the place. And really, she needed to look at the crosswalks and she needed to look left. And so after that, she used to drive 10 miles out of her way to go to town. We live in rural Wisconsin, or that's where I grew up, because she didn't want to drive through the roundabout. And this is what I do for a living. So sometimes learn from the people that are close to you. And just remember, if the technical area is that's your thing, that's awesome. Talk to the people that are professional communicators to help create your message and anticipate the questions and the biggest questions, the biggest concerns, so you can have a conversation that is good and productive. And again, it just takes time. I've been at this for 25 years. And so I learn every time. Phil, I've seen your presentation 3 or 4 times. I learned at least 3 new things today. So thank you for having this, and I'll let someone else speak.
Yeah, thanks, Hillary. And a lot of times it's that first roundabout in a community, you got to spend all that extra time. And if you already have some kind of traffic circle, rotary, people don't really understand that's not a modern roundabout. So you really have to spend a little bit more time to explain what a modern roundabout is. And as we're trying to introduce mini roundabouts, that's going to be a new concept for a lot of people. So there's a lot of skepticism that will have to be overcome. Thanks, Hillary. Phil, can you speak specifically about dealing with city council members? They are pretty close to the ground. And do you have any battle stories that you could share with regard to that?
Not a battle story. I'm not quite that close to the sun yet, or maybe ever. I don't know, but definitely want to lean into something Hillary mentioned, which is really I learned from our communications folks that do deal with them all the time about knowing your audience, and really the key to keeping their attention is to say something right at the start that proves that you understand where they're coming from, that demonstrates that you know something about their world and something that they care about. And I'll just mention in support of installing these things quicker. I mean, you don't have to sell anybody on the value of saving money, right? But if you can install them quicker, their support could potentially be rewarded in re-election. If your project will only be installed after their election is over, good luck. So that's a kind of a binary thing. Make sure that install and the ribbon cutting happens before re-election, and you might find them to be more interested in your project and supporting you, going out on a limb, sticking their neck out, because they could be rewarded.
Excellent point. Yeah. And, a lot of times, politicians are very different out in the public versus one-on-one. And a lot of times it could be worth the effort if you know of an elected official who is very skeptical, has concerns, or his or her constituents have concerns. Meet with them individually rather than in a public meeting where they tend to say very different things than in a more private setting. So, yeah. Okay, great. So we do want to wrap up. Any last minute comments from any panelists or from anyone has any kind of questions they would like to pose before we kind of wrap up? Scott, do you see any questions?
We have a question from Josh. Josh, did you want to pursue this one? Josh is wondering how Caltrans plans to address the removal of public access to SWITTers for the upcoming HSIP cycle. And is Tim's data sort of the standard replacement for crash data?
I think that will take a long time to answer.
Yeah, why don't we agreed. Josh,
let's follow up by all means. Contact.
Yeah, Josh actually sent me an email. He logged out already, but I will talk to him.
Thanks, Richard.
Excellent. I do want to add something. The one thing out of a million that Phil did not say during his presentation that was so good. I just wanted people to know that roundabout that you showed, and I can't remember, you call it version 2 maybe, where you do not have complete islands built, right? The curbs are all in place that are necessary. That was an intersection diet project. Is that correct? That's a 4-lane corridor, and only the area around that was reduced to 1 lane in each direction, correct?
That is correct. Single lane roundabout. And that intersection, I failed to mention the crash history there was an injury crash just about every year. And very, very sadly, a pedestrian fatal at an always stop months before the roundabout was installed. And a lot of elderly people crossing there that always stop as we were constructing the roundabout. Nothing but praise afterwards on how much easier it was for them to get across once we put the roundabout in. There have not been a single reported crash there in the year and a half since. So,
thank you. And again, in the last minute here, I just want to ask maybe just for those of you, thank you all that did for my behalf for attending. And I do want to suggest, Richard, that if there is interest after this, the feedback you get, that by all means we can have a shorter follow-up work session, maybe on actual project proposals, as that can, that is not maybe a hard thing to do. So if there are folks pursuing it and they want to get a little bit of technical assistance, I would like to say we can arrange for that. So,
thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, I think we're at a point where we want to wrap up. So, Daniel, I think you want to start, say some closing statements.
Yes, thank you, John, and big thanks to all of our presenters today. If you'd like, please use your emoticons down there at the bottom of the screen to give them a thumbs up or some applause for their time spent today and helping to provide some great examples. And for the training and education yesterday. So thank you so much to our panelists. Today, we learned about the intersection safety and operational assessment process. Thank you so much, John, for introducing that. We also heard some peer sharing, mini and modular roundabout examples, as well as some of the product details itself. Thanks again to Scott Davis, Adam Lanick, and Phil Rust. We also had Richard give a really great presentation on the benefit cost ratio that's going to be used in the local highway safety improvement program, and gave a little demonstration on how that's going to work, especially for roundabouts. Thank you, Richard. And we also heard from our panelists suggesting roundabouts to executives in the board and council today, from Phil Russ, Scott Davis, John Liu, and Hillary Iserbrand. So thank you all for your contributions today as well. Also, big thanks to our audience for their interest in safety and, of course, in roundabouts. And Scott, is it okay if I leave the contact information for any lingering questions? Scott Jakovich?